Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Hello, hello. Good morning. I'm going to pause Elvin's beautiful music. 1, 2, 3, big pause. All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Sabrina Carpenter, all day, every day. Let's do this. Now, sorry I'm running late. My wifey asked me about the ethics around AIR, and I was just yapping. But we're here. We have so much to go over. What I want to talk about today is Sabrina Carpenter and the conversation around her. I want to hear from you. This is a real-time live stream, which allows us to have the conversation in real time. So make sure that we have it today, girls. I watched the video, Man-Child. Did everyone do their homework? Yesterday on stream, I said your only homework is to watch the music video Man-Child because I can't play it on stream here. So if you saw it, great. If you didn't see it, you get an F in biology because we're talking about the biology. I'm just kidding. I was going to say I'm talking about the biology of what it means to be a woman. Just kidding. No transphobia in the chat. Thank you. Okay, so Man-Child. I watched the video. I watched it twice. The dog ate my homework. Fail chat. I watched it twice and I watched it with my partner so I could make sure that I had a second pair of eyes on the video with me because, you know, sometimes you miss stuff. And, you know, watching it a couple of times, I did see some stuff that I missed. I'm sure if I watched it again and again and again and again, I'd also see things that I missed. The reason we're having this discussion is because, you know, everybody and their mom had to have an opinion on it. So do I. But also I was requested. So I'm excited. I want to, in case anyone who's new ends up seeing this video, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself and put out my qualifiers because we're going to end up going through a lot of these topics. One, I'm 36 years old. This plays a big role. It tells you where I've come from and my lived experience and what it must have been like being raised sort of in the 90s and 2000s. Okay. I'm queer, very important stuff. Happy Pride Month, guys. Happy Juneteenth as well today. And Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Man, June is the month. June is the month, let me tell you. Okay, my pronouns are she, her, man. Okay, gender does not play a role in my marriage. So regardless of what you think gender means or how gender plays a role in your life, it's deconstructed in my own intimate existence, right? But I still exist in the world and where in which I'm perceived. I spent all of my 20s involved in kink and BDSM communities, which will come up in this conversation. During my 20s, I identified as a bottom, a colored submissive, so many different things. Now into my 30s, I identify as a top, a switch, but I almost never bottom. So I'm just identifying as a top basically at this point in my life. But of course, as all things change, that too will change. That's just like where I'm at right now in my journey. And that's like really important to recognize that for me, as I get older, I realize I just exist in eras of my life and that whatever I was doing in my 20s just like has little to no bearing on what I'm doing in my 30s. And I'm sure whoever I'm in my 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s is going to be also very different. But for me personally, as I'm seeing this discourse, what I'm noticing is there is a difference between people who understand kink as an ever-evolving thing and someone who understands like feminism as this ever-evolving thing. And I think people are really like kind of reductive in the way that they're having the conversation, but from every side that I've seen. And I think it's really hard to have a nuanced conversation about this because it's just so bubbled. So bubbles are perceptions from yourself or others. They're shared or individual. When I say you live in a bubble, I'm not saying something derogative. I'm saying something factual. We all lived in perceptions, right? So that perception is going to have, it's going to dictate how we form opinions, right? So, okay. With that said, let's start off. I'm so excited. Are we ready? I'm so excited. What I think I'm going to do is first, I'm going to show you the album cover that was controversial. And we're just going to talk about it as a community and how we feel about it, right? Oh, and just a caveat. As we review content and use this content to have larger conversations, no hate to anyone who's had an opinion. This is a very opinions-based conversation. There's no objectivity to this conversation. There is simply a conversation about our bubbles and where we come from. And let's have a good and open-minded conversation to move us forward, right? This is the album cover. What do we think about it? What are our thoughts? First, I would just like to say I do not care about conservatives or their thoughts. So let's pretend, because none of us are conservative, they don't exist for the sake of this conversation. That the people having this conversation right now are not MAGA voters or conservatives or Christians. They are simply progressives or leftists or liberals at most, right? So what do we think of it? Like, what are we getting from the photo initially? What are you guys getting before I give my opinion? I don't want to sway anybody. Okay, what do we think? We hate it. We love it. What does it symbolize to you? What is it giving? What do we think? What we think? Oh, my allergies are so bad. Did I take my pill today? Can I take 2 allergy pills if I already took a pill? Did I take a pill today? Who can tell me? Did Brittany take her allergy pill today? I don't know. I'm going to take another one if I did. I can't remember if I took my own allergy pill. Okay. What do you think? What do you think? Chad says thoughts. This person is not very informed of hair play in general in regards to it. And it's wait. The chat's moving too fast. I can't read my comments. Hold on. Is not very informed of hair play in regards to it to not damage the hair. Are we damaging the hair? It is sort of a messy sort of hair play, right? It's giving like normal kink. Okay. Chess says it's kinky. The flash makes me feel weird, but the aesthetic differences. The flash, like the flash of, do you think there's like a flash on the camera almost like they're catching her in the midst of it all? Discord said, when I first saw it without context of the album name, I thought, oh, hot. With more context of the discourse, I'm more nuanced with it. I think some discourse have mentioned abuse as a theme in her work, so I'm not sure which perspective to take. So the theme or the name of the album is Man's Best Friend. Now, does that change the way you feel about the photo? So the album is called Man's Best Friend. So like a dog, right? How do we feel about that? Now, does that change your initial relationship with the photo? What do we think? What do we think? Let me see. Yeah. And I before I start dissecting your comments and kind of giving my own commentary, can you guys let me know how literal are you being with your what it's giving? Or are you saying it's giving the feeling of, but you mean it's literally what you're seeing? Because what I noticed in a lot of the discourse that I actually had kind of a problem with is that people were like, oh, it's giving this thing, but it literally quite is not. So like, I'm confused if you mean it literally or if you mean it in the essence, like, oh, that's what I think of when I see it. Or are you saying, no, it's literally giving this? Because I was a little confused when I was listening to people give feedback, right? Chad says, Discord as an example says, I'm being literal. The title didn't, because it was giving kinky to me, but in the broader context of her work being satirical, I'm finding it less hot, more neutral, not sexual, maybe more tongue in cheek. Chad says she's trying to give kinky. Chad says, I think she's trying to be ironic. It's hard to tell. Chad says, I kind of see power bottom. Okay. Chad says, I'm seeing mostly the aesthetics, satire 100%. Okay. Interesting. It's very candid. I think that is truly satire. Okay. Let me see. I'm a pup and short and I've been really, and have, and a short bean. So really, I love the rep of not being infantilized. Okay. Chet says it's kind of basic. I feel like it's not sexual. Chet says it's difficult. Some love submissive role play, but others find it degrading in a negative way. Okay. Chet says, our Discord said, I think it's hard to judge a cover without knowing the context of the album. However, knowing Sabrina's work very well, I can only imagine it's satire. Okay. So I'll give some of my initial thoughts and you guys can dissect it with me and tell me what you think and tell me if I'm off the mark, sort of. So first and foremost, I am not familiar with Sabrina. I just called her Samantha and Sabrina at the same time. I am not familiar with Sabrina Carpenter's work. I was too old to see her on the Disney Channel, so I have no context for her there. I heard her music on TikTok, but I didn't see any of her music videos until yesterday. So yesterday I watched Manchild for the first time. I watched it twice, and then we watched Espresso. And Sabrina, okay, so I'm going to ask you guys to separate this into categories with me as well. There's the person that you are, separate from society, that's observing and experiencing music or art, right? Then there's the person that's kind of like in public sharing an opinion with others. And then there's sort of like a third part, kind of like hardcore fan to sort of casual observer. As a Britney who doesn't exist and no one's hearing her opinion, Sabrina isn't music I listen to. I've never listened to her albums. I'm not like a fan that way. To be fair, I'm also not a fan that way with Chappell Roan. I tried listening to Chappell's music and I didn't fall in love with it, but that doesn't mean I don't like them. It doesn't mean I didn't enjoy some of it. It doesn't mean I don't like when Sabrina comes on, that I don't like dance. It doesn't mean any of those things. So from a personal Britney perspective, just like very personal opinion, Sabrina isn't, I'm not a fan of Sabrina Carpenter, but I'm not like an anti-fan. Like I'm not a hater, right? Because like it's just not for me. But okay, with that said, I also, after observing her 2 music videos, and I mean this with peace and love, just the 2 videos I saw, she's giving Mean Girl. I don't know if that's the point of Sabrina Carpenter, but she's giving Mean Girl. And I was like, oh, like I didn't like it. It kind of like was kind of hurting my feelings a little bit. I was like, oh, her music feels mean. And my partner was secondary to the feeling. And so they also felt like it was giving Mean Girl. So I don't know if it's just our value system and our deconstruction of gender and the way that the song was, but like it just gives Mean Girl to me. And so like, I know chat. You're like, wait, what? I know. I know. And listen, this is a personal opinion. That is just my relationship with the music. You do not have to share this opinion. I'm not saying it's objective. I'm saying for me, it was giving Mean Girl. So, okay, chat says back it up. Okay, back it up, girl. Okay, so let me show you why I think that's what's happening, right? Discord said, wait, chat is surprised about the Mean Girl take. Yeah, I think people are surprised about it. But Discord agrees with me. Okay, so now, keep in mind, I am heavily a queer person, and I just watched an amazing video. Hold on, I got to shout it out, about Mean Girl aesthetic in gay communities and how it is like, it's not good for us. And I want to talk about it. Is it Kumo Markham? You're not Regina George, just George. I will link the video.
When it comes to pop culture,
he did such a good job with this video. He killed it. Because like in gay communities, we are really suffering from the Mean Girl aesthetic. Where like, it's not cute being a mean girl. It's just mean, guys. Like, you're kind of a bitch. But like, you know, in a non-derogatory slur way. Like, you're being mean. And so I think from that perspective, it felt like that with Sabrina's video. I'll show you my examples. Okay, this is the cover for the thumbnail for the video Man-Child. First of all, killer legs. We love the aesthetic. I think it looks really good, right? We'll get into maybe the objectification of that after. This is the theme of the video, where she is engaging with boys who she thinks is stupid and dumb and slow, which some people felt were like ableist. She's being mean. Like, as they're kissing her, she's like, ew, gross. Why are you with them, girl? Like, she's kind of making fun of them. And I was like, oh, that's kind of mean. And then she's like mocking them for just being themselves. But like, she's the one who keeps picking them. And I know everyone's like, oh, it's satire, it's satire, it's satire. What's the satire? Like, you're just sorry, that's the TikToker we're going to watch. Like, you're just being toxic. Like, it's just giving toxic. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you are not better than the men you're making fun of in the video. If the video aesthetic was she's going to school, she's working a hard job, and she's coming home to a guy playing video games who isn't helping her clean the kitchen, then I would have been like, fire. But the aesthetic was that she's a scammer, right? She's a scammer in the music video. She's using the men for free rides and pleasure and fun. She's mad at them for not being what she wants, but like, she's kind of like, she comes off as the scammer stereotype in a story. So I'm like a little confused about why this music video wasn't her working really hard and being successful and having a guy who wasn't, you know, because then that would be relatable, because so many of us have dated those men. How many of us have dated the guys that, you know, we're working hard, we're working 2 jobs, we're working so hard, and the guys are just being like big babies. She even references like, I blame your mother. Yeah, those Men-Child, they're horrible partners. But how is she not the woman-child in the video as well? Right? So I think I was a little confused. I don't get it. Like, I don't get what she's trying to say. Now, keep in mind, as I've gotten older and as I've incorporated queer politics and queer philosophy more into my life, I have had to deconstruct and deconstruct and deconstruct. Guys, I've deconstructed so many levels. I'm so sorry. Looking at Sabrina, she hasn't even started, right? Like with peace and love. She hasn't even started. And that's okay. She doesn't have to, right? Like she doesn't have to. She's not obligated to. And to be fair, and I need to say this out loud, I'm kind of viewing Sabrina as a brand and not a person because I don't know anything about her. I only know her as a brand. One of the most amazing things I heard Sabrina Carpenter say is like, this is not my real hair. I wear a wig. And I was like, thank you. Right. So like, I appreciate the self-awareness of like, Sabrina is a brand because like, that's the point is like, when you're this famous and this big, I'm viewing her as a brand. So it's kind of like, imagine I'm not criticizing Sabrina as a consciousness. I'm criticizing like McDonald's for an ad they put out. And that's kind of how I'm approaching this because I can't view her as a person. I don't know her. I don't know anything about her. I'm sure, you know, if I asked her about Palestine, she'd be like, what? You know what I mean? Like, so I want us to kind of cover this as watching a McDonald's ad. Do we think this McDonald's ad was feminist, good, iconic, or is it negative? Not Sabrina herself, because like I don't know who that woman is. You know, like Lana Del Rey. How many of us loved Lana? And how many of us, regardless of how much we love Lana, are very highly critical of her misogyny in her work, right? Like, I love Lana Del Rey. You're never, you know, but how many of us are going to criticize her choices and partners, or maybe the way that her brand romanticized abusive age gap relationships, right? Like, I think it's okay to say like, oh, I really like this music, but I'm pretty critical. Also, I don't know if you guys have done this as older people. I think we've had to do it where you listen to songs you used to love growing up. You know, she's just 16 years old. Da-na-na. And you realize like every song is about a grown-up man trying to be with a teenager. And you're like, whoa, what is this music that I grew to love my whole life? Music I romanticized as a teenager. And then you're like, oh, wait, like this song is bad. So I think that's what we're really viewing here, right? Right? Chet says, why is it wrong to love it rough and hard with her man? It's not abusive. It's not abusive. It's abusive to you. Okay, let's talk about that. So like I said, I'm in the BDSM community. I've practiced kink since I was 22 years old. There is a very big difference, or 21, but there is a very big difference between vanillas who practice kink, who I often think they do it wrong and very unconsensually, and how trained people in structured consent-based BDSM communities experience it. And even in the most structured BDSM community, there are still consent violations because humans are going to human. So I do think there's a difference between when vanillas co-opt kink culture and go like, yeah, I love to hit my girl in a kinky way. Yeah, but are you following safety protocols? Are you following consent protocols? Are you doing it sober? Are you doing it when you guys are in a good mental state? And again, BDSMers aren't perfect. They're also going to make mistakes or make bad decisions or be predatory. But I think what we need to pay attention to is like, what does it mean to be kinky? What does it mean to be vanilla? What does it mean to be in BDSM? And listen, Chad says, why do you call the I don't know what that sentence was. I think it's cut off. My bad. Something that I think is interesting about BDSM and kink culture is that it has a long and very specific history depending on what region of the world you're learning about it from. So I was trained in San Diego, then I was trained in Seattle, but my mentor came from the San Diego scene. And she was one of the very first women ever allowed to be a leather dom, because leather doms at the time were just gay men. And so like coming from a bubble where nothing's objective and it's a subjective way adults create constructs of play, it is interesting coming from an understanding that gay leather was very misogynistic growing up because gay men suffer from a crazy amount of misogyny, right? So when you're deconstructing gay communities, you also have to deconstruct how that misogyny ends up making women into pick-me's, which ends up creating a cycle of continuing the misogyny because women are trying to stick to the standards that men have created for the men, right? So I caution everybody from being so flippant with just saying, oh, the Sabrina Carpenter picture, it's giving kink. Which kink? Who's kink? Which community's kink? Remember that predators exist online. Gross men exist online. promoting quote BDSM content when they're really just people who want power over women. So I am not opposed to, regardless of what gender you are, interacting with BDSM as long as it's safe, sane, and consensual, or risk-aware kink. But if you're vanilla who does not know that every time you choke up somebody, you risk their life. Do you know every form of breath play is medically dangerous? There is no safe way to do breath play. Do you know that? No, because most vanillas do not take classes by doctors. Unlike a lot of the BDSM kinksters I know, we took classes with doctors. We took actual medical classes to make sure that we understood that every single time you do breath play, you're risking damaging your partner. So these vanilla people that are so casually choking their partners out, do you understand what you are doing? And that's the thing, is they probably don't. And why would they? Because they're watching porn, they're, engaging in regular vanilla bubbles. They're not thinking about education. They're not thinking about consent. And so you end up having a picture like this, which is all fun and games, right? Until you start saying, oh, why can't a woman be in kink? Yeah, anybody can be in kink, girl, but I'm still going to criticize how safe you are at it. Okay? Like, you know what I mean? I'm still going to raise an eyebrow at you. Chat says breath play 101, make that safe call to the paramedic, homie. And that's the other thing is every time I did a BDSM scene, I always was ready to call 911. And I don't think people think about that. You know what I mean? They don't think about that. So again, I'm not upset that people liked the cover or liked the music. I'm just sharing what kind of thoughts evoked in me. So I personally saw the photo and I went, ooh, because for this era of life that I'm in personally, I'm just so over heterosexual love. I'm being a little facetious. I'm just kind of over heterosexuality where the cis man is so consumed with being a man and the woman is so consumed with being a woman. I'm just on a gender deconstruction journey myself right now. So personally, I'm over it. I'm over the idea that I'm a man. This is what men do. And I'm a woman and this is what women do. I don't care what you are. That I'm just personally over that era of my life right now. Maybe I'll go into it later. But my life is all about deconstructing this obligation that this is what women do, this is what men do. So when you say Sabrina Carpenter's a woman and women can do what they want, can they though? What does that mean? So let's get into it, okay? Let's get into it. Let's get into this idea of can women just do what they want? Now, I want to reference Judith Butler here. Great gender fluid, non-binary professor of philosophy, Judith Butler. Judith Butler cautions people from recognizing that though, yes, you can do whatever you want, know that the world still engages with you in a specific way. So philosophically speaking, if you look at my level system, my philosophy system, or if you look at the work that I'm doing, I would tell you, the individual, to deconstruct even your skin color, that your skin color doesn't define you. And yet, if you're engaging with two bubbles, I would tell you be very aware of your skin color because they are going to use it against you. Okay, it is a dangerous narrative to exist in a collective in which you are not aware of how the collective sees you. And yet it is also a dangerous narrative to come home and bring the collective with you. Kick the collective out of your fucking house. But when you're engaging with them, be self-aware. Now, and I think this is probably hard for people to recognize because my Discord brought it up and I think it was a really good sentiment from my Discord. When do women just simply get to exist? When do Black people simply get to exist? When do gay people simply get to exist without being sort of a token or properly showing up or, performing correctly to represent a whole group? Never, always? Never, always. Never, always. And this is the tool I want to give you guys today, right? We have to decide, am I socializing from this perspective or from this perspective? Am I introspecting, extrospecting? Am I talking to myself and forming an opinion about myself and with myself? Or am I engaging with other people? Listen, when I'm in certain groups, I always reference myself as a white person. When I'm in other groups, I reference myself as a person of color. Why do we do this? Because the language changes depending on the bubble you're in. It means different things to different bubbles. Because at the end of the day, I am one thing, but I'm the other thing because it's a construct. There is no objectivity to anything that we're talking about. There's simply an argument about the subjectivity based on the construct, right? So, okay, let's start with this content creator. This is Neodine Earth. We'll go ahead and share this video. Okay, here we go. This is from TikTok. Okay.
A straight woman attracted.
Oh, let me
Sabrina Carpenter
try to get her a little louder. She might be a little quiet. Okay.
is a straight woman attracted to men. There's nothing weird or off about her album cover. The album cover is her in a submissive position. That's not anti-feminist. And I feel like half the time y'all just learned what the word feminist means yesterday. First off, in kink dynamics, the one with the most power is the submissive.
But they have to know that. It's not default. This is a mistake people are making. You can be abused in a BDSM relationship, y'all. You're not given the power just because you are the submissive. You have to actually negotiate with a partner that respects the power the submissive has, right? I was a collared submissive in my 20s, and it wouldn't matter, collared or not, unless your dom respected your safe words, your limitations, the contracts you wrote up. Like, being a submissive alone isn't inherently. So when you say, like, women, I saw people at the dungeon constantly engage in DS dynamics that were abusive because they didn't know how to advocate for their power and they didn't understand that premise. And I highly doubt Sabrina fucking Carpenter understands that. Like, why are we acting like Sabrina understands submissive DS dynamics or that mainstream media gets it? And keep in mind, this is the part that's so confusing to me. Artists like FKA Twigs and Meg Thee Stallion have utilized BDSM, shibari rope culture in their art, and I think it's beautiful. But there is a difference between a normie, and I don't know about Meg Thee Stallion and FKA Twigs about their personal lives, but there is a difference between a Sabrina Carpenter, who like maybe isn't doing her research and realizing these are niche like communities with a whole lot of tradition, and then just somebody like who's like, oh, I bought a kink thing on like Adam and Eve or whatever else, right? So I think like there's like a mistake happening here that just because you know better doesn't mean she does. And there's a danger to the people who don't know better. My biggest concern is always for people that romanticize BDSM as this like beautifully consent-based community, as if by default everybody is like good. I love the BDSM community, but there are a lot of MAGA supporters, conservatives. There are a lot of bigots. There are a lot of racists. There are a lot of abusive fucking people in the BDSM community. So like, do not get it twisted that just because you're a part of the community, it doesn't mean that it's any different than any other community. Is the probability of them being safer higher than a vanilla community? Yes. Because they actually talk about consent and they do contracts and there's a conversation, but it doesn't mean that they're still not a group of people. Okay.
So let's start off with that. And secondly, women have the right to express their sexuality, including straight women, however they want. It is weird to me that y'all can understand the concept of tops and bottoms when it comes to gay people and not straight people, and not understand that it can be consensual and enjoyable for both parties. Y'all think it's weird because your only version of feminism is like TikTok and Twitter girl boss feminism and not real life, real feminism that incorporates women with different desires and different sexualities. I really can't stand how y'all interact with the word feminism and how y'all interact with other women and like terms like decentering men to straight women who like men. To straight women who like men who choose and desire submission. That's not anti-feminist. But you going off and calling it weird and judging her for it, that is.
That's like an interesting idea. I think, well, first we have to acknowledge that feminism is generational and contextual, and that feminism is deeply rooted in a lot of racism and has definitely come at the expense of a lot of like Black communities, right? Like white feminism is a thing. So I see parts of that TikTok that I agree with and other parts that I question. Because again, even though I want to agree with the premise, it might not matter if you haven't deconstructed. Like, just because you're sitting here and saying like choice feminism, my choice is to be in the kitchen and be subservient, my choice is to be a Christian, my choice is to wear hijab. Like, yes, but also you're still uplifting the patriarchy. So like, let's talk about feminism in a way that deconstructs patriarchy. Not all feminism has to incorporate the deconstruction of patriarchy, because we know that feminism is diverse as a construct and it comes in all shapes and sizes and forms. Like, some feminism is transphobic, some feminism isn't. But like, that's why we talk about intersectional feminism as like one of the better constructs of feminism. But I'm sure there's going to be a better one that comes in the future, right? So for the time that we're existing in, our best form of feminism seems to be intersectional at the moment, but it's not the end all be all of where we're going with that word, right? I think I I can agree with some of this TikTok for sure, but then there's a part of me that questions, are you really deconstructing, or are you just saying something that sounds really good? Because it does sound really good, but there's a part of me that wants to know the deconstructed version of this, right? Okay, I'm gonna go to chat for a second, just so I feel like we're actually having a discussion here. Let me see. Chat says she's 1000% right. Chat says this isn't an album for the BDSM community, is it? Well, I don't think so. Chat says she also has a song called Juno, the pregnant teen that a grown man falls for. She once sang, I look like a Nina, put something big in my casita. Yeah, I think that's really fucking weird. Like, that lyric is super fucking weird. Like, I'm not a big fan of her lyrics. I'm also not a big fan of her words. Like, I'm not a big fan of her, but that's, that's not, I'm just not the demographic, right? And that's okay. Like, I don't know. Let me see. The larger public lives in a hierarchy where subs serve, unlike in the kink, where it's the top who has to serve. That's true. Like, in BDSM communities, service is a thing that every partner does in a different way, and the service just looks different. I think that's the dilemma, is like, it wasn't giving BDSM or kink to me. It was giving vanilla kink, but that's not the same thing to me. Vanilla kinksters are often very dangerous in their play, much more than BDSM kinksters. BDSM kink is different to me than vanilla kink. So her album cover was giving vanilla kink. I'm not a big fan of vanilla kink. I think I only trust vanilla kinksters who have done their research. But generally speaking, I think of vanilla kink in the same way I think of Andrew Tate and his version of kink. That's my bitch, and I'm gonna slap her. Where's my Bugatti? Like, Andrew Tate got away with all the abuse he was doing, claiming it was just kink. Yeah, like, it might be vanilla kink, because vanilla kink is inherently abusive. Like, there is an inherent abuse that has come out of vanilla culture that has been normalized because society is abusive. Another content creator just said the same thing. My Discord recommended them. Great video where same thing, like, society is abusive. Trash Discourse, content creator, Trash Discourse made a video called Sabrina Carpenter, The Politics of Being horny on Main. Okay, loved that commentary that Sabrina isn't promoting something that society hasn't already promoted time and time again. Even Bell Hooks, who I like Bell Hooks, even Bell Hooks in her very dated book about love, it is dated, implied that Monica Lewinsky and Bill Clinton had a consensual relationship. Absolutely not. Absolutely a form of coercive sex. Absolutely inappropriate. Absolutely not. But at the time that Bell Hooks wrote that very amazing book, she also ran into the same problem that a lot of women who are deconstructing do, which is forgetting that Monica Lewinsky was a goddamn intern and he was the president of the United fucking States. There is no room for consensual. There is no room for consensual. So even Bell Hooks, who we love, has issues in her own literature, because we all will have issues in our literature. I need us all to recognize that none of us are going to be perfectly right. That 10 years from now, we're going to be wrong about something. And the question is, what are you wrong about right now that you think you're so fucking right about? Because I guarantee you, that's why I always joke, like, my content's out of date if it's been 6 months. My content's probably out of date, guys. Like, I've probably already, like, changed my mind or grown on something because I'm always researching. So I really love, all of the conversation that's coming out of this. But if Bell Hooks is going to fuck up, you bet Sabrina Carpenter's fucking up, and you bet you're fucking up. And then you bet I'm fucking up. Because at the end of the day, none of us are perfect observers, because we're biased and prejudiced, and we have to deconstruct with every opinion we form, every reflex we have, every amazing, like, ooh, this is my hot take, right? Ooh, just my hot take. It's like, yeah. Yes, Sabrina is so young. Thank you, chat. One last thought before I play another TikTok. Sabrina is very young. And I guarantee you, in my 20s, I would have found her music empowering. Now in my 30s, it's not it for me, girls. I'm sorry. In my 30s, nah. In my 20s, I would have thought it was empowering. And I think that's something you should think about. Okay. Is she male-centered, or are you slut-shaming? New TikTok from Haley Metzger.
starting to call women male-centered when what you actually want to call her is a whore. You're looking for a progressive-sounding way to call women sluts again and demonize every woman who's at all sexual. The pop stars of the early 2000s would have put you people in a coma because this Sabrina Carpenter cover is so mild. You're literally starting to sound like evangelical Christians who are scandalized by a suggestive album cover like this is the devil's work. None of what you guys are saying about the Sabrina cover is good feminist analysis. It's just classic conservative pearl clutching. Stop doing it.
Okay, I don't know what TikToks anybody is seeing, but I don't get conservatives on my timeline. So I don't know what that's about. I don't care what conservatives think about women. We know what they think about women. So I have not seen conservatives talk about this. I disagree that any criticism of Sabrina's album is conservative. And I don't understand why they're saying this, except that it feels a little bit like something I would have said in my 20s. I think, because listen, in my 20s, guys, I thought Playboy was radical and pro-women because the women had a choice. And now that I'm in my 30s, I'm like, ew, like that was obviously bad for women. You know what I mean? So I feel like sometimes coming out of conservatism, which I did come out of, I used to think any form of women expressing themselves was always like a form of liberation. And then I remember even, you know, the movie Frida, because I love Frida as like a philosopher and an artist. Frida, I used to think like, oh, Frida's so cool. She has like an open relationship. She's like an artist. Frida was in a toxic, cheating, abusive fucking relationship. But when I was in my early 20s, I thought Frida was like this feminist icon. Frida was in a abusive relationship. And I used to think like, oh my God, it's so cool. Frida Kahlo has like an open relationship. Just because it's open doesn't mean it's liberated. Just because you're poly doesn't mean you're liberated. Okay? Just, you know what I'm saying? Like Frida was, yeah, an abuse victim. Like, fuck. Here I am as a young person thinking like, oh my God, but she's open. And like, and then you realize like, oh wait, oh, and then you know what makes it work? Salma Hayek, who did the movie. I used to think that movie was so liberating until I found out that Harvey Weinstein forced her into doing those nude scenes and would masturbate to her doing those nude scenes allegedly. Fuck. Fuck me. Fuck. Like every time I see a movie thinking this is like liberating and women are expressing themselves, no. So again, like I think there is a difference between being conservative, which we are not, and then being cautious that what we think is liberation might actually be a form of internalized misogyny. Oop, a whoop, and I oop. Okay, next TikTok. This is from Saturn's Rings.
Interesting that the term male gaze was created to critique the way that men portray women in media as sex objects with no personal agency, but I only ever hear people on this website use it when they're searching for a socially acceptable way to call a woman a slut.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. So I don't know if this is just like a young person bubble that I keep popping into, but I really am feeling like, oh, the youngins. Guys, I'm telling you right now, in my 20s, I think I would have had the same opinions. But as I get older and I deconstruct it, I'm just like, damn, this is when young people feel empowered because they don't see the internalized misogyny. You don't see it. You're not seeing it. Sabrina in this era is being obviously privilegedly obtuse. Now, let me tell you the difference because I do OnlyFans. And I know a lot of people think OnlyFans is inherently misogynistic. I am not anti-porn. I'm not anti-OnlyFans. I'm not anti-sex work. Liberated sex work is not the same thing as what Sabrina Carpenter is doing. I work really hard to make sex work that is incorporating a liberation mindset, that is what I want to do, how I want to express myself. That is very different, right? I want to be an erotic artist until the day I die. I want to utilize the human body as a form of art for the rest of my life. I've done nudist parades, nudist activism. I've really practiced to deconstruct my own fear around my naked form. I've been naked in public. I've done art projects. Like I've worked really hard to deconstruct this vessel that I have, right? And so I think I see Sabrina's work and I don't see that work. I see her as a brand, which is okay. It's not coming for Sabrina is what I'm trying to say. It's coming for the brand. I see this as a brand move and I'm not a fan of the brand move given the state of the political world, but that's because, hear me out, I'm in politics. Like I'm in philosophy. I'm a queer activist, like in my own personal life, like I'm a queer person. So it is my life. But if I was a normie who wasn't doing any of the work, then I would just like enjoy Sabrina as a summer bop and move on with my life. Because most pop music is just like a summer bop and you move on with your life. Girl, give me some icons, give me some Cher and Britney and Christina, give me some bops, and I'm here for it. You know, I'm here for it. But if we're coming from a lens of criticism, constructive, hopefully, then of course we're going to have criticism even over our own faves. Excuse me, I could rant about Beyonce's music and the inherent misogyny of it all. I could rant. But at the end of the day, I still play Beyonce. I love her. You know what I mean? You know, I don't know why people don't understand. Like, just because you like it doesn't mean it's not misogynistic. Just because we love it doesn't mean it's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because we like it doesn't mean it's not bad. You know, Chet says, how is this discourse different than Miley in 2012, 2013? Well, first of all, Miley was going through a mental health crisis. She was co-opting Black culture and she was acting a fool. Okay. Miley, thank God, is more stable now. Thank you. She's back to her roots. She's back to what she really is good at. Miley is great, but Miley was losing it. Okay. Miley was not in power of her situation. She was losing it and everyone screamed girl power. Girl, that girl needs a therapist. Okay, I'm sorry. That was like, I saw that era of Miley and listen, I love me some Wrecking Ball. Okay, but Miley was losing it. Okay, and so I think we have to be careful about what we think empowerment is versus what we realize like a cry for help is. And I don't think Sabrina is doing a cry for help, by the way. I think Sabrina is just literally like, hey, you guys like my sex music, sex sells. I'm going to make a cute photo shoot. Oh, this is controversial. Let's do it. You know, I just think that's what it is. And if the Sabrina Carpenter fans are mad, I think you guys are just missing the fact that like nothing, like it doesn't always revolve around you. Like some of us want to have the conversation about how we feel it impacts women on a greater scale politically. But if you're not coming from that lens, then you're not going to get it. You have to first understand the lens. So then I'm confused about why these youngins are like, you just want to call Sabrina a slut. I want to be completely clear. Are there conservatives calling this woman a slut? Now, and I will say this, I am not the kind of, I think it's, how do I say this? Yeah, I think I'm confused about why there is this like discourse about, oh, you're just calling Sabrina a slut. Like, first of all, conservatives are trash and I don't listen to anything they say. So like, I don't care what they have to say. I think Brett Cooper had something to say, don't care. Do not care what conservatives who voted for a rapist care about Sabrina Carpenter. Just for the fucking record, people who voted for Trump, who voted for a literal rapist, I do not care what you have to say about women's safety and liberation. Period. Okay? I do not care what you have to say. For the progressives, though, and this is where we might deviate, there are some progressive women that don't believe like porn is good. And I need you to know, I think porn within itself is good or neutral, but the porn industry is bad. Porn industry, misogynistic. Porn within itself, none of your business. And you have to deconstruct it as the creator. Lots of people in porn make unethical porn, but not all porn made is unethical. Okay, next video. This is from Tina with Anna.
Does something that steps outside of the confines of what you're. Oh, it's all sexual liberation for women until a woman does something that steps outside of the confines of what your idea of sexual liberation is, isn't it? It's all, ooh, women can be sexual if they would like to because we are no longer going to vilify women for being sexual like we used to 50 years ago until a woman starts to perform sexually in a way that you don't like. I genuinely feel like I'm tearing my hair out by the roots at this point because, oh, Sabrina Carpenter needs to decenter men. Oh, Sabrina Carpenter needs to. But I'm so sorry. Is she the one centering a man in her visuals and in the way that she's choosing to present herself as an artist? Or are you the one centering the man for her by claiming that everything she is doing is only for men and the male gaze? I really need us to pick a lane. Because it's all sexual liberation for women.
I could do both. Like, it could be both. Like, this is reductive to me.
Until it makes you a little bit uncomfortable. And then suddenly, she's doing it wrong.
Okay, hold on, please. I keep clicking on the wrong videos. I can be both. I don't know why we're acting like it's one or the other, right? Like, that is literally almost always both. Chat says, you're kind of coming off that way. To be honest, it's giving shaming her for having a different personality and preference in sex and how she displays her art. I think that's a fine opinion if you think that's what's happening. But I think like Chat says, yeah, okay, you really like Sabrina. I get you. You said all these TikTokers are 100 or 1,000% correct. She's clearly still for the women gaze. Yeah, I think that could be your perspective. I think if you deconstructed though, and as we all should, I think you might come to a different conclusion. But I don't know, right? Because like I found in my own personal life, the more I've deconstructed, the more I've come to the opinion that Sabrina feels like for the male gaze. But I think like there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but also there might be something wrong to your specific bubble. So for my specific bubble, I'm not a fan of it. But I'm also not gonna Marilyn Manson take her down 1992, right? This isn't the 1990s where we're sitting here like Marilyn Manson is making our children into Satanists. Like we should take Sabrina Carpenter down. Like I just want to make it very clear. Like I don't want to take Sabrina Carpenter's right away from her. Right? Like I just want to make that really clear. You know what I mean? Like Sabrina Carpenter can do whatever she wants, but we're also allowed to form opinions based off our bubble. Like I'm coming to an opinion based off of my own personal values, but like you do you, queen, right? Like it's okay. Like you're allowed to have an opinion. I think it's all opinions. You know? Chet says, Brittany, I'll say this one more time in case you didn't see it. Miley Cyrus has a really good take on Sabrina. Oh, let me see. I don't know where. Let me see if I can find it really fast.
Cultural archetypes few reign as supreme.
Excuse me. Thank you. Miley Cyrus, Sabrina Carpenter.
Ariana says that there should be.
Oh, I don't want any copyrighted music.
Ariana says that there should be, the therapy.
No, there's too much copyrighted music, guys. If someone wants to link me a non-musical one, I can look at that. Discord said, okay, well, as a Sabrina listener, let's be clear. She does center men. She talks about men constantly. Discord says, I think her aesthetic is for the female, but the gaze is still male-centered. And there's nothing inherently wrong with being for the men if that's like who your audience is. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's fine. Like, it's fine if you're centering men. Like, you have to make the decision, but you can't be upset that this is the same thing that's happening with like Fletcher right now. Is that her name? Where like you build an audience that has an expectation of you and you give the audience something they didn't expect. And so they're upset with it. You got to get over it. Like this is the price of being an artist. Not everything's going to be a hit. You know what I mean? Chet said that's not her audience though, Brittany. Fine. Then people who are observing it. I just feel like why are we taking this all so personally? It's just a comment. It's just like a commentary around people's normal ass opinions. Do you know what I mean? Like, no one's asking for her to be deplatformed. What are we mad about? That someone has an opinion that disagrees with the artist? Like, what are we mad about for real? Do you know what I mean? I don't understand. Like, no one's asking for her deplatforming. Unless people were saying, like, deplatform Sabrina, then I'd be like, okay, then you just have an opinion. And we can and should discuss these things. We can and should discuss. You know what I mean? I feel like it's weird to say that we don't have the right to deconstruct Sabrina's work. Chet says, are we going to talk about the lyrics of the song? I mean, okay, but that's the other question. Do we need to hear the song? Right? Do we need to hear the song to have the discourse? Because that's the other question too. Is like, look, just the album cover alone, I was like, oh yeah, I'm not a fan of that. It's giving men the power at a time when women are like, femicide is up, women are targeted. I'm not into it. Right? So the question is, why should I have to listen to the song if the controversies around the album? Now, I did listen to the song. And I didn't like it. I didn't love the way she was mean in it. She's just mean. It's a mean song. And it didn't feel empowering to me. Like, look, maybe it's my bias, and it probably is, right? Because I do love Cardi and I do love Meg. And look, I don't know them as people, so I love their music, but their music to me can feel powerful and empowering without it feeling mean girl. Even though Cardi really does go for the throat sometimes, it doesn't feel sassy, catty, mean girl. Because remember that like mean girl status feels to me like white woman at the Regina George. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I don't understand Sabrina's whole aesthetic. I don't understand the aesthetic. I don't understand the vibe. It's just not for me giving self-aware. That's just so far. And again, coming from a person who doesn't watch Sabrina. So you have to understand my perspective. You have to be like, oh, that's interesting that this girl I like and I like her music and this is how I feel about it. Somebody who doesn't know her gets this impression of her. I wonder why that is. That's all I'm asking us to do is ask ourselves, why are we all coming away with such a different, a different perspective? Chat says mean to men. Mean in general? Like mean in general. Chat says letting your team put you in a Lolita photo shoot without knowing what it is supposedly is something. And look, she's denying it. I got a TikTok about it. She's denying it. But it is one of those things. Okay, this is Michaela Taylor. Let's look at her.
Respectability politics does not work. Men that don't respect women still don't respect women. Men that respect women still respect women after this album cover. It has changed nothing. It literally hasn't changed a singular thing. And I think actually the women that are policing Sabrina, saying like, oh, this is for the male gaze, whatever else, are just enforcing the patriarchy again. This is what we're talking about. Like, women get so much flack for even making fun of themselves. And now people are saying that she's promoting DV. Are y'all okay? Like, guys, there's a lot of things in society that trigger me as a DV victim, but I understand that is my own trauma. It doesn't mean that that was intentionally something that is harmful. It's just my own trauma. So if you see a man even like touch the ends of a woman's hair, and then now you think of DV, that is a trigger for you and a trauma that I understand. I really, really do. But that does not mean that the artist is now promoting DV. Like, guys, calm down. And I know a lot of mutuals are going to disagree with me, and that's okay. We can disagree. But I don't know when respectability politics has ever worked. Like, what? The whole point of the album cover is to call herself a bitch. And I think that's pretty cunt. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, so the man's best friend, i.e. bitch, it's satire. I don't really get it. Like, again, you understand that I'm able to bubble hop and agree with everyone's opinions and still form a different one, right? Like, I just want to be abundantly clear that I can see everyone's perspective, but the perspective changes the moment you take another person's perspective into consideration. Do you know what I mean? It's so subjective. Like, there's no objectivity here. It's only, what is your goal? What is the point for your work? What is your advocacy? All of it can be valid. Every TikTok I've shown has validity to it. It just might not be succinct with your values. So in my bubble, okay, this particular expression of art isn't my favorite. But hear me when I say this. It's not the hair pulling. It's not the man standing over her. It's not that she's on her knees. It's just this photo and the way that it hit me made me go, nah. But if somebody else did it in a different setting with different energy, I'd probably like it. Just because this piece of art wasn't it doesn't mean it was good or bad. It just means it wasn't for me. And maybe it wasn't for the era I'm in, and maybe it wasn't for my taste, but I'm allowed to critique it given my perspective, right? Like, it's just like, whatever. Like, man's best friend, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Like, it's like, just because you made art and it doesn't hit doesn't mean it's bad art, but also I'm not feeling it, and that's got to be okay. You got to be okay with people not feeling the art. And not every video is going to hit. Not every art piece is going to hit. And like, it's just what it is, right? It is what it is. Now, someone made this. It's just satire, right? Because that's what everyone keeps saying is Sabrina's being satirical. Me and the devil. Okay, right? Like, oh, it's satirical, but like, look at all this old, let me show it again. Hold on. So like, sometimes dinner just isn't ready on time. Maybelline, cover up, concealer, right? Like, yeah, a lot of fucking life is misogynistic. Like, life is racist. So when do you as a person get to express yourself without the burden of those bubbles? Never. Always. Never. Always. Never. I never get to come on stream and pretend that the world doesn't see me through their own lens. I never get to live in a world where people get to observe me with like a pure understanding of who I am. I know I will be judged. And that's why we need to question why we're judging in a particular way or why we're not judging in a particular way. Because not calling out Sabrina or calling out Sabrina is coming from a perspective, right? I am not opposed to people making amazing art that empowers women, but it's not going to empower all women because being a woman isn't a monolithic experience. It's the same way I feel like I love hijab sometimes. I'm like, man, I wish I could wear a hijab. But then the moment somebody's like, oh, I love that you're modest, I want to rip it off and walk through the streets naked. Don't tell me what to do. Okay? In an ideal, safe, genderless world, we would wear hijab without the judgment of, oh, good job, you're modest, or this is hurting women. It's just a fucking piece of cloth. But that piece of cloth represents so much more than you'll ever be able to exist. You cannot exist in a world where you just get to wear a burqa. You must be judged within the construct of what that burqa represents. We do not live in a world where you get to just exist. Which is why I ask you, and I encourage you to deconstruct the fact that you do exist outside of these constructs. You do exist outside of these constructs. And not to mention that some people would get mad at you for wearing hijab or burqa because they consider it cultural appropriation if you're not really a Muslim. You can't just wear things because the people who put a construct on it have now dictated your relationship with it. I mean, guys, we're literally like, you can't wear a certain hair. You can't look a certain way. You can't have a certain, we are putting limitations on all of ourselves because we don't exist in a vacuum. So I don't even understand what we're talking about. I don't know why you're shocked people are criticizing this album cover. I'm going to criticize Sabrina if she gets braids as well. Why? It's just a hairstyle because it says something. What are we talking about? Because you're a public figure and it says something. What are you acting like white women can't get braids without the context being in question? What do you mean a woman can't sit on her knees getting her hair pulled without it coming into question? Like, why are we even pretending that we don't sit here and pull apart every single thing a person does? Because it didn't just, you know, what? Sabrina with dreads. Yeah. Sabrina with locks. You know what I mean? It's like, why are we pretending that we're not going to criticize you for being like, I don't know if this is it. I don't know. So again, I love all the opinions, but I don't know why we're pretending that like there's not room for commentary here. But okay, next video.
Ancient feminist discourse. Let's talk about Sabrina and Sydney. Disclaimer, I am obviously a man, so if that's going to like occlude your ability to watch my video, please feel free to scroll. Second disclaimer, I do have a
Sorry, in case you're new to my audience, I really do think you exist outside of all these things. And I think your consciousness has no skin color or body or limitation or construct. And so like the person that you are outside of all of these things, know that you are valuable and lovely and beautiful and you do exist and you should be able to exist at home in the privacy in a safe space where the world's not going to come for you because they don't understand you. I'm not saying to hide. I'm saying to be free in your own home. But like you exist outside of all these constructs. But when you're playing within the constructs, then you have to be a little bit more vigilant or at least self-aware. And if you're not self-aware, people are going to make you self-aware.
a master's degree in sociology, so I'm not like giving my opinion because
Hold on, chat. Is this a guest? Says, man, this girl don't run a real chat. She just wants to say her opinions with no arguments. Girl, your prejudice shows. What did I say? Did I miss a chat you want me to read out loud? What did I say? If you want to have a commentary, do it. But girl, you know I can read your comments, right? You're not talking into the void. I can read your comments. I might miss your comments, but I can read them. You're talking to me right now in real time. Are you talking to me? She's showing the worst part of the man. The worst part of the man. Please read. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to somebody else? Sure, but you have to explain with words that it's not just for me. If you want to have conversation. Oh, are you talking to somebody else? Maybe you're talking to somebody else in chat. My bad. It sounds like you're talking to somebody else in chat. My bad. You keep going.
I don't think I need to give my opinion on this. I think that I'm going to do a little bit of a lit review. If you have not been in college for a long time, it's basically sort of looking at the literature that already exists to say what the scholars are saying so that we can have an overview of what's happening. Like I said, I have both my master's and my bachelor's in sociology. I studied under second wave feminists. So like this is something that people have literally been arguing since like the 1980s. The big split that caused the creation of the third wave of feminism in 1990 was this exact situation where a lot of people sort of, they call them the feminist wars and like the SEX wars and the PRN wars. I can't say the O, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? The belief that if you are a like sexual being and like you are in control of your agency, are you still operating under the patriarchy or do you have agency, right? That's what like the ultimate question always came down to. No one has an answer. They've been arguing about this since 1990. It's going to be almost 40 years of this. I will say one thing. I don't think Sabrina's album cover is successful satire, right? A lot of people in the comments are saying it's satire.
I agree. I don't think it's successful satire. And that's okay. Sometimes we miss the mark as artists. Not a big deal. I don't think it's successful satire because I still don't get the satire. I still don't get it. And the fact that you have to explain it to me 1,000 times, I'm not sure, I'm not getting it. But that's okay. Sometimes we miss the mark as artists.
You just don't get it.
Which, by the way, if I told you every time I missed the mark with my art, oh my God, it'd be embarrassing. I cannot tell you how many times I've missed the mark with my art and I've had to apologize, take it down, redo it because I missed the mark, right? There's a difference between hitting the mark and people not getting it and missing the mark and people don't get it. So that's okay if like it missed the mark.
Just don't get it. But if it is indistinguishable from the thing that's being satirized, then it is not effective satire, right? Like take one college class, they will tell you it doesn't work as satire if people don't know that you're joking. And that's not people being like,
Chet said, or maybe you missed the mark with her art. Yes, that's also possible that maybe I'm reading it incorrectly, but that's the point of art, is that it's not yours the moment it gets into someone else's subconscious. Your art does not belong to you the moment somebody else consumes it, because your art is for the consumer. You can say it's for you, but Sabrina makes art that's consumable. So it's for us. And we're allowed to be displeased with the consumption of the art. Like, that's it. Like, you can say I missed the mark, but I'm also allowed to not like it. You're acting like not liking it is like a bad take. Like, I'm allowed to not like the Mona Lisa. I'm allowed to not like it. You know what I'm saying? Chet says, or it's for her and we all just happen to be consume it. Girl, with peace and love, you are so... Wait, Brittany, calm down. How far up capitalism's ass are you right now? Please be so for real. I'm so sorry. With peace and love, you're living in a capitalistic world that is funneling thousands, if not millions of dollars of an artist into your subconscious, and you think it's just Sabrina being an artist? With peace and love. That is... Capitalism is in your bloodstream, girl, but with peace and love.
Like pretentious or anti-intellectual, that's literally the definition.
With peace and love.
If people don't know that you are making fun of them, then you're not making fun of them. You are literally just like repeating what they are saying. People have been talking about this forever, as I've already said, but like I think my point, the point of this video is that in sociology, I always say this, sociology is the study of the macro, not the micro. So a lot of people think that when they make decisions, they are doing it as themselves, right? As
I love him.
Which is fine. All of us are individuals. The problem is that when you ladder them up and you like zoom out a little bit and you start to see these larger overall patterns, then you say, oh, that's interesting. To move us away from feminist examples, people get very, very defensive of their individual choices and they like sort of are unable to realize what they're doing is problematic or like deemed wrong in the larger overall society because they think that they are making the choice is their own to make and they're not realizing the larger overall effects.
Chat says, girl, don't put a man on to talk. With peace and love, no misandry in my chat. Gender is a construct and no one even exists as a man or a woman, okay? So like this idea that a man can't speak on it, like wrong, but also he's not just a man. He already gave his credibility. He already gave his background, his education. So with peace and love, I'm not even looking at a man right now. I'm looking at somebody who's deconstructing and I'm here for it. Thank you. But also like, relax.
Two big examples where you can immediately see people get defensive about this in American culture. People are so weird about this. Racial preferences in dating. If you bring it up, people get so weird, especially white Americans. Two, when you talk about weight, right? Like if you ask someone, if you really drill down, it takes like 4 questions. I used to do this all the time in grad school. 4 questions and you can get right to the bottom of it. Why is it important to you to be like the skinniest person in the world, right? Why is it important to you to be skinny? And then you get into the larger overall power structures where you say, well, I don't want to be treated badly or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's like, okay, so you understand that this isn't necessarily like kosher to say like this, there's a problem here. But because you were saying it and you're like, well, I'm not everyone, I'm not speaking for everyone, then you're like, oh, I'm allowed to say this. You can see where I'm going with this, right? If you were raised in a culture, they used to call it R culture like 20 years ago when I was first on the internet, you know what the R stands for. When you were raised in a culture where the abuse and degradation of women is standard and commonplace and sold and commodified, right? Think about CSI, think about Criminal Minds, think about all these shows.
Ooh, don't even get me started. Okay, hold on, chat. Maybe, okay, look. Okay, I saw your reply. You said with peace and love, sis, which with peace and love, that meme will never die. They can occur simultaneously. I'm not saying why it appears as though you deviate to firm binary constructs. Things can be layered and nuanced, and it's okay. Maybe we're missing each other. I'm autistic. Maybe it's the way that I talk. You think I'm being black and white. I feel like y'all are being black and white. You're saying you either have to love her or you're a bad person. And I'm saying it's okay to like her and it's okay not to like her. I feel like I'm bringing the nuance because I'm saying it's okay to not like it and it's okay to like it. You're criticizing me for saying I missed the mark because I don't like it. How are you not black and whiting it right now? And maybe we're just speaking past each other. Again, to say it again, you can like her art or not like her art. Period. Like, it's just how you consume art is subjective to you. Like, and how people are consuming it is subjective to them. I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? So like I'm a little confused. Like, I just don't know why you're critiquing me if I'm saying it's okay to like her art. What do you, just because I didn't like it? Shet says, I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm here for the chat because I really enjoy you, girly. I must have misunderstood you or something. I felt like you were coming for my opinion and I was trying to clarify, but now it feels like you're calming down and I'm calming down. I don't know what's happening, but I appreciate you. And I'm going to say we probably missed each other a little bit in the chat. No problemo. Okay, go back to our sociologist here.
True crime, a genre that is built on the backs of like women's bodies, right? This is what Americans think of as entertainment. If you are raised in that culture, if you are steeped in that culture, we are all lobsters and frogs in the pot. It is very hard for people to see themselves outside of the pot. So when you say, I am choosing to be the lobster in the pot, I'm choosing to be the victim or whatever, you are not necessarily saying it as like yourself sometimes. Sometimes you become an avatar. And that's, I think, what's happening here, where Sabrina is not speaking as Sabrina, the person, right? She has now become...
She's a brand. She's not herself. I don't know Sabrina. We don't know the real Sabrina. We only know the brand. Filtered, marketing teams, all of that stuff, right?
Larger, and that's why we're all having this conversation. To bring it back to what I was saying earlier, sort of like with racial preferences.
And also, chat, great point. Like Chad said, I'd like her song. I think her songs are not that deep. I might be wrong. Like, I feel her songs are just built to be trending and appeal to the mass public, which is also based. Like, genuinely, I never would have cared about any of this until TikTok made it trending. And I was like, oh, I want to talk about this. But like, I would talk about it in my own home with my own partner. So this is the kind of conversation I would have in private with my partner. Like, what do you think about this album cover? I'm not like excited about it. And they'd be like, oh yeah, like blah, 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 their opinion here. Okay. But because TikTok made it a thing, now I'm making it a thing because like fun, but also I would have had this opinion had it not gone viral, but I wouldn't have had it in like a way that maybe I would have thought to make a video about it because like, I don't really care because like I'm used to it. It's capitalism. It's a marketing campaign. She's just trying to go viral. She's trying to make good songs that are TikTok friendly. Who cares? Right? Like I'm not sitting there assuming Sabrina is like, I'm an artist who's, I really care. Like I really fucking doubt Sabrina Carpenter gives a fuck about her art. No offense. She just feels like Logan Paul, but a girl. Disney kid, grown up, who like raps. Like, let me say this again with peace and love. Nobody gets that famous without a plan. Okay, and if you got a plan under capitalism to become this famous, yeah, it's like Taylor Swift. No offense, not the kind of feminist for me. Nothing against Taylor, wish her the best, but her feminism is just not that, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's not for me, but like, you do you, girl. You can love her red lipstick, dating every worst man ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do you, but like, it's not for me, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be for me it's okay. You know what I mean? No, don't say, not like, guys, when I say Logan Paul, I don't mean like 1-to-1 ratio. I mean like, was he a child star, young person? I think Jake Paul was the Disney kid. Young person, moved into Hollywood, figuring out her identity. She's only 26. That's what I mean. I don't mean that she's like Logan Paul goes to the Japanese suicide forest and like films a dead person. Different categories. I'm talking about the category of like young kid into fame, because Sabrina was a Disney kid, right? That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Wait, chat had me gagging. Chat says, but it's no hostility from my end, sis. LOL, I'm just realizing my Adderall kicked in, so I may have come off a little too intense with my stances here in chat. You know, girl, relatable. You just wait till I get my Adderall. Once I'm popping these pills for ADHD, you just bet I'm going to be even sassier than normal, okay? All is good. All is good. Thank you for the communication. So, yeah, Jake Paul was a Disney kid. So Jake Paul, whatever. The point, like the way I look at people and categorize them is like, oh, what's the vibe we're going for in terms of making it? Listen, when I say this, and I know nobody will believe me, because no matter how many times I've seen content creators say it, people never believe them. If I was better at playing the game, I would be rich and famous. But to do it, you have to do things that don't feel good. You have to do things that make it for the population. So when Sabrina claps back at this controversy and says, my songs about sex are the ones you like the most, so I'm going to keep making them. She is telling you, yeah, I'm making songs that the audience wants to hear. Process that and digest that. She is following the money, the numbers. So I think people are critical, but we consume differently than we're critical. I don't believe in harming an innocent life, but you voted for Trump. I don't believe in killing innocent living creatures, but you eat meat. I don't believe in XYZ. Like we hold values and beliefs, but we consume differently than those values and beliefs. Mostly because there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. But on top of that, you have to understand that like Sabrina is a creation of the market and she's appealing to that market. I just saw a news story that was like, oh, summer hits for the summer are struggling. Last year's songs are on the top 100, but Sabrina Carpenter just broke through. She's just trying to get on the top 100. She's trying to get on the top 100. She's trying to get on the top 100. She's trying to get on the top 100. That's valid. Let the girl pop off. Let her enjoy her music. But she's, you know, it's okay. It's just like we're making it like deeper than it is. And that's why I love this video here. He's saying like, we think we're making choices, but like, do you even know you're making a choice? And this goes back to not Dabrowski. This goes back to Sapolsky's idea of determined and free will. And like, do we even have the free will to make the choice? Do we even have the choice? I'll guarantee you when I trace back my kinks or BDSM or what I'm doing with my life, I can try to separate what's like trauma based and what's like, oh, it just sounds fun based, what was maturity based, what was immaturity. And I recommend you do that with your life. Do I like this because it makes me feel empowered? Is it empowering? This goes back to that white lady who said Meg Thee Stallion's music is her fight music. Maybe she just meant it's the music that pumps me up for the day. Or maybe she meant that a Black woman rapping makes her think of violence. Who knows? You know, Meg Thee Stallion's music makes me feel empowered, but also makes me want to work out because I watch her gym girly videos. But maybe for somebody else, you know what I mean? It's like we're all coming from very different perspectives is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's finish out this video.
And with like weight and stuff, or like if the nose job conversation that Black TikTok was having a couple of weeks ago, if you try to interrogate these desires and these beliefs, people are unable to sort of separate them, and they
Whoa! Okay, chatter, are you just like transphobic? You said if another person did it, you may like it. If a trans person did it, you wouldn't mind, but if a woman can do it, she cannot report. What a man do if she was a public, suddenly she became a bad woman. Are you transphobic, bro? Are you literally in my fucking chat being transphobic and a misandrist? You are. You're a TERF, aren't you? You're giving TERFy vibes. See, not all feminists are intersectional. Are you one of those TERFs? You sound TERFy. You assumed what I meant. You put a lot of energy into it. And trans women are women. So what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? With peace and love, I'm just going to block you ahead of time because this is my religious month. Okay, June is my religious. Don't come at me mocking my religion in my own chat, girl. LGBTQIA, here to stay. Thank you so much.
They say, well, leave me alone. If you ask someone, why is it important for you to be like the hottest, sexiest baby that's ever lived? They're going to say, well, it's my choice, right? I'm allowed to want this. And then it's like, sure, but what is society telling you about this choice? There's also the like BDSM element of it. There's a lot of theory in queer theory, and like the queer community and BDSM and queer people are always fighting about this, because there again is this element of like, if I am choosing to be abused or degraded or whatever, then it is my choice, right? But again, if we live in a society that glorifies abuse and degradation, then is it really your choice, right? Like if you are wanting the thing that society is telling you you want, do you really want it? Again, to bring it back to an earlier conversation, if society is constantly telling you you have to be
Like, why was 50 Shades of Grey so scrutinized by the BDSM community? Because it was abuse. I remember I was dating a girl who was my top at the time, and my friend was like, oh my God, is this the kind of relationship you're in right now? And I read 50 Shades of Grey and I was like, no, this is very stupid. And why did we criticize 50 Shades of Grey even though it sold like 50 million copies or whatever it sold? Because it was abusive, not because it was kinky. We weren't kink shaming. We were abuse shaming. That's why. So, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we're allowed to criticize things that inherently feel like it missed the mark. But everyone was like, oh, but you're kinky yourself. What's wrong if it's kinky in a book? Look, I've read thousands of books, and I go back and I think of all the books I read, how many of them are just rape scenes? You know what I mean? A woman wrote it. Not only did a woman write it as if women, guys, women uphold the patriarchy, especially white women and religious women. Religious women of color and white women uphold patriarchy. All women uphold patriarchy. Me too. I've done it. My partner is all misogyny, and I call my partner out misogyny. We do this in our own marriage. I'm like, oh, misogyny. And like, oh, you know, because like we are always fighting our own prejudices. Oh, this. And we're like, oh, deconstruct. So like, don't come for me right now. Be like, a woman wrote it as if, and now that you're saying that in any particular way. But not only did that woman write it, but it used to be a fan fiction of Edward and Bella Swan. Edward and Bella Swan. You know? Hello? Chat says, if Sabrina was a man, would she be a simp? Is that bad? Simping is always bad. No good simping, guys. Simping is inherently a toxic dynamic. Some dynamics are inherently toxic. Like trad wives. I said what I said. I said what I said.
The skinniest, sexiest person in the world, and then you say, I want to be the skinniest, sexiest person in the world, it is very hard for people to see where that choice is happening. And again, sorry that I made this small, but people have been trying to square this in the BDSM community. This is like a feminist analysis of BDSM, and people are really, really trying, because it's hard to realize that the things that you want are not like kosher. And Andrea Dworkin wrote about this in 1982 when she said that all BDSM is evil and like should be destroyed. Obviously, there are two extremes in between this, but like this is a conversation that a lot of people have been having for a long time. This video is already very long. Think about what I said. I am not going to say anything further, but like, think about this.
Love that. And I think there's something to be said. I don't think porn is inherently abusive, though I think porn industries are inherently misogynistic. I don't think, and look, I have conversations with my sex worker friends over this, and I'll often say to them, why do you create work that is geared towards a male audience? And it's because the men pay the most, period. Right? Like men have a lot of money. So like because they have the capital, right? We live under a patriarchy. So women will give it to men, but the exchange of that money when you have a male-centered audience is abuse. One of the reasons I'm so happy my audience is 70% women, even on my OnlyFans, it's a majority like gender neutral, it's like pretty gender mixed, and I make less money on OnlyFans as an example, or I make less money even on YouTube because female audiences touch grass. We volunteer. We're too busy to watch YouTube all day. Boys make more money on YouTube because boys are out chronically online more. But I didn't want to come to work being abused every day. I'd rather have a woman in my chat that I'm arguing with than a man in my chat who thinks he's entitled to abusing me because he's a man and I'm a woman. So again, when you make a decision in your life, you have to make the decision for what you think the outcome might be, and you might miss the mark. If I, Brittany, made this piece of art now, it would feel like I missed the mark. Genuinely, it'd be like, damn, I'm up here making this this content. I'm talking about women. I'm talking about femicide. I'm talking about all these things. I am very cautious about how I curate my OnlyFans. I'm very cautious about comments I delete on my Instagram. I'm very cautious about I'm very cautious about how I show up in the world more and more every day, because I am hopefully trying to make some sort of a subjective impact for the better, right? I don't think Sabrina is necessarily trying to do that, which means I don't hold her to that standard, but I might use her as an example of what maybe isn't great right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not saying that she has to do anything. And look, somebody brought up Britney Spears' Slave for You, which I've heard in commentary videos as well. I love Britney Spears. I love that song. I love that music. Britney is for the gays and the girls. Yes, men loved Britney Spears, and Britney Spears catered to men's gaze most of her career until she didn't. Notice that men think Britney Spears is ugly now, while the gays still go to her concerts and support her. The girls and the gays have never abandoned Britney, but men sure did. Men sure abandoned her the moment she wasn't fuckable anymore. And that's why I work really hard to keep the gays and the girls happy, because the girls and the gays don't abandon you the way men do the moment you're unfuckable. Okay? So if Sabrina wants to continue keeping the girls and the gays, she can take note. She doesn't have to do it. She doesn't have to listen. She doesn't have to care. She is very, very famous. She is very, very famous. But she cannot be upset that some factions of the queer community or of the girl community are like, this isn't it for me. But I wish you the best, girl. Okay? Like, I wish you the best. That's it. Like, you can feel any way you want about it. But, you know, she didn't make that in a vacuum. She didn't create that art in a vacuum. Okay? Chat says, Brittany, I think it's specifically girls, probably cis girls, like who are upset, you mean? Facts, girl, she doesn't have to deconstruct, but we don't need to support her. Exactly. Like, she doesn't have to do anything. But maybe, you know, it's like Hillary Clinton, you know, you like grow up liking Hillary because she's like a feminist, and then you drop off Hillary because she's like, I don't know, a terrorist. Like, I told my friend, I was like, hey, if you're on the dating apps, a great first question is ask them if they like Joe Biden. If they say yes, be like, what do you think about Palestine? And then if they say a bad, just dump them. Red flag, liberal, red flag. And my friend's like, I don't think I'm as progressive as you. I was like, oh, you would date somebody who liked Joe Biden? And they were like, well, I don't know. Like, at least they're liberal. I was like, So I'm like very progressive. I'm like, oh, different vibes. For some people, liking Joe Biden is the sign of a liberated mind. For me, I'm like, I don't know about that. You know what Okay? It is what it is. Okay. Let me see. I still have more TikToks, so we're not even done, girls. Let me pull them up, though. So this video, this video, this video, this video, is this video. This video, this video. Let's go with these ones first. Okay. Some, we love her video essayist. This is, I think her name is May, right? We know her from YouTube. Let's go with her.
I feel like there's a lot of discourse about Sabrina Carpenter and whether or not she's performing for the female gaze, the male gaze, whatever. I really didn't really care what she was doing. I like her music. I just don't really follow her that closely. And so I wasn't like that bothered by her performance of like this Betty Boop caricature. But
Ooh, wait, Maiden in the chat says, to me, the album cover is very, very hetero. I agree with that, which means it's, you know, but patriarchy depends on heterosexuality. I wonder if the heterosexual women are more okay with it, with men's bad behavior because they are attracted to men. Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Please, 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 don't prove I'm right. The heterosexual women really be suffering. They really are suffering.
But I did really dislike the recent album cover that came out because I think as an adult woman, you can do whatever you want, you know? Like, I don't believe she's not feminist for wanting to be degraded sexually. I don't care what she wants to do sexually.
Oh, actually, and great point for the way that Sabrina is mean to men. Sabrina is mean to men the way toxic women are mean to men. I don't like it. I don't think you should be mean to men. Now, I don't mean men who are toxic. You can be mean to Andrew Tate any day. I'm not going to stop you, girl. But if you're just mean to men for existing, that's just like, you're mean. Why are you mean? Like, I want to deconstruct gender. I'm not mean to men because they're men. I'm mean to misogynists because they're misogynists. Like, I'm mean to Andrew Tate because he's an abuser and a rapist. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a difference. So I found her music to be very kind of like mean towards women or men. Well, she's also a toxic person. So I'm confused at her music. Like it's giving Wizard the Liz the Wizard, where it's like, I'm going to teach you to be a woman who like never trusts a man and always think a man is less than her. Like deconstruct gender, like deconstruct the gender, like, but you don't have to. Like you don't have to, but you should, but you don't have to. And I just feel like, yeah, I don't want to be mean to men just simply because they're men, but I will be mean to an abusive person, you know, but like you do you.
Personally, I just don't care. I don't care what anyone wants to do, as long as it's safe, consensual, yada, yada. I think the problem is that
safe and consensual.
Young
safe and consensual is a very interesting word. What does it mean to consent to something you don't even understand the context of? You know?
Fans, in which Sabrina has quite a number of them, like, they're seeing.
Okay, I'll give you an example because chat's like, is she that mean? Okay, in the song Manchild, she goes, "Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb?" That's a joke. She goes, "Are you slow?" Like, unless you're joking with your friends, like, "Hey, are you slow, bro?" How is that not the meanest thing you could say to somebody? Like, and ableist, but like, also, why are you saying that to somebody? Like, you're the one dating them. So are you slow for dating the slow? Like, what are you trying to imply? Are you taking advantage of them because you're saying they're intellectually like disabled? So aren't you the abuser because you keep picking these intellectually disabled men and taking advantage of them? Or are you saying that they're childlike because their moms didn't raise them right? So you're just trying to say that he's immature and unreliable. I'm confused. Like, it depends on what perspective you're coming from. That's all I'm saying. I don't like it. Like, I don't know why you, with all your money and privilege and access, would choose these lyrics out of all the lyrics you could have done. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I don't know. Like, I don't get it. But I'm not saying, like, again, with your friends joking around into the clothes, that's fine. But she's a public figure making a public song to be consumable and lyric, like, said after. Like, I'm assuming people are going to sing the song. Chad says, I think it's meant to be tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, that's fine. Just not for me. I don't get it. I'm not saying to deplatform her. I'm not saying to take her money away. I don't care. I'm not calling her out. I'm not calling it a slur either. It's derogatory, but I don't think it's a slur. I'm not saying, I think words are constructs, guys. So I, Britney, do not care that she made this album. I, Britney, also feel a need to be critical of it in relation to my own values. But that's it. You know what I mean? I'm just not a fan. And I think that's okay. Like, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not, I don't like the way you expressed yourself, but like, you do you.
These things, and it could be like an in-joke for women, but then the outcome.
Yes, Chet says, let's not forget it's trendy to be a hater, which is exactly why I love that video about like, you're not Regina George, you're just George. It might be trendy to be a mean girl, but at some point you're just a mean fucking bitch. And same thing with like, oh, it's so funny to make a misogyny joke until you realize like all your humor is misogyny and therefore are you not just a misogynist? Like it's all fun and games to make a little tongue-in-cheek joke until it becomes your whole personality. So be careful.
Is that many of them will probably be performing these behaviors for men. They may not have either like the maturity, the education to know you have to be having lots of like conversations, lots of like unsexy conversations before you can get to the point of like sexual degradation.
Hold on. Discord said, now I'm lost. Her whole premise is being mean to men that are toxic while acknowledging that she is also toxic for engaging with them. So it's a sad song. Is it a sad song or is it a summer bop? Is it sad? Someone said, as somebody that dated a man-child, it seemed like a lighthearted, relatable, tongue-in-cheek song. I also dated a man-child. It was not lighthearted. It was really fucking toxic and sad. It was like the worst time of my life. Do you know what I'm saying? And it was really sad to come into a realization that I was toxic enough to be in those relationships to begin with. Maybe for me, it's not funny. Like for me, it was too serious of a time in my life. So when I watch it, I'm like, this isn't funny. This is like really sad. But maybe that's because she's not experiencing like abuse or like, yeah, I didn't think it, I just thought it was cruel all around. Like one of the things I want to make it clear is like, just because I dated abusive people, I didn't think it was good to treat them badly. I didn't try to treat my partner badly. You know what I mean? I tried to was trying to fix that. I was trying to fix my relationships. I was trying to save my relationships. So it's kind of sad, you know? Just as we all cope differently. Hey, that's the truth. And that's okay too. Again, that's okay too. Like, if that's the feeling, that's the feeling. You know what I mean? Like, that's okay. Oh, you like Pumped Up Kicks. That's so true. Pumped Up Kicks. That song's about shooting. That's a great point. You know that Pumped Up Kick song, that song we all love to sing as a bop, is about shooting, is about it's about a murder, like a, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Chet says, then how do you feel about Drew Afawalo from that lens? Drew Afawalo bullies mean men. Like, she bullies toxic boys on the internet who like wish death upon her. I don't give a fuck if she bullies those men. It's not good. Like, okay, Drew Afawalo, for where she is in her life, is doing what she needs to do. But Drew Afawalo, healed and actualized, isn't going to do this work anymore. So that's the other thing I need to understand. You guys need to understand. From Brittany's perspective, I meet everybody where they're at. The work I am doing now will seem very silly to me in 20 years. The work I am doing now will feel very immature and silly to me in 20 years. But it's what I can produce right now because it's where I'm at in my life. But just like the content I produced 10 years ago looks so silly and immature to me now and lacking of wisdom, yeah, in 20 years, I'm going to look at this work the same way because I'm going to grow. But it's really, really good work for exactly where I am right now. It's really good work for where I am right now. It's like life-changing work for me where I am right now. But it's not where I'm going to stay, girl. And so, yeah, Drew Afawalo is making Hassan Piker is making exactly the work he needs to make right now, but I hope he eventually grows up. I hope we all grow up one day. So, yeah, like none of our work should be stagnant. None of us are right perfectly right now. I'm wrong somehow right now. And in 10 years, I'll tell you in exactly which way I was wrong about this video. But for right now, this is where I am. Right? This is what I am feeling. This is how I am processing. This is what I'm expressing. But I guarantee you, we should watch this video in 5 years from now and see where I disagree with myself in. Right? And that's the point. You know, I just don't think inherently we should be hateful or toxic, but I can see why some people are playing that role right now. I can see why I even play that role sometimes. But I overall don't actually think it's how we are best. I just think it's where we are, you know? Okay.
Degradation, you know? Now, is it Sabrina's responsibility to be having those conversations, to be watching over her fans in that way? Like, I don't know. Because I also think that's a lot of unfair pressure, and a lot of this education does have to come from the people in these fans' lives. But I also think that, like, being a mega pop star, you do have to be a little bit more aware of the kind of optics that you're putting out and how those things can be misconstrued by younger people. And it's worth your discernment to be a bit more.
And for that person who said, I thought Chaperone was the mean girl, Chaperone's not mean, she's blunt. There's a difference. She's not mean. She's not abusing people or I haven't seen all of her content, but from what I've seen of her, she doesn't seem to need to step on men to get ahead. But Sabrina's whole theme seems to be stepping on men to get ahead. She's the goddess, they're servants, she's objectifying their bodies. Have you guys seen Arcane? We just finished season 1, and one of the most badass characters, who's a woman, highly masculine, really badass. I love her. I want her physique so bad. I think she's disgusting in the way she treats her lovers because she demeans them and objectifies them and belittles them. Love her though, vibes, but like she's really bad. But like, love her vibes. You know what I mean? Like, she's kind of like a bad person, which is kind of interesting. You know what I mean? It's the black girl's mother, the black politician, her mother. Mbessa, is that her name? The mother. I love her, right? I love her, but she's kind of bad. She's bad politically. Yeah, she's so badass. I want her physique so badly. But I didn't like the way she treated her lovers. And I'm like, yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, her little twink, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I don't like how people objectify partners. Like, you know what? I don't like that. Oh, like, look at this piece of meat, or look at this young twink, or like, look at this man. Like, I don't like it. But, you know, love her physique, goals, hashtag goals, you know?
More careful.
Oh, that's it. Okay, what a funny place to pause. Thank you for that. Okay. Oh, Khadijah, love Khadijah. Okay, love them. Here they go.
Whole Sabrina Carpenter thing. Question for y'all. If Sabrina was a rapper, would y'all be as disturbed or bothered or upset by this imagery? If she was a Megan Thee Stallion.
Okay, hold on. I don't understand Khadijah's argument here, actually. I pre-watched this. I'm not getting the argument because the imagery is usually very different. But I agree that if a rapper had made the specific cover, I would have had the same critique for the misogyny in it. But has anyone done that? Because I was thinking about Nicki. I remember when Nicki Minaj's album came out, everyone was pissed about it, but it's just her on the cover, mind your business. But like, have they done that? Because I would like to see it, because I think it would just be as misogynistic. So who's she talking? Not she, sorry. Who are they talking to right now? Khadijah's a they. Who are they talking to? Because is there an album cover where a woman is on her knees and a man is pulling her hair? Because like, I would say misogyny, right? Like, I think Khadijah's trying to make the point that like, it's a white woman, so white fragility, or like white fragile women are like meant to be protected. Yeah, but like, I agree, but who's Khadijah making the commentary to? That's why I keep getting lost in the conversation. Is Khadijah talking to conservatives? Chat says, when Khadijah talks to y'all, they're talking to people that haven't deconstructed at all. Oh, that could make a lot of sense, actually. Okay, then I'm, because 100. Then I'm 100. Okay, got it. Khadijah's right.
Type. Not even. Because Megan Thee Stallion's 5'11", thick and fine, right? Let's say she's like a Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim was like barely 5 foot, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Same
5'1" girlies.
Sort of size, petite, all that sort of stuff.
No. Chet said, what about the WAP? Or do they forget the WAP discourse? Right. But the WAP discourse was mainly from conservatives. See, WAP is like very specific too. I really like WAP in general. But I love Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi as artists, not as people, because I don't know them as people, but as artists, I like them. Oh, Discord said I interpreted it as talking to progressives who may not have deconstructed race. I could see that too. Okay.
Stuff, but the way she rapped and talked about men was in a very specific, but also still very hypersexual way. A lot of y'all, and myself included, look at Sabrina Carpenter as like a Dolly Parton, maybe Jane Mansfield, Marilyn Monroe type leading into.
Yeah, but all of them suffer from internalized misogyny and were victims under the patriarchy. Like, all of those women were victims under patriarchy and found a way through it, but they still suffered and helped perpetuate patriarchal stereotypes, including Dolly, who I love Dolly. But like, why are we pretending like Dolly didn't also maintain and uphold the patriarchy by utilizing the bimbo aesthetic? Like, I, again, love Dolly, but like, you know what I mean? And she, even when she was young and she was in films, would try to take feminist stands in the films. But I mean, just being a country star is interacting and gravitating towards more racist and patriarchal bubbles. Do you know what I mean? I think that's, I don't know. I'm finding this very interesting, this idea. Like, why are we comparing it when all women prior to this were suffering and deconstructing patriarchy? You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we acknowledging that, like, no one's going to get it right because we're all still suffering under patriarchy? We're not going to get it right. We're suffering under patriarchy, you know?
The sexuality, but they're aware of the fact that sex sells. Dolly Parton once said that, like, along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of like, it's a money-making joke, so she may as well have fun. She knows she doesn't have to have the boobs and the whatever. She does it because it's fun. It's an individualistic sort of idea of what a woman gets to do with her body, for sure.
I think about it like the plastic surgery era, where even Nicki Minaj was told by, I think, Lil Wayne, if I'm correct, to get a BBL because the men would like it. You want to talk about Nicki being powerful when Nicki Minaj is infamous for supporting abusive men and upholding the patriarchy? You know what I mean? Like, just think about that. And it's okay if you're in a capitalistic, I'm not saying it's ethically okay, FYI, but it makes sense if you're in a capitalistic mindset where you're like, I want to make as much money as possible. What do I have to do to appeal to the most masses? I'm going to get a BBL. Like Kim Kardashian. Like all these people that are like, how do I make the most money possible, get the most eyes on me, be the most famous? Well, then you're doing whatever it takes, no matter what, at the expense of anybody, right? I loved Nicki, but I, like chat, also kind of stopped listening to her when she got married to that predator because I was like, oh my God, Nikki, no, I can't. It's like tainted for me. And I love when Nikki says singing Starships pisses her off because she hates that fucking song, but everyone loves it the most. And I love when Cardi B says, I hate making PG raps of my music because I just want to be authentic. I love when authenticity comes out, but let's not pretend that both these women have a history of being, you know, upholding the patriarchy, being in abusive, toxic relationships and justifying it. And then of course, like even being transphobic, right? So like, I don't know why we're sitting here and pretending like because you're a woman or because you're this or because like all of us need to deconstruct, myself included, all the time, right? Chad says, how can you not participate if your bubble is upheld by the patriarchy? Well, it's just like no ethical consumption under capitalism. You harm, reduce. You're not trying to be perfect. You're trying to be less bad. So first we have to start off realizing we all participate in badness. And then we have to participate in less badness as we get older. That's it. Like, that's the only thing you can really do, right? Now, Chet said something about men being upset that the video was offensive to them. I don't care about those men. I haven't heard those takes, but all those men can suck a dick because I don't care about any of those people. But like, if men are really upset with Sabrina Carpenter's video, like, oh, it hurt their feelings, those men I don't care about. Because those men aren't having real discussions about why it hurt their feelings. Now, if they told me they deconstructed, went to therapy, and had a realization of why it hurt their feelings, we could have a conversation. But since those men are just upset that they were the butt of the joke, I don't care about their opinions. See how that works? I don't care about your opinion if you haven't gone to therapy and deconstructed. Thank you.
I think Sabrina Carpenter leads into this because she is in an isolated bubble where she can play around with her sexuality, but so can a Megan Thee Stallion. I've said this. When she came out with her Thought Shit video, yeah, I was dancing and shaking ass. But we also had to remember that just because Megan Thee Stallion could do it, or Lil' Kim, or Foxy Brown, or any of those girls.
Yeah, but Lil' Kim was under major scrutiny for her infamous Little Mermaid or her mermaid outfit. I remember everyone being so upset about that, but I just thought it was so like fashion based, right? Chad says, as a film girly, I thought the video was super visually interesting. Do you mean Sabrina's Man-Child? I also thought it was visually very interesting, very stimulating. It felt like a trailer for a movie that I was about to see that I didn't get to see. I loved the video as a video, though I didn't like the video as a message. Does that make sense? I liked the video as a video, but I didn't like it as a message. I didn't like the message, but I liked the video, if that makes sense.
Doesn't mean that every other woman can. But I find that a lot of y'all, and I'm gonna say, white women, a lot of y'all are very okay and quick to get upset with Sabrina Carpenter and criticize her in the name of feminism. But y'all were singing WAP and totally fine with Black women being hypersexualized.
I found it to be different. I'm not sure if Khadijah means that category, but Meg and Cardi are older. Their music feels more toppy to me. And none of them were on their knees for a man. They were on their knees for each other, which felt very queer because Cardi's bisexual. I don't know if Meg is bisexual. Guys, tell me. It's interesting. I felt differently, but I wonder what Khadijah, and I think what Khadijah is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Khadijah is saying the white women who are complaining are not coming to the defense of Black women. They're only coming to the defense of white women. And then that way I agree with Khadijah. Is that what Khadijah is saying? So I understand? Because then I 100% agree that the white women that are there to defend Sabrina against patriarchy, but not Black women, bullshit. Right? That's what she's saying. Are we all on the same page? Meg was 25 when WAP came out. Shut up. I did not know that. Love her. Meg is bisexual too. Okay. I felt like WAP was very gay, but maybe I'm wrong. When I watch WAP, I'm getting gay vibes. So I love that. And also I can't believe she was only 25. Holy shit. I love her. She's only 30 now. So that makes, was WAP 5 years ago? WAP was 5 years ago? Whoa. Whoa. That's crazy. 5 years ago, Ben Shapiro was crying over his wife's dry pussy. Whoa. That's a joke. I'm sorry. That was probably not appropriate for this topic today. But whoa. I think Sabrina is 26 right now. Chad says, why is submission seen as degrading? I don't know. Well, I'll tell you this. Submission traditionally was seen as degrading because it was secondary to the primary. So if you were submissive in any other context than a consensual, safe, sane, and consensual kink relationship, you were basically seen as like a property to the dom or the ownership or the patriarchal husband or the leader. You are cannon fodder for the leader. You're object to the leader. You are owned by leader. So submission And it's the way we've used it for so long has only a negative connotation. It's being reclaimed. We're reclaiming submission as something powerful. And the difference between a progressive who's reclaiming submission and a conservative is light years away, girls. Be very fucking careful, because trad wives on TikTok are reclaiming submission in a way that progressive women are not. And that's what you got to ask yourself. How do you know what Sabrina is? How do you know who she's claiming it for? Now, people are mad on both ends, so it didn't hit either community. The fact that traditional people are upset and progressives are upset tells me that, who were you aiming for? Centrist liberal white women. Centrist liberal white women, centrist liberal white women, centrist liberal white women who voted for Hillary Clinton and you know, I was going to say Bill Clinton, but that doesn't make sense. But you know what I mean? Like, who was it for? And it's for most people. Most people are centrists. Most people are not extreme left or right. They're not progressive and they're not traditional. They're somewhere in the middle. And it hit perfect. That's the majority of viewers on the radio. It's the majority of Americans. It's the majority of voters. It's the majority of people you see in the world. So yeah, she went for the biggest target audience and she got them. I think the video has 26 million views in like less than a few days. Okay, cool. You know, Discord said that's exactly who I thought her target was. She seemed liberal, not progressive. 100% seems liberal, not progressive. But that's okay. Right? Chet says, I think anything can be powerful if it is your choice. I disagree. This is very interesting because this is where choice politics comes into the conversation. I disagree. I don't think every choice you make can be empowering because that toxic relationship you're still in is not empowering whether or not you chose to be there. I know you keep telling yourself it is powerful. I know you keep telling yourself that you don't understand him the way I understand him. I know you're telling yourself like this job I'm in, this relationship I'm in, this thing I'm doing. I know you all feel like it's a choice, but the question is like, is it the choice alone that makes it empowering? I don't think so. Right? I think you have to deconstruct, is it actually empowering or have I been convinced it's empowering? Right? And that's up to you too. Like, all of it is up to you in the end. But it's not just about that choice feminism. I don't think, remember when my mom asked me, why can't I be a feminist? You can be a feminist, Mom. You can be a TERF. Well, I don't want to be a TERF. I want to be a regular feminist. You can be a first wave feminist. I don't want to be a first wave feminist. I want to be considered a cool feminist. Okay, well, to be considered a cool feminist, which my feminist, she's talking to me. She's like, well, why can't you see me as a feminist? Why can't you see the Catholic Church as feminist? Because my feminism is intersectional. Because my feminism doesn't create a whole religion that upholds the patriarchy and only has patriarchal leaders and worships a God that claims is gender neutral but male. Like, because if you want to understand Britney's feminism, you have to understand that Britney's feminism is genderless. My feminism is philosophical feminism predicated on the construct of patriarchy. It's ultimately aiming for a genderless future. Even if you are and identify strongly with a gender, I need your understanding of self when engaging with the world to be sort of genderless in a sense. So even my feminism is pretty extreme, since most people think like feminism is only for women. What is a woman? Right? That's why TERFs feel like feminism is for women. I want to deconstruct that. My feminism is genderless. That's Britney's personal belief and philosophy around feminism. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to subscribe to it. You don't have to be a part of it. But when I observe Sabrina and all of this work, I'm coming from that lens because that is my perspective. That is what I am trying to aim for in relation to my joy. But that's okay if you don't agree with that perspective. But, okay.
And lest I use this, or y'all use this, as an opportunity to talk about Black women's bodies more, because, God. But I wanted to add that to the conversation because I'm just curious about that. Like, how many of y'all would listen to Megan Thee Stallion or other female rappers and get power in that, but Sabrina Carpenter does this image, and because she looks more like you see the sexualization and you realize that it might be degrading, but it wasn't degrading to Black women. You know what I'm trying to say? This isn't me trying to, call you out, yell at you. I'm just having a conversation. Being generous. I understand that WAP came out at a different time, and you know, white women, you don't want to be in black women's business because but I'm just asking questions. On another point, or I guess that same point though, if we're looking for a rapper or a pop-ish kind of girly that is sexually explicit and subverting expectations, to me, a recent example that I've seen of that is someone like C. China, because she very much gives femdom. She very much gives humiliating men. She is tall. She's thick and fine. She lets her belly rolls hang over her shorts. She don't give a fuck. She's feeding into a male gaze of sorts, and she fed into that 18-year-old thing. She had a song called Legal Baby, and all of the dudes just want to smash.
I have a video about Bonnie Blue coming out because she had this art piece she was going to create, which I'm definitely against. Again, choice feminism. Bonnie Blue wanted to be pinned to a bed and strapped down while thousands of men came and groped and molested her. And she canceled it. But I have a criticism of that, but also of all the men participating in it. But I still have to be critical of Bonnie. I still have to be critical of Bonnie. I know people are like, why are you critical of her but not the men? I'm critical of both of y'all. All y'all, I'm critical. No, like for what point? What is this creating for you? What is this creating for you? Remember when Shia LaBeouf did his, and he's an abuser, but he did this art piece where he would stay silent and not move and let people do what they want, and 2 women molested him? And then he said, for the art piece, I swore I wouldn't move, so I didn't move, and other people just watched as I was molested. Humans are gross. Humans are gross. Humans are gross. We're animals evolved on a planet, and we're gross. We're gross. Chat says, a genuine question here. Not sure if you answered this already, but does being in an abusive relationship make you less of a feminist? Yes. Your feminism should be about liberation and self-awareness. And if you're in an abusive relationship, you're a victim, but you're also at some point possibly making, quote, a choice. See how choice feminism is a problem? Well, I choose to be in this relationship. Well, I still feel for you, though. I'm sad that you're choosing a life in which you're being abused and you think it's love. Yeah, that hurts me. That's not very feminist. Being and staying in abusive relationships because you think the church wants you to, you're upholding the patriarchy. So that's like all pretty anti-feminist, but not anti-first wave feminism. First wave feminism was plenty misogynistic, racist. So intersectional feminism, deconstruction feminism, feminist in theory, feminist in philosophy. Like, yeah, if you're upholding the patriarchy, making excuses for abuse, making excuses for men, trust me, I'm definitely one of those people that like sees the good in everybody. And so then I end up making excuses for really abusive guys because I'm like, he was abused as a child. Yeah, okay. Like, it doesn't matter. You're still upholding the patriarchy. You're still allowing victims to be ignored you don't have to be a feminist for me to see you as a victim or for me to feel for you. So I also want to make it clear, like, you choosing to be in an abusive relationship, if that's the circumstance, not all abuse victims choose that. Some do because they're in a cycle. And choice is very subjective. Choice is doing a lot of heavy lifting. So I know we can deconstruct the word choice, which I think we should do. Okay. It doesn't mean that you're less of a victim and that I don't think you should get help, right? Like, I'm not blaming you. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying I hope you get out of this tornado that has convinced you that this is the life you deserve because you deserve better. You know? Stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying you chose to be there. I don't even believe people really have a choice. I think you're stuck in a cycle of thinking like, but if not this, what? And once you realize there's so much more to this, you can make a real choice. But I can't also force you away from an abusive relationship. How many of your girlfriends keep going back to that toxic guy, and no matter what you do, you can't get them to get away from him, and you just got to wait to see what is it going to take for her to leave? Like, sometimes it takes really adhering to your values. I say this to my girlies who like claim they're a girl's girl or feminist. And I've heard this from other critical people on TikTok, so I don't mean to just take it from them. But basically, it's the same train of thought with both groups. If you're dating an abusive man who's a misogynist, how can you be a feminist? And then if you're dating a guy who's transphobic, how can you be an ally? If you're married to a person, if you're dating a person who is transphobic or racist, how can you be an ally? How can you be anti-racist? And this is why we need to question ourselves. It's why we need to ask ourselves, like, who am I to sit here and say, I believe in upholding marginalized groups, and yet I come home and make love every day to somebody who's a transphobe? And then I say my feminist is for all the girls. You know? And that's the hardest part for us to face, is to look at our choices, including the people we fall in love with, and to say, is falling in love and then choosing, because these are two different actions, and then choosing to be with this person, in what ways is this, how does this coincide with my values, right? Okay, let's finish out this video.
Then last year came out with Peggy. And part of me thinks this whole thing is a grad social experiment that she's doing. Honestly, I'm convinced. But if it's not, and this is really her career and stuff, I feel like she's someone that leans more into the subversion of it, talking about pegging men, talking and looking sexually explicit, but talking about using and abusing men. Now, is it feminist? Is it super helping women go forward? But it's fascinating. Isn't it fascinating? Oh, this is so fascinating. Thank you, Sabrina.
Love you, Khadijah.
And all the girlies out here making me think.
Okay, love Khadijah. Let's see. Okay, we got a couple of good comments. Okay, I'll dissect them with you guys. One comment: submission by choice is the act of ooh, I heard a bunch of thunder and lightning storming. Submission by choice is the act of relinquishing responsibility willfully into the hands of someone you trust and feel safe enough to personally enclose and safeguard yourself with. Yes, like, look, I've been submissive in my life. It's a great testament to like building trust and being in that kind of a relationship. Another form of this that is not submission is like marriage. Like, I didn't have to submit to be in a marriage. My partner and I don't do submission in our marriage, but we both had to fully trust one another with everything that is about to be our life, our present, our past, our future. It's about to be, we're doing it together, right? You can do it through any form. What submission is it's about trust and intimacy when consensual and given of free will. If it's not given of free will, if it's coerced, if it's manipulated, if it's used through a means of alcohol or getting somebody drunk, that's not freely given. You must be freely given. You must freely give of yourself, right? And that includes the pressure from your family or friends. If your family and friends are forcing you into a position, you're not going freely. So I think it's about doing things freely, right? Chet says, sometimes the toxic guy person won't let you leave. They use your kid as leverage, violate protection orders, show up at your house, financially control you. You added me. You know, sometimes I think the dilemma with communication is that when I say something, everyone comes up with all the other reasons, like of what I feel like. You asked me a question earlier, right? Weren't you the person who just asked me, like, do you think if you're in an abusive relationship, is it feminist? Then you bring up this comment as a reaction. These are two separate cases, right? Like, I tried to use language. I'm not correcting you like in a mean way. I'm trying to say that I used so many caveats in my answer, but see how we can't communicate with each other because language is so nuanced? This is why Sabrina's art is tearing people apart, because we're all viewing it from such specific lenses. Like, I tried to add enough caveats in my answer to account for something like this, but that doesn't have anything to do with what I said. So you adding it into the conversation feels like a deviation from the conversation, or you're saying like, right? Chat says, sorry, I was referring to it being a choice comment. Right. But then it wouldn't matter, because what I was trying to say was that it only is, then I'll just reiterate, in a situation in which you think you're making a choice, when you're given an out and you still go back, you're only making somewhat of a choice, but that choice is inherently anti-feminist, as it is anti-liberation, as it is anti-being like even healthy. It's just unhealthy. It's a bad fucking decision. How about this? Take politics out of it. You're being bad. Like, you're doing a bad thing. You're mistreating yourself. You're not treating yourself with dignity, and you're hurting yourself in the long run. It's self-harm. Is that a better way of saying, like, it doesn't even matter if you call it feminist. It's self-fucking-harm. No self-harm. In BDSM, you're not supposed to be self-harming, guys. That's another good thing to talk about. You know, in BDSM, self-harm is not okay. Self-harm is not BDSM. Self-harm is hurting yourself because you're punishing yourself because you think you're a bad person or you've done something bad or you want to take it out on yourself. A good BDSM partner will never allow you to do a BDSM scene as a means to punish yourself. If you're in a BDSM dynamic in which you engage in masochism or sadism, a good and healthy partner will not allow their partner to engage in any of this activity if it's a means of punishing themselves. When you punish somebody in BDSM, it's for funsies. You better be having funsies. And if it's not funsies, then you need to go to therapy, because though BDSM can feel therapeutic, it is not a replacement for therapy. Okay? Every industry we go into has its issues. I think about ballet as an example. Eating disorders galore, broken feet, hip replacements at 40. Ballet is inherently racist. There's so many problems in the ballet community, like ballet culture. That doesn't mean I don't think you should do ballet. It means when you do ballet, you should get ready to deconstruct the models that make it ballet. Right? But it is a form of harming yourself for art, but it's not a form of self-harm until you have the eating disorder. Then the eating disorder is it's a form of self-harm for the sake of the art, which is where the question comes into mind. Do we need to talk about why ballet requires eating disorders to basically be a dancer? Should we talk about it? You know? Should we talk about that? You know? So there's so many things, like there's so many bubbles to talk about. There's so many ways to have the conversation. I just feel like it depends on how you're having the conversation with yourself. You know what the greatest part of this discourse is that you are given a chance to really learn about yourself. You know? Okay. This is Just Peers.
When did female empowerment just become being a hot girl in pop culture? Because I feel like it happened within the last 10 years. Because growing up when millennials were kind of the age that I was now, to me, female empowerment was, you know, having the power and knowing that you have the ability to be a part of male-dominated industries and that they're only male-dominated because of the tradition of repressing women in America. But nowadays, it feels like female empowerment in the eyes of society or people my age is like listening to Charlie XCX and dressing very hypersexually and having a roster of 15 guys that you are seeing every other night, but you don't actually give an F about any of them and you're just using them for your body. Basically, like being the man in the scenario, which I understand, but also at the same time, female empowerment seems very directly tied still to the opinions of men in the first place. Like, I'm reading Judith Butler's books right now, and something that she talks about as the difference between men and women in society, how it's kind of been categorized, is that men are the brain of society. That's how they see it, that their purpose is that they need to lead society. They make the decisions. They're more capable than women. And the purpose of women is, well, men don't really see women as humans in the same way that they are. They see the purpose of women to be just their bodies. They see the purpose of women to be for their pleasure and for reproduction, and that's kind of it. And it feels like with the whole hot girl thing, like I'm choosing to hate men but also completely center them in my life, it just kind of feels like enforcing the same thing in this kind of roundabout way. And that's not to say that you can't feel empowered by your sexuality. What just makes me go, is the fact that what is considered sexy for girls has yet to change from the idea that men created. Like when a girl is dressing sexy, it is always in the way that a man would define what is sexy for a girl. Like, for me personally, I identify as non-binary, but I don't feel confident, I don't feel like swaggy when I'm wearing that Amazon corset that everyone wears. For me, it's different clothing that makes me feel sexy, but it makes me feel sexy, and I feel like that has to be the case for at least some other women. It just feels like some people think that feminism is choosing, you personally being self-aware and choosing to center men in your life, but in a somewhat hateful way, but nonetheless, they're still centered right there in your life. And that's why it feels like there's this bubble where you can't critique like OF or Botox or any of these things because someone's gonna shout back at you that you're not a feminism because girls are choosing to do those things, and you need to support every single thing that a girl chooses, even if it's just enforcing misogyny at the end of the day. Like in Judith Butler's book, she talks about how one of the issues with feminism is that when a lot of women talk about feminism, they talk about it in a way in which they are not a part of the issue. They like to act like the only issue in feminism is the fact that men exist and that there's not behaviors that they are actively doing that are contributing to feminism, and most.
Okay, wait, I'm going to pause there because I feel like a lot of your comments are interesting. Chet says it seems like a lot of the focus on Sabrina is because she's conventionally attractive. I really wonder if someone else did the same pose, if it would feel that way. Well, first of all, because we don't live in a vacuum, if a non-conventionally attractive person did it, it would be a form of liberation because it's against the status quo. It's saying, even though I'm not conventional, I'm entitled to feeling sexy. And that is a powerful statement in a world that tells you that if you're not conventional, you're not allowed to feel sexy. When a conventional, that's why you have to know where you stand. You have to know if you're conventional or not. You have to know how you're perceived, because the way you do art will differ to the audience viewer, right? Like it will feel different. It's why I'm very cautious. Look, let's take it to something that I feel is like really obvious, but maybe won't be obvious to people. Would it not be worthy to raise an eyebrow had Sabrina chosen what if it was somebody said this, but I think they were wrong. They thought a black man was on the cover of her album. I think it's a white guy. I think the hand looks more white. I think if it was black, it would have had a different conversation. I only saw one video that had this conversation, so I didn't think about it that much. But if it was an obviously like really big black muscular man, and that stereotype of the itty bitty white girl and the big black guy, like that is inherently racist. Yes? Do we not agree? Like, is there a way to do this that isn't racist? Like, yes, but no, but yes, let's talk about it. Chad says, how do we know it's a man? Well, if it's not a man and she's going to reveal later that, oh, it's a woman, still some bullshit. Because that's even more obnoxious. Like, I think that's even more obnoxious. That's even more cruel to the whole discourse that we're having. Right? So, like, again, Chet says she released another promo vid where you see the man's face. Is it a white man? A white man? No. I love that. I love that clip. It's implied a man based off the gender stereotype. Well, even if it's a woman in a masculine presenting position, it's still an argument about presentation. Okay, he is white. Again, so I think there's conversations to be had about why we're consuming the ways, like, okay, you know that video I made on plastic surgery and autism and high masking, or just masking, and I said, look, you can't tell people not to fix their teeth in a world that people literally judge you on your teeth more than anything, because you think people should be authentic to themselves. Girl, mask if you got a mask, make the bag, but also not at the expense of your spirit. And people were like, I think it's really bad that you're encouraging people to get plastic surgery just to mask. And I was like, well, to be clear, without it being at the expense of your spirit. There are so many things I would be willing to do that aren't at the expense of my spirit. And you best believe I'm going to do them. Like, if I have the opportunity and it makes sense, I'm probably going to do them. But only if they're not at the expense of my spirit. Because at the end of the day, like, when you're a consumable thing, you are there to be consumed. And I don't want to die a poor artist, because like that's what the reality is. That's what Sabrina Carpenter is saying. You're mad that I'm sexy, but the songs you make the most popular are the sexy ones. If you're in an industry to be consumed, it's not up to you what works. It's up to the audience. And that's what I want y'all to understand, that artists die poor for a reason. Because the authentic artists who are underground, who never give in to selling out, they die poor. Yes, they die poor. Like, I don't know why everyone thinks these artists aren't dying poor. Like, all these artists you see, they're like, they're so authentic, they're so great. They are absolutely got a marketing team. They're playing to something. Something is happening. And it's not just enough. There's that girl, I don't know her name right now. There's this girl, you only care about women when women, da, 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 da. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? The only thing about women is da, 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 da. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's a singer, she opened up for Taylor Swift, but she's like literally not famous because her art is so abstract. It is so art. It's not even music, it's art. That I'm like, this girl's never gonna get really famous. The one who opened for Taylor. I go to her music and I'm like, oh, she's so interesting. She has such an interesting aesthetic. And it's not even music, it's art. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, when I watch it, I'm like, oh, the girl trying to say something. Okay, Sophia, you guys said her name is Sophia. I wonder if she'll ever go mainstream. Because even though she opened for Taylor, it wasn't enough to make her famous. It was just enough to give her a little bit of a following, but her art isn't mass consumable. Sabrina is mass consumable. Oh my God. FK Twigs is pretty mainstream. Y'all, I have a very definition. I love FK Twigs. I think we have different definitions of mainstream. Oh, we have such different definitions of mainstream, y'all. Okay, just for the record, love FK Twigs. I need you to know, not the person, the artist. Love her. Okay, I love her. She's so fucking weird and autistic and fucking artistry and BDSM and liberating and fucking beautiful, and her music is fucking good. And she's everything an artist like should be in my head. As an artist, not a person. I just fucking love her so much, right? Let me show you what I mean between mainstream and not mainstream. FK Twigs, in my opinion, is not mainstream. She's just popular on the internet. And here's why I say this. Okay? Her Instagram, 2.5 million followers. Sabrina Carpenter's Instagram, 47 million fucking motherfucking followers. 2 million followers, which is like what a YouTuber would have. 47 million followers. Do we see the difference? Okay? When I say like mainstream, we're dealing with different numbers, you know? So I love FK Twigs. Love, 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 love. But when I think of mainstream, I mean mainstream, right? Like if I can mention someone's name in a coffee shop, like an 8 out of 10 people know who that is. That's mainstream. Like if I can mention it to my conservative parents and they know who it is, I'm like, okay, Cardi B, even Meg Thee Stallion, but more Cardi B than Meg. Cardi's more mainstream to me than Meg Thee Stallion. And Cardi has, oh my God, Cardi is so fucking mainstream. Holy fuck. 163 million followers. 163 million followers. Holy fuck. Damn. Damn. Okay, Cardi. Okay, Cardi. And wow, that's crazy. So like, okay, right? Chad says Cardi B's pop mainstream because of everything but her music. You mean because she was on that reality TV show or whatever? I only know her for her music, so I never watched her reality TV. But Cardi, you know what Cardi did though? And I think we all know this if you watch Stephen Colbert and Cardi interviews. Cardi did really well appealing to white people. She was really friendly. She was like, okay. And then like, white people were like, ooh. And then like she was like hanging out with white people and was like taking Cardi to the senior citizen home. And it's like Cardi rapping to old white people. Cardi's funny. She's good at her brand. She's talented. White people like her. I don't know why we're talking about living under white supremacy and then pretending like people of color don't have to play to white audiences to get popular. You have to make white people feel comfortable with you. That's how you get famous. And Cardi's really good at that. And that's okay. Like, well, you know, everything, whatever. Everything is what it is. You know what I mean? So there's something about that. But Cardi also like gets on TikTok, no makeup, talks to her fans, talks to her viewers, talks to people. She's very relatable. People feel comfy. They also want to be cool because of Cardi. I noticed that white people really want to be liked by Cardi so they feel cool. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, and Cardi's bilingual. Great point. So she appeals to larger audiences. Hey, people are really failing on the Latin viewership because they numbers, bro. Content creators who speak Spanish, they kill it. They have whole ass audiences. I never knew this about like football because now that I'm in Europe, football culture is crazy. I never understood the billions of dollars that are in football culture. Don't even get me started. Globally, it brings communities together. It's crazy. You know, that's just crazy. But if you speak Spanish, it's a game changer. Love that. We love that. Time to learn Spanish, Brittany. We love that. We love Spanish. All those years, I took 1 year of Spanish in high school. Por favor, no más. Okay. I took also French. Je m'appelle Brittany, bitch. Anyways, next video. Kira. We watch Kira on occasion. Kira always has interesting viewpoints, though definitely on a journey, aren't we all?
Carpenter's album cover is bothering me, particularly in tandem with Sydney Sweeney's soap, is that these white, blonde, like beauty.
Oh, yeah. We didn't even talk about Sydney Sweeney's soap. Look, niche, weird artists on YouTube selling bathwater, funny. Mainstream artists with mainstream credibility doing it, cringe. I said what I said. YouTubers and Twitch content creators selling bathwater, hilarious. Superstars like Sydney Sweeney, girl, get off our niche content. Stop trying to commandeer what we created. She took something that the internet and weirdos created and she's like, I'm going to capitalize. Get off our niche content. This is for us. Okay? As Bojack said, the internet is for nerds and weirdos and you cannot commandeer our shit. Okay? Bathwater, hilarious from Amaranth and Belle Delphine. Not so funny from Sydney.
Beauty standard women have more space to express their sexuality and to be subjugated to things that are dehumanizing without being treated as less than human. And it gets to a point where it feels like a flaunt. And I think that's something I haven't been able to really verbalize, but it gets to a point where it feels like you're a little bit flexing your privilege of being able to like show yourself being grabbed by your hair while like Cassie's going through the Diddy trial. And I think of that.
Exactly. It's just not the time, girl. People are literally doubting. Women just want to be hit. Women love fantasies of the rapist. Women love to be beat. Now, on the same end, okay, Sabrina Carpenter, all of society has already normalized abuse. It doesn't matter. But it's not like Sabrina is considering it. It's just like it's just like you're tone deaf, bro. It feels tone deaf. In this era of our Lord FKA Twigs, who just got out of an abusive relationship with Shia LaBeouf while Shia LaBeouf is getting Hollywood films, this isn't it. Chat says, when is a good time? In my opinion, this is what I believe. Okay, I've been thinking about this. Anytime is the good time, except when you're mainstream. I don't think you're allowed to do it if you're mainstream. You're only allowed to do it if you're a niche artist. Because niche artists who start underground build to fame, it's different than when a mainstream person engages in niche content. Now you're making it mainstream. That's different. I actually think, I really have been thinking about this. I could be wrong, but I really do think the niche artist gets to do it and the mainstream artist doesn't. I'll give an example. The beheading of Trump art that, what's her name did? Kathy, whatever her name is. Niche artists could have gone away with that, but she couldn't. She was too mainstream. She was doing the fucking dropping the ball on New Year's with the Vanderbilt, the gay Vanderbilt. What's his name? Cooper. Anderson Cooper. You can't do it, Kathy Griffith, whatever her name is. You can't do it. But if a independent artist, a queer artist, a black artist, an independent street artist did that art, it would have been a liberation commentary. But since a white woman in a huge amount of privilege did it, it just felt, what is this? Now you've got the FBI investigating you, girl. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think the mainstream, the punishment of being famous is you can't just do what you want. The privilege of being famous is you can do whatever you want. And both are true. And both are true.
And I also think of, I think of Snoop Dogg's, the Doghouse cover. I always think of that. When I think of...
Okay, but Snoop Dogg also has his own inherent problems around misogyny, as do all men in rap. So, once again, I do think it could be a different conversation when women are doing it, but the women have to be deconstructed.
People using the word objectification. I'm especially when I saw men were using it, I was like, no, objectification is when you see a woman's ass sitting outside of a doghouse and you do not see her face, and that is the album cover. And we're not too far from that. In years. We're not too far from that. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're somebody who's into old school hip hop and you heard the way they were allowed to talk about women then. We're really not that far away from that. We're really not that way.
And listen, I didn't mean to like it, but I don't hate it yet. I haven't finished the video, so I don't know. But look, this is the album. Yeah. Nah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I also fell off Snoop Dogg when he did that thing for Trump recently, so I'm over him. I'm over Snoop. But that doesn't mean you can't like the music or the art. Listen, I listen to problematic music all the time. Listen to me in the privacy of my home. I listen to problematic music, problematic movies, problematic shit every day, bro. But you know what I mean? Okay, yeah, I do. I'm not saying I can't, but I'm just saying. Look, even Eminem doesn't sing Cleaning Out My Closet because he realizes how fucked up it is. Even artists grow up and go, damn, I shouldn't have written that song. I know it was a hit. I know a lot of you felt, but damn, even some artists grow up and they're like, I'm not going to do that anymore. Some artists just grow up and say, I know why I did it at the time. I know how I was feeling, but I don't want to do it anymore. And that's really the question. What are we creating right now that in 20 years, we're going to be like, I can't believe I did that? You know, Chessa, didn't Eminem recently make fun of Meg Thee Stallion? Yeah, I think he did. I've also fell off Eminem like, what, 5-something years ago? I'm not saying it like he's a great person. I'm saying it like everyone has their idea of looking back and saying, man, maybe I should have. I can't believe I did that at the time. But I think we do it at the time because we're really feeling it. Like, I genuinely have missed the mark so many times, but I tell you, my heart was in it. I tell you, my heart was so fucking in it. And now I look back and I'm like, damn, I know your heart was in it, but no, you know? And look, I still listen to old M music. Absolutely. I still listen to Snoop. I still listen to people. I just have a different relationship with the music now. Some music I can never listen to. I can't listen to R. Kelly song without my ears bleeding. I can't do it. Who, by the way, recently overdosed and was rushed to a hospital. Anyways, okay. Hold on. Thank you.
Far away from women not being able to have credit cards in 75. So when you're seeing this reinforced imagery, but it's coming from stereotypically attractive, small, thin, beautiful white women who get to do this and then be respected still. You think, would Megan Thee Stallion get that treatment? Well, people can't even take her seriously when she's gotten shot. So it does start to feel like we need to recognize that certain people have access to certain playgrounds that are just, they get to do whatever the fuck they want in the Juggle Gym, no matter what it affects in the lower, what people consider lower tiers of respectability. Because when you are a white, blonde, beautiful, small woman, you can get away with a lot more visual subjugation and visual sexuality and still be respected in a way that I don't think people allow to Black women. So at a certain point, it starts to feel like a brag because they're comfortable in that seat in the table and playing in it and putting it on as a costume. And people are calling it satire and just wait till she zooms out. We don't have to. I really am unsure where people think that they live. If they think that they live on a floating rock with no context in a utopian post-Trumpian era or post-racism, post-sexism, post-whatever era, then maybe they could argue that, well, that was 200 years ago. No, bitch, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. And ICE is on the streets today. So and all of these things in regards to how we view sexuality and what is a human who deserves human rights and what is an animal and what is a woman on her knees and what is a dog and what is a dog collar and people are saying, oh, well, she's going to show how men hurt her and that's why it looks like that. We really don't need pictures of that. Again, Cassie Diddy trial. And is this a white revisionist history of we forget how many I've already seen it enough. That's also part of it. I've seen it enough. Not just a double-edged sword in the sense of like when you play with these sort of things, you are giving people tools to weaponize against you and to weaponize against women. But like, again, if it can be used as a man's lock screen and it's going to turn him on, I promise you, you're not going to be using it as a tool for liberation. Like, I promise you that.
Wait. I had to pee, so I came back. I missed a couple of minutes. Wait, that's so funny what I come back to. If a man can use it as his lock screen, I promise you, it's not for liberation. Okay, so I want to tangent off this one thought because I missed what she said prior. Horniness and masturbation and coming is not about liberation. It's about coming, right? So when you consume porn, it is not about the liberation. It's about masturbating and coming. Yes, when a man is a screensaver of a hot girl on his phone, what is that for? In the same way that like as a girl, like if you have a girl and you have like a K-pop band on your screensaver, what's that? Like in my opinion, you should outgrow that out of high school. In my opinion, you should outgrow celebrities as your screensavers out of high school. But yet, and stay with me here, if you want to have art as the background on your computer, so like a Pokemon painting or an anime painting, I think that's fine. But if it's like real people you could meet at a restaurant or become friends with, and you have it as your lock screen, stop it, chat. Chat said Brittany is my screensaver. Just kidding. Just kidding. Listen, girl, okay? Here you guys, girl. You know what I mean? So like when we're having these conversations, I think it is like really interesting. Like why are certain things a screensaver? Oh, Chat says Hello Kitty is my wallpaper. Can I say this too? I made a video about this, about like women enjoying little girl aesthetics. I think women can enjoy little girl aesthetics. Boys can enjoy kid aesthetics. I think all of us should hold on to a part of our childhood in a good way. I'm wearing a Sailor Moon shirt right now without it impeding our ability to also be mature and responsible adults in the world, right? And I think there's something to say about that. Chet said, mine are people of my family. My screensaver, well, hold on. This is my default screensaver, so I don't accidentally flash a family photo. And I will say my sister saw it and said, oh, you make this face all the time. And I said, bitch. And then my alarm is my wedding photo. But then the inside of my phone is this. It's just like girl art that I was like, oh, I kind of want to make that photo shoot later. Like, I was like, oh, I think those are pretty. Red hair. I was like Googling red hair girlies, you know, for like, and then I was like, oh, I'm going to make that my background, whatever. Jess said she's kind of right though. I mean, and, but then my alarm is my wedding photo. So when my alarm goes off every morning, I see like my partner and I, and that's cute, right? The point is that there's nothing inherently wrong with having art as your background, but I do wonder what it's like to be a grown-up with like a celebrity as your phone saver. So when a man has like a photo of a girl in a bikini as his phone saver, like why? Like I don't get it. Like I don't actually get it. Now, with that said, and this is the thing, with that said, I could see you having a screensaver of a celebrity like Lana Del Rey or Meg Thee Stallion or Sabrina as like inspirational art photography. So then I'm like, okay, I could have a celebrity on my phone because then I wouldn't have the celebrity. I'd have, oh, I love this picture of them. It's so iconic. It's like I would have a background of Cher. Oh, you definitely know. Oh, I should do it right now. You definitely know I should get a wallpaper of Cher on my phone. But why Cher? It's not Cher. It's the brand that is Cher. It's the iconicness of it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would love a background of Cher on my phone, but I'm not doing it because I'm like, ooh, Cher, I'm going to wink it to her later. I'm just like, Cher, as Cher said, Mom, I don't need a man. I am a man. Or Mama, I don't need a rich man. I am a rich man. That's what she said. Okay. So then there's something about that, right? Super chat. Thank you so much. From Zabu Mafu. Thank you so much. So, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think there is an appropriateness to having real people as your wallpaper, but I think the why matters. Could I have a picture? Let me see. Oh, do I have it here? Hold on. Let me see if I have it here. Hold on. Meg Thee Stallion. Oh, this is like one of my favorite pictures of Meg. Let me see if I can get a higher resolution picture. Is that a higher resolution? Like, okay, this picture is one of my favorites. I could have this on my phone. If a man had this on their phone, I might even like them better for it. But see, I don't talk to like deeply heterosexual men, so maybe that's it. But I love this photo. I would love to make work like this. Like this gives me inspiration as a OnlyFans girl. Cause like my OnlyFans is like more like this. Like if you subscribe to my OnlyFans, you're gonna see more like this stuff than, you know, whatever else you're thinking. I love it. And I might actually think better of you if you have this as your phone lock. Cause I'm like, yes, do you see it? It's so good. So, you know, I think it's the type, like, you know how girls always talk about like, oh, their men follow like girls on Instagram. I need you to deconstruct this with me. It's not man follows woman on Instagram. It's not man follows pretty girl on Instagram. It's not man follows woman half naked on Instagram. It's heterosexual man follows girl that he would like to fuck on Instagram. Super fucking weird. Like, if you're literally following people on Instagram because you literally want to fuck them, weird. If you're following someone on Instagram because you like what they produce, you like their art, you like their work, and you think they're pretty, that's okay. But it's this idea that, like, are you following people on social media that you actually would like to quote fuck? Because like now you're being weird. But like a man simply following a woman that he thinks is pretty, I don't have a problem with that. That's fine with me. It's like, why, it's like the objectification of it is so weird. But then that's also what the numbers are. The numbers of followers that you're having are people who either want to fuck you, be you, or they want to live vicariously through you, like in some capacity. And that's interesting from a marketing standpoint. Is Sabrina somebody you want to fuck or somebody you want to be? Or somebody you want to be best friends with? What is she selling you? Like for Taylor Swift, I know my friends who love Taylor, they want her life. They want to be in her life. They love her life. They love the idea of her life. Or my friends who like Blake Lively, they love her life. They love Ryan Reynolds. They love the idea of their life, right? Like, what is the relationship you're having to it? So for Britney now at this stage in my life, it wasn't always this way, guys. It wasn't always this way. But for this stage in my life, when I consume an artist, I'm really just thinking about their art. Like I listen to all of Chloe Bailey's album. I've listened to it like maybe 100 times through. Love it. See, Chapel, I couldn't listen to Chapel's album more than once, but Chloe Bailey's, I listened to at least 100 times through. And I love it. And certain songs, when they hit my brain, my autistic brain, I'm just like, oh my God, this song. And it's not exactly the lyrics. It's more like how I feel when I'm listening to the song. It's more like how I feel or what mood it puts me in. Some of the songs are really sad and some of the songs are really like catchy and some of the songs are like, so it's like how you feel to the art, but not to Chloe herself. Like I actually didn't like the song with the video. Da, da, da. It's in my head, but I can't. Bye. That song? I didn't like the video. I didn't like that it was a cheating, abusive, toxic relationship video. I was like, Chloe, like, why you gotta make a video about another toxic relationship? For fuck's sake. Can we please have music videos that don't have to involve toxicity? Can we please have music videos about healthy relationships or some shit? Or no relationship? You know what I mean? Like, but I liked the song, but it was my least favorite song on the album. But like the video tainted it for me. Because I was like, I don't like this video. I think I'm just tired of seeing heterosexual people be in bad relationships. Do you know what I mean? I think I'm just bored of it. You know who's really good at this? Flinnaboss. Is that their name? Flinnaboss? They're really good at what they do. Love them. Love every video. No, not a man in sight, not a relationship in sight, and yet the girl just had a baby and I love her for it. It's just music, fun, good. Flinnaboss, yeah? Flana? Am I saying it right? Amazing. Kills it every fucking time. Every video I see, I'm like, yes. This is I've never seen a bad take, you know? So that's what I like. Yeah, Flyana Boss. Is that it? How do I say it? Flyana Boss? Love them. The two girls. Love them. Okay. Some music, and like, I know some people were like, I can't believe they're in their 30s. What? I was like, oh, good. Now I feel even more like, oh, Fly in a Boss. Rhymes with Diana Ross. Fly in a Boss. Oh, Fly in a Boss. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, hold on. I missed a super chat here. Let me look it up. Okay. Am I wrong for this? So as a black person, I don't like why Cardi is accepted by white people. It makes me feel unsafe even around liberal white people. This is Leah responding to earlier comments made. No, I think if we deconstruct it, to be honest with you, okay. I think this is really reasonable. Thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, white people who, okay, I'm going to throw a bunch of things at the wind. You guys help me dissect them and deconstruct them. Okay. White people who feel cooler when black people validate them or are their friend or they think their social status has gone up are performing a type of racism. Cardi B makes white people feel, even though she's not black, makes white people feel cool when Cardi makes them feel cool, even though she's not black. And because she says the N-word and she's like a rapper and she's a woman and she's brown, like black, that's like what white, they're like, that's black, okay. So then it's like a weird complimentary racism. Like, black people are so cool. I just wish black people thought I was cool. And like how adjacent you are to the coolness of black people. It's like white Koreans and white people steal from black culture to be cool, but then won't embrace black communities. It's like you want to be cool like black people, but you don't want to uplift black communities because of their coolness, because you just want to be a part of it. Like, why can't I have this? And why can't I do this? And I want to be cool like black people. And then I get it, because like in some ways the way to normalize the whole culture is to make it cool for everybody. But then when you make it cool for everybody, you also water it down, and then it becomes sort of like not a culture anymore. So I think as a black person, it's reasonable to be uncomfortable around white people who objectify brown skin as something to be cool in relation to, but never a part of in a real way. Chad says Cardi is black. Wait, I thought Cardi isn't black. I thought the whole controversy with her saying the N-word is that she's not black. Am I confused? Oh, Cardi identifies as Afro-Latina. My bad. I saw a whole bunch of commentary from black content creators saying she shouldn't be able to say the N-word. She's not black. But she's Afro-Latina. Then she's black. I don't know, girls. You tell me. I'm not here to argue with the construct. You tell me what she is. She's not African American, but she's Afro-Latina. Okay, we love that. Okay. Okay, you tell me. Afro-Latina folks like to separate themselves from blackness. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Another super chat from Zububufu. Thank you so much. Exactly, Britt. Did you watch Sinners? It covers this. I have not watched it yet. I plan to watch it with my Discord when it becomes available. Right now, I think it's just on Amazon, and I'm boycotting Amazon, so I'm not going to support them. But I do plan to watch Sinners eventually. Okay, so chat's saying, but Afro-Latina isn't necessarily black to some people. So, okay, I'm not going to argue this. It's not my bubble, but I whatever the construct is, depending on how you see it, I think a lot of this makes sense, though. It's why it's like, even again, if you say you're an ally, or you're not racist, but you're married to a racist, you know what I mean? It's like the whole Joe Biden thing. Like, do you support Joe Biden? And then I know people will say, like, why do people think Joe Biden's such a bad guy? Like, what's so bad about Joe Biden? Here's a list I created for you. Like, here's a list, It's like when we're having these conversations, we're always coming from a different perspective. So the question is, which perspective is getting us closer to the most truth and the most joy? So this is not to say it's relative and everything's subjective, so there's no right answer. It's to say, because everything is subjective, what can we do to work to get towards a better, more closer to objective answer? That's really what we have to say when we're having these conversations. Okay, let me move this Meg Thee Stallion gorge picture out of the way. Let me go. I still have a few more TikTok, guys. Let's finish this out and get through it.
The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house is like a racial concept that applies to everything goes back to everything. And we are so far from done with any of this discourse in a way where something like this can be looked at so independently, so in a vacuum, so like, oh, we have to trust her. We have to trust this 26-year-old, small, thin, beauty standard fitting white woman to, here's the thing, it's trying to do way too much. And no matter who she was, if she was Audre Lorde, I think she'd be trying to do too much with that photo. If you're saying, oh, give her the space for whenever the album comes up to explain it. There's no way. It's too big of an alley-oop. It doesn't make any sense. You're not going to whip feminism back into shape at that age with that experience with another ballad. You're not. And
Hold on. Chet says, regardless, the argument is still, why do you as a white person relate to Cardi B? Do you mean the white people that want her approval? Or do you mean me because I like her music? I don't relate to her as a person because I don't know her as a person. Or do you mean the white people who want her approval? Also, good music is just good music. You know what I mean? But I don't know who you're asking. No, not me. Them. Listen. Oh, the OG comment. Oh. Okay.
I like her music, but when the culture is now asking it to do way too much, to make it subversive, I have to put my foot down and say, okay, that's enough, guys. That's enough. It's starting to show me that the brain cells are not there. The discernment is not there. Women's discernment for what is empowering and what is harmful is not there. And even what is like neutral and then below neutral. We need more gradients on the scale. You can't just always be Hail Mary to everybody you think is hot and has a good aesthetic. And that is the problem.
Girl, but aesthetic really ruled the last 4 years. Aesthetic has always been dominant, but I really feel like genuinely this last 5 years has been aesthetic focused. Everything is how you look. Even Chappell Roan, guys, Chappell Roan didn't hit it popular until her aesthetic changed. Have you guys seen Original Chappell? This shakes me. I love marketing. This is why I don't do it for myself, obviously, because I can't brand myself. I really struggle to put myself into a package. I can't Chappell Roan Sabrina Carpenter myself. I can't do it. But maybe one day I'll grow into it, but I can't. This is why I'm poor. This is why I don't make the money I could be making. Okay. Just like, look at this. Oh, hey, I don't want to be copyrighted. Just look at Original Chappell. This girl, unremarkable, not rememberable. Can't even remember her. Whoops, forgot her. Who is she? Oh, there she is again. Whoop, who is she? Can't even remember her. Look at this. And you might be saying, oh, is it because she's going to have red hair? Listen to me. Adele, I'll never forget Adele. Nobody looks like Adele. I've never seen anybody else in my life look like Adele the way Adele does, okay? But this Chappell, I could forget this Chappell, right? Then she created Chappell Roan, the character. So she's talked about how Chappell Roan is a character, which I appreciate. So she created this character, okay? And that's beautiful. I love it. Look how this is a brand if I ever saw one. This is a brand, baby. And I fucking love it. And if I could ever do it one day, girl, I just might. Dita Von Teese, it's a brand. Like, this is a brand. If she just showed up looking like regular old, herself, what's her real name? I don't remember. Love her though. Love her. Okay. So again, I don't have a problem with this, but I think it's important to remember that Sabrina Carpenter is a brand. It's a brand. Oh, Kaylee. Kaylee's her name. Thank you, chat. Hold on. Chat says it's giving indie avocados. What?
Welcome to my
that just busted my ears. Hold on.
kitchen. We have bananas.
Cherish, indie girl introduces us to her kitchen. What is this? Oh, brother. Okay, let's finish out this video.
Problem. And if you think that the liberation is coming from a tiny woman who makes a shtick of, and again, these are things that I wouldn't say before, but when you're making such a shtick of being tiny.
Hey, that Brit Tell Halsey sings. Listen, that's a brand. I always knew. Like, that's a brand. Lana's whisper singing, everything whisper singing, the like the people who are trying to copy what's her face, Amy Winehouse. Like, that's the question. Like, you know how Michael Bublé, do you guys know the song about white man, Michael Bublé? Michael Bublé can sing all different ways. And he's like, how do I choose how to sing? And then he chose to cater to middle-aged white women, and it worked because my mom loves him. My mother-in-law loves Michael Bublé, let me tell you. But Michael Bublé decided, he's like, I can sing any genre, but what genre is really going to work for me? And he picked the right one, girl, because he sell albums. Like, they sold 50 Shades of Grey books to middle-aged white women, let me tell you.
Me, as a bigger, not white person, I know where that comes from, and I remember the times that made me feel away and that it was used against me.
Okay, can I just say, because I'm going to mention SZA in the chat. Love SZA, love her albums. Can't understand what she's saying half the time, and yet I sing along like I know what she's saying. Sabrina Carpenter also cannot enunciate to save her fucking life. I had to turn on captions because my partner and I could not hear her. I was like, what is she saying? What is she saying? And my partner's like, I can't understand her. And we turned on captions, and I was like, I did not hear Nintendo there. She said Nintendo, switch it on like Nintendo. And I could not hear her for the life of me. But I'm not here to judge because I do love SZA. And I also do not know what she's saying half the time, but I sing on the top of my lungs like I do. My partner says that. He goes, do you know when you sing songs, you're not singing the lyrics? I was like, shh, it's the lyrics in my heart though. It's the lyrics in my heart though. I know, okay? I can't hear it. Leave me alone.
Well, I'm just so tiny and you're just so big. I'm just so tiny and feminine and cute. And you're just so big and tall and masculine and strong. Which is like, me, tiny little girl, gets to yell. But when you do it, it's aggressive.
Well, the packaging is different. Isn't that crazy? The packaging is different. That's why I say play to your strength with your packaging. I had a friend say to me once, I really hate the way I look. And I said, why? And they said, because the aesthetic I want to go for doesn't work with my body. And I said, damn, that's kind of real though. That's kind of real though. Sometimes I wake up and wish I had no boobs so I could switch out my aesthetic, but then I forget my ass is so big. And then I got to think about my ass going away too. But I just want it for a second. Yeah. I think every aesthetic can work for every body type as a deconstructor myself here. But I do still understand the pain of wishing you look different in that kind of capacity. Damn. Like, that's kind of gender affirming care in a sense. I was like, get some gender affirming care. And they were like, what? And I was like, get some gender affirming care. If you want an aesthetic because it adheres to how you have a relationship with your gender, let's go. Like, that's why I think people forget, like, mastectomies, double mastectomies aren't just for cancer victims or trans people. I see videos all the time from women who are born with really big breasts who get breast reductions because it matches like what their aesthetic is, or it's painful, it's medically unnecessary. It's not just about trans people. Like, it's, and even if it was, that'd be great too. But like, you know, it's that idea that, you know, sometimes that's why, again, it goes back to this idea, is plastic surgery ever not for the patriarchy? Yeah, guys, sometimes it's for yourself. Sometimes you're having a relationship with self. Yeah. You know? Exactly, chat says, you try walking around with size G's all day. Exactly. Like, sometimes it's just good for you in general. But I do think it's interesting when we have, like, the packaging doesn't match. And that's just such a universal experience. That's why people trying to pretend like trans people are that unique. Guys, it's pretty common for us to feel like, man, my packaging doesn't match. And I will say this, when you are lucky enough that you feel like your packaging matches, that's also really lucky. To be honest with you, I'm very lucky in that way. 99% of my life, I've always felt 99% that my packaging matches how I feel about myself. But, you know, that 1% of the time it doesn't. For just 1% of the time, I'm like, damn. Now imagine it was 70%. Imagine it was like most of yourself doesn't match how you feel. And I just feel it for 1% of the time. And sometimes I'm like, damn, there's a slight pain there. But then, you know what I mean? I'm really lucky that I mostly feel how I look, that I mostly feel like my face fits my aesthetic and who I am and my personality, you know? So count yourself lucky. Chet says, I have the same nose as Brady, and I've always been self-conscious, but I would never get a nose job because I wouldn't look like me. Yeah, there's something to be said about it. I mean, gosh, I grew up my whole life pretty insecure about my nose. And then every time, even my sister came over and we had a really great conversation about skincare and stuff like that. We were all talking about it, and we all talked about our noses. My sister has a different nose than me. Like, she actually doesn't have my nose, which is interesting. She has more of a straight but large nose. Like, hers is more straight. It's very Pharaoh, Egyptian nose, I think it's called. She has more of that nose, and I have more of the Roman nose. But we talked about it, and like, a part of you is like, who would I be? But then another part of it is like, if I get a nose job, I told her this. I was like, I wonder if my audience would be disappointed if I got a nose job. And then how would that make me feel if I only didn't get a nose job because my audience didn't want me to get a nose job? And I was like, damn, I'm falling into a trap of thinking about my audience when getting my own surgery done. So it's not just the patriarchy we have to work for. It's like the idea that what if I disappoint my audience, which is a thought I should never have, by the way. But it's a thought I had. What if I had a thought of like, man, would I lose subscribers because I got plastic surgery? Because that happened. Do you know why I thought the thought? It happened. There was a woman on Instagram or something, who made a whole brand out of like loving her small tits. Sorry, that was derogatory, but like small breastises. And then she got big old titty bitties. And everyone was mad at her. And I said, well, I get it, because her brand was loving yourself as you are. But then she got plastic surgery. But like, you're allowed to change how you look, right? Can you change your mind? As Khadijah always says, it's okay to change your mind. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Like let her change her mind. I don't know. I think the why really matters. But I think this all comes back to everything else, right? Like Sabrina Carpenter, anything else. Like, I want you to make the decision, but I just want to make sure the why is really good. You know? Lady Gaga was somebody else that somebody was mad that Lady Gaga got a nose job because they were like, Lady Gaga used to be so inspirational. She had this big old nose. And now she got a nose job. But like, you know what I mean? Like, let people be themselves. Disappointment. I'm never disappointed in how people get their bodies done. I'm disappointed about why, though, but it's none of my business. I just want you to do it because you're happy. I want you to do it because it's really what you want. You know what I mean? I don't want you to do it for any other reason. Wait, Chad is like, she got a nose job? Yeah, I'm pretty I mean, the video I saw said she did, and it feels obvious to me that she did, but yeah, her nose is totally different. Let me see. Her nose looks very different to me, but maybe it's contour? I mean, it could just be contour, but her nose looks very different. Old Gaga, new Gaga. I don't know. Let's not make this video whether or not Lady Gaga got a nose job. But okay. Shiki, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I've even seen trans content creators where when they talk about FFS, people are like, no, please don't. You look perfect. But I'm here like, let them look how they want to look. Yeah, I think there's always just a concern about whether or not you're doing it for, quote, the right reason. But only you can know the right reason, right? Only you can know the right reason. Period. And you as the audience, it's okay to fall off a content creator because you feel like they weren't true to what attracted you to them. That's also okay. You know? Chat says, personally, I'm only in this community for your specific nose. So if it changed, I'd sadly have to leave despite how good the ideas are. Joking. Again, I think it's okay for you as the viewer to leave a content creator no matter what. If one day you wake up and you're like, hey, Brittany's not doing it for me anymore, it's okay. You can leave. That's so valid. I need you to know it's valid because I, as a viewer, also sometimes wake up and I'm like, I'm over this content creator. Like, you are allowed to be over a content creator for whatever reason. You know? Okay, let's finish out this vid.
And this is why it's Sabrina Carpenter on her knees with her hair being pulled and not Megan Thee Stallion. Because when Megan Thee Stallion gets hurt, people say, well, she can't be hurt because she's too masculine and and people think that these things aren't connected, but trust me, they are. And it's like, and now I'm mad. It's one of those things where I was like, you try not to be mad and you don't want to have to connect all these dots. You don't want to have to. But the more people push back, the more you're like, and you know what? Yeah, this is annoying. Oh, wee little me. Oh, can I get them? Yeah. And then the Lolita, which I haven't read, so I can't go off the way I know some people can.
I've read that book. It's actually devastating, and I recommend it from a literature perspective, but it's really sad. It's like a depressing fucking book. Like, it's really sad. So, like, if you read it and think it's romanticizing the relationship dynamic, I think you're reading it wrong. But it's really sad. It's like a devastating book. Okay? The book is devastating. It's really well written, but it's devastating.
But I don't know. I think I'm upset with her fans for trying to make fetch happen. And be like, in satire, give her a moment. No, we're not gonna like completely put all the implications of DV and feminism on hold to wait for the ballad that's going to contextualize all this in a way that, she would need to be Audre Lorde to intellectualize a way out of this. And I wasn't this passionate about it before, but people's responses have gone.
Yeah, I think I agree. Like, I shouldn't have to wait for the album to drop to hear the context. And sadly, it doesn't matter. It's like, you know, when they put out wrong information about people and then they make a retraction and put out the new information, it doesn't matter. Nobody ever hears the second part. You know what I mean? Like, guys, as a content creator, as a brand, as an artist, you have to understand no one's going to see the follow-up. No one's going to see the follow-up. We're only going to see the initial. I'm not listening to that Sabrina Carpenter album. I don't care. So I'm just saying, as a normal person who's viewing this as a non-fan, your follow-up just doesn't matter, because the only people who are going to pay attention that long are fans. So as an artist, you need to take that into consideration, you know? Okay. Chat said Lolita ? Lolita is if you guys don't know what it is, it's a fictional novel. It's old. It's really good as a literature. Again, I've read so many books, like it's not even funny, but it's about, like, honestly, I think Lolita is a really good example of how people just ain't shit, bro. They're just not that great. It's really devastating. And it sucks that even in the book where the child is objectified and targeted by this adult man, that she still has to be the adult in the relationship. And I want to fucking die. When you're reading this book, you just want to die, because the literal child is made out to be more of the adult than the actual grown-ass adult man that is targeting her. Oh, chat says, I don't know how Lolita and Sabrina are connected. Let me show you. Lolita, Sabrina, I will show you. Oh my God, I'm dying. So in the, hold on, I gotta drink some water. Okay. So in the movie Lolita, which is, I don't think you don't need to watch the movie, but the movie has a scene, and then Sabrina did this photo shoot with W Magazine. And people were like, what the fuck is this? Now listen to me when I say this, Hollywood is disgusting. And yes, there are two movies. I've only seen the version with Scar from The Lion King. I've only seen that version. I think it's this version. But this is why people were mad. And now listen to me. Sabrina claims on TikTok. Actually, let me pull it up. Sabrina claims, where is it? Oh my God, I have so many good Sabrina TikToks saved. Here it is.
Sabrina,
Okay.
why are you lying?
So she said, Sabrina, why are you lying? And then I realized, oh my God, she's replying to Sabrina Carpenter's actual comment. So if you, is that not how it works? How does this work? How does TikTok work on the computer? So she's replying to Sabrina Carpenter's comment. And if you go to this original video she's replying to, I don't know how to do it on the computer. Hold on. She literally says to this other content creator, like, hey, I've never done Lolita. I don't know anything about Lolita. I've never seen the movie for Lolita. And so it's like, yeah, but like somebody on your team knows it. And maybe that's not true. Like maybe everyone's just ignorant, but I feel like, nah. You know what I mean? And look, she's a Hollywood star. She was a kid celebrity. I feel ultimately like she is probably a victim of the circumstance. I am not going to hold a 26-year-old child star more accountable than all the adults in the room around her who made it happen. You know what I mean? So yeah, it could be a coincidence, like Chad is saying, but it's kind of crazy. Like it just looks so specific. And so like, I'm not a big fan of it, but it's always probable or possible in the world that it could be, but after she had the lyrics of like, I look like a Nina, like, girl, like, why are you as a grown woman making a song? I don't know. Listen, I assume she's never read the book, and I kind of assume she's never seen the movie because the movie's old, right? Like, I assume most people haven't seen those books because they're also controversial, or I'm sorry, the movies because they're controversial. But it's not Sabrina who's taking the responsibility, though she will be because she's the name. It's the team around her. Like, Brittany, listen to my opinion. This is Brittany's opinion. I guarantee you, Sabrina probably had no clue, but her team did. There is no way her team didn't know. And I'm saying that that person needs to be held accountable for even, but then this is Hollywood, baby. This is Hollywood, where we know they've abused children. We know child stars are coming out and saying there's almost no chance of getting out untouched. You know? So I don't know. I don't know that Sabrina knew, but I think somebody on her team knew. Her album cover, though. Well, that's the thing is like, listen, I don't like to assume that everybody knows everything I know, because obviously that's not true. You guys know things I don't know, right? We all know things we don't know. So I can't read her mind, but somebody on her team knew. And that's all that matters to me. Okay, next TikTok from Joy Beans. Thank you, girl. I am unmuted. I muted.
Sabrina Carpenter's new album is a perfect example of how white women get to romanticize misogyny and it still be seen as empowerment. Historically, white women have always been positioned as the default version of femininity. By extension, their womanhood is treated as delicate.
And by the way, in a safe space where it's just like in a safe space, women can engage in Lolita fashion, which is different, or little girl DS stuff. In a safe space, women can dress like little girls. The question is this a safe space? Like Belle Delphine, I want to support Belle Delphine in many ways, but ultimately, like the work that she was doing was definitely pedo baiting and ultimately served a very, very pedo based audience. And I take issue with that. I do. And I understand why Belle, because of the way she looks, almost can't help it. But I also think she played into it. Like she almost can't help it because of how she looks, but she also played into it, girls. Like she played into it. Okay. And so that's the, again, like there's all of these conversations about the healthiness, not healthiness. I just think like, should it be in public is the question. And not that I'm trying to make our marginalized communities go back to the underground, but I'm trying to say like, if we're not going to go back into the underground, we got to be very careful about how the conversations are going. One thing about BDSM that's specific is that it's 18 plus. You can't be doing BDSM underage, guys. If you're doing BDSM as a minor, you're doing unethical BDSM. That's pretty common in our communities. In a good BDSM healthy community, you shouldn't be doing BDSM as a minor. So if you are, you're doing unhealthy BDSM, girls. And I know why you're doing it, but like you're a teenager, gotta get over it. You gotta wait. And then when you do adult BDSM, you go in with a legal document that says, I'm 18. And there are no kids involved in DDLG. There is no chance of it. You are all ID'd at a BDSM dungeon. You can't just go to a BDSM party. And if you have a really safe setup, most of the parties, 99% of the parties won't even have alcohol or drugs involved. I've never been to a BDSM party with alcohol unless it was a house party. And the rules were very clear about who could play and how long you had to be from having a drink to playing. And if you had to have a person watching you so you wouldn't accidentally play drunk. Like, just FYI.
Delicate, desirable, and deserving of protection. Contrasted with the hypersexual and masculinized view of femininity that has been imposed on Black women and other women of color throughout history, white women have never had to worry about whether or not they would be seen as feminine or innocent or worthy of protection. This protection allows them to play with ideas of submission, sexualization, and degradation without it sticking to them. Black women and other women of
Pause. Chat says, did Sabrina say that her album cover or any of her work is meant to be empowerment though? No. And a lot of people did wonder that. And that's why I think it doesn't matter from your communities talking about it. It doesn't matter what Sabrina wanted from the cover. Once you put your art out into the world, your opinion doesn't matter as an artist. Because now it's our decision how to interact with the art. Like, as long as people aren't deplatforming her, or taking her away from her job or not allowing her to work, which by the way is the conservative narrative. Conservatives are all about deplatforming. Cardi B shouldn't be allowed. This shouldn't be on the radio. Marilyn Manson shouldn't be allowed. He's an abuser, but I'm just giving you an example. Okay, this person, I don't want to do that. I don't think anyone here has advocated for the deplatforming of Sabrina Carpenter, right? We're just saying like, not for me, but thanks. And that's okay, right? Like that's okay to be like, not for me, not my thing. And this is why. So she doesn't have to, it doesn't matter what she did. It doesn't matter what her intention is at this point, right?
color do not have.
She also, as a retort to this whole argument, did say, y'all love my songs about sex, so that's what I'm giving you. You made it famous. So she just wants to give you the next summer bop. That's what her aim is.
Have that option. We have been hypersexualized and dehumanized from conception. We don't get to choose to be sexual. We are made into objects whether we consent to it or not. And so when white women like Sabrina Carpenter portray a romanticized version of misogyny and y'all call it camp, I read it differently. Because to me, it's just the patriarchy repackaged in something glittery and sparkly and girly. White feminism has always centered the experiences of white cishet women. And so by extension, this logic celebrates aesthetic rebellion without actually interrogating the systems that take place behind the scenes that allow this to happen. And so it doesn't surprise me all of the people.
Chat said, what video was the Sabrina Carpenter thing for? It wasn't, it was for a All-American photo shoot. And it was like white picket fences. Like, here's another example. Okay, it was supposed to be for a W photo shoot, All-American. There you go.
People that are defending the album cover and saying, this is empowering and God forbid a girl is a little bit freaked out. And I'm like, of course, that's how you view it because you have been protected. You have been historically protected by femininity. You've never had to worry about whether or not you'd be hypersexualized because that was always a choice for you. That was always a choice. So seeing what Sabrina Carpenter is doing is like, to you, that's revolutionary. To me, it's degrading.
Okay. Then this is Jordan Simone.
Carpenter's album cover is that it's the same type of radicalism as y'all wearing your skimpiest, most exposed outfits into hyper public places like the grocery stores or family-friendly restaurants.
The audio is really low in her video, so just like turn it up because I think she had a really interesting video and I want to talk about it.
And y'all might want to jump me, but hear me out. Y'all aren't doing anything radical or reclamatory for women's bodies or our sensuality or perception of self or whatever it is. The same way Sabrina Carpenter isn't doing anything particularly radical or ironic on that album cover. If she wants to swap out a dog for a man as man's best friend on her album art and be dragged around by her hair, that is genuinely her prerogative. The same way it is your business to show all of your bits and pieces wherever you so please within the eyes of the law. I'm not going to sit here and police your body nor her art. But neither of you can tell me you're doing something radical for feminism or yourselves or some type of greater self-expression that does some lasting impact on the world. Because neither is doing something radical or reclamatory for feminism, and both are performing smex and smexuality for an observer. You're both just aware that it's happening, which is cool, but what does that do for the movement or really for yourselves beyond, you just want to? Because both are conscious decisions to dip into that perception of women's and women's bodies without any type of additional commentary. Because you can say that you're wearing a poster girl dress out and about in broad daylight for whatever reason, but what you're doing is selling the same stuff as an SCX worker, but without the work. You're doing it for free and without the stigma. And selling intimacy is not radical, especially in a hyper-capitalist society that we live in. It's also not particularly more comfortable to have a skirt so short that all of your cheeks are out at Disney or at the grocery store. And I'm not saying that in a judgmental way. I love a little cheek. I love a little short outfit. I've worn many. That's how I know they're not comfortable. I mean, if we're seeing everything except crack, almost all peach, you have a wedgie. I've had one. They're not fun. You're doing it because
hold on right there. I just want to clock it. Giving autism. So I'm reading her as an autistic woman talking. I don't know if you guys are doing that, but I have a lot to say about this discourse, but I'm going to let her speak because her volume's so different than mine. I'm going to let her talk first. But is she autistic? Because that sounded so autistic to me, but I don't know. And I just, as an autistic woman myself, I don't know. So
because you like it, and that's fine. Okay, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your own body. But if somebody asks you why you want to be dressed that way or perceived that way in public, y'all get mad defensive. And I think the reason you get defensive is because there's not like a deeper answer besides, well, I want to, outside of the broader social implications that might have. You don't really care, and you didn't think of an answer more substantive than let women do what women want with their bodies, which is exactly what that album cover is doing. That was radical back in the 90s when no one had ever had the thought, but it's 2025, babe. Which is fine, but if you have to explain why something is subversive or ironic, or if the guy who doesn't believe in women's rights is suddenly very much on board with what you're up to, maybe ask if what you're doing is really what you think you're doing. I guess my point is neither is particularly radical, and both are buying into the very type of commodification of women's bodies that we've been fighting for decades to get away from. Women being smexual isn't radical anymore. We've been doing it for a while. I love to see it. I'm never going to say don't do it, but critical thought and interrogation about when we're doing it and why we're doing it and how it's executed isn't anti-feminist. It's what makes feminism go forward. I mean, instead of saying, why don't we police men this way? Have we ever thought about why we don't police men this way? They don't make clothes like that for men because we don't treat men like that. And again, I'm not telling Sabrina Carpenter to get off her knees. I love her music and I've been streaming it all day. I do what she do. And I'm not telling y'all to put some clothes on. Again, do what you do. I love to see it. I support it. I stand by it. But I am tired of y'all acting like all of this discourse about all of it is some type of progressive move forward for women, that you can commodify yourself before the man does. Is the man getting his buck at the end? Is the man getting his nut at the end? Did he lose? Because, babe, if the answer is no, if he's not uncomfortable, if he's not upset, if he's not even thinking about it, maybe you didn't do what it is you thought you did. And maybe neither did that album cover.
It's really interesting because I love Marina and the Diamonds and FKA Twigs. And I do find that the men who find them attractive are different kinds of men. Like a normie man cannot find them attractive because their music is way too aggressively pro-liberation in a way, or like anti the standard, or it questions too many things in a sense. Like it's almost too weird for regular men. But Sabrina isn't that person, right? She's not niche. Like Marina, it's Marina now, but Marina and FKA Twigs, they're niche girlies. They are for the girlies and the gays. Even though Marina's music in the beginning was very male-centered, it was very much about dynamics and relationships and all of that stuff, okay? Now, somebody in YouTube chat says, it reminds me when artist adds devil in the art, Sabrina did a whole music video in the church. Did you guys see that? That Sabrina did a music video in a Catholic church? Okay, now, that priest was fired. He got in trouble, as he should have been. Okay, he should have gotten in trouble. Because if you're playing by their rules, they think that's the house of the Lord, girl. And you let a Sabrina Carpenter be sexy in a church? Disrespectful. Dis-fucking-respectful, okay? Did I love the aesthetic? Yes. Have I done non-aesthetics for OF before? Yes. Do I know what's offensive? Abso-fucking-lutely, which is why I wouldn't go to an actual church and do it in one, girl. Because I'm fucking respectful as shit, okay? Do we love an aesthetic queen? Yes. Do I think it's really disrespectful to do it in an actual church? Absolutely. Yeah. I think it's really fucking disrespectful. Like in a way that I'm like, girl, not in an actual church, girl. You know? Like not in a real church. Like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not that disrespectful to religious folk. Like I wouldn't actually go to their church and come all over the pews. You know what I mean? Like disrespectful. Okay. The fact that she did that tells me that she's not aware of cultural differences. Like I would, you know what I'm saying? Like you're so disrespectful. And that just feels very entitled to me. Like, you know, do it in a fake church, do it in a fake mosque, not in a real one. Like that's so, you know, like that's so weird. That's so weird. Okay, now back to this lady's TikTok. This reminds me of this. I think I can show it on stream. This is activists in France protesting fascism topless. So I think they are going to show boobs.
Summer is upon.
They are going to show titties. Okay. Actually, I can show you this part right here. Okay, so they're protesting fascism topless. Kind of based, kind of a vibe. Okay. I like it. You know what I mean? I like it. You know, and I know that hopefully YouTube doesn't take me down for this. Okay. I like it. And like, I like it because I think it's a different statement about nudity in public, right? It is a different statement about nudity in public. Okay. Let me see. But when this lady is talking about it's not radical to be nude or slutty, I think that's true, but not always true. I think it's very contextual. You know what I mean? I think it is contextual, which is very important. I remember when I was young and in Seattle's kind of like a topless friendly town, you know? And I used to use that as many times as I could to kind of express myself. And I've been to nudist parades in Seattle. I've been to family parades in Seattle. I even ran into one of the nanny families that I nanny for there, which was funny because when I ran into my nanny family, the boy I nanny for recognized me first. And he was like, Brittany. And I was like, oh, hi. And then the parents saw me and the wife kind of panicked and covered her husband's eyes. She goes, I'm sorry, I didn't know we'd see you here. And we had this weird moment where they go to this nude parade every year. They're just clothed. And I went naked. And we didn't know we would see each other, but it was one of those things where like, it was inappropriate because it was her husband or because I worked for them and I was the nanny. And I was like, oh, and like, it was never a big deal. They never fired me over it or something, right? Like they're progressive. They didn't care, but they still panicked in a way that I know that a more deconstructed nanny family, like I've worked for more progressive nanny families where they wouldn't have panicked. They just have been like, hey, how are you enjoying the picnic? I'd be like, oh my God, I'm having so much fun. Are you guys having fun? And it wouldn't have been inappropriate to see me naked. There is a reality I experienced in Seattle where like your boss could see you naked and it wouldn't be weird. But then I could imagine a scenario where they might see you naked and it might be weird. And the question is, have you deconstructed enough together as a community so it's not weird? Because if you haven't, then it's weird. Do you know what I'm saying? Like without the deconstruction, it's gonna be weird. Okay, now this reminds me of this TikTok. Let me show it to you. Let me pull it up.
I'm sorry, but
okay.
Why are we wearing literal thongs walking around the beach? Like, I just think it's so gross if you're wearing that at a public beach where there are families and children present. I don't know why you'd want to do that. And it's not the fact that you don't look good. It's not the fact that you shouldn't wear that. Like, if you're going to, you know, an adult resort, like all-inclusive, like somewhere with like your husband or your friends or whatever, wear that. Cool, okay? But now if you're like in public where there's families and little kids, like, why are we wearing that? Like, that's... Why? You know, like, I don't know why in front of little children you are wearing like a micro bikini that barely covers your nipples and you're wearing a G-string that barely covers down there. Like, why? One wave, it's gone. Like, why are we doing that in a public beach? I get it, you're confident, you want to look good, you are proud of your body, okay, cool. Any other swimsuit, I promise, you don't have to wear a G-string to show off your super cute body. I promise you. And again, I'm not saying you can't wear them. I'm not saying you shouldn't wear them. I'm just saying know the setting of which you should wear them. Like, would you wear one in front of your parents is my question. Like, would you wear one in front of your family? Because if your answer is no, then why are you doing that in front of other families and little kids? I'm sorry, but why are we wearing...
Okay, so this is such an interesting bubble difference. So I wear a French cut bikini bottom, so it means like half my ass is out. It's not a thong, but it's like half my ass is definitely out. I am in Croatia where it's topless beaches, and I'm in Croatia where a lot of the men are wearing Speedos. And when I say deconstruct the body, now there is a scenario in which topless beaches can be seen as inherently objectifying or not, but it depends on the culture you're in. And so again, like nudist families exist, people exist in naked forms, and it's not weird or awkward. You can exist in a non-sexual setting where you're naked. Trust me, if you've been to enough nudist events, you stop seeing they're naked, genuinely. And I know it's weird because you can't imagine it. And I had to work on this myself. I had to learn to stop seeing people naked. And once I could do it, I was like, oh, damn, I don't even notice anymore. Like, I do forget when I'm in a group of nudies, like, I'm like, oh yeah, we're naked. Like, I forget. We had my sister stay over, and my partner and I had to be like, be clothed, because we're so used to being so naked that we're like, be clothed, because we don't have that relationship with my sister, right? It's like, we want to be comfortable around everyone because we're a community. But if I was in a community of naked people, I wouldn't care being naked. But I had to work on that. There was a time when I couldn't even be totally naked. I would always wear underwear. And then I finally got to the point where I didn't even have to wear bottoms. I could just be naked and I'd be comfortable. It took me a really long time. And there were healthier ways I did it and very unhealthy ways I did it. Trust me, I could name so many times I was unhealthy and toxic in how I attempted to deconstruct my nakedness by maybe being inappropriately naked or not considering everybody around me. But I think what's really interesting is now that I'm in Croatia, the amount of like toplessness or the amount of like it just existing, even the men being comfortable in Speedos. Guys, American guys are not comfortable. American men are insecure about wearing Speedos. That's why they get made fun of, like when they wear them in certain bubbles. The fact that most of the Croatian men here are in Speedos, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, or maybe not most, but many. I'm like, cool. Like, that's cool. Like, that's interesting. So I think we should work on it. We should deconstruct it. I will tell you, my parents did stop going to the beach because they think that the clothing is uncomfortable. And I think they're missing out. I think you are missing out by not taking your kids to the beach because people are dressed almost naked. You should teach your kids that being naked is a state of being and it's not inherently sexual. I think you're missing out. I think a lot of the incel problem, a lot of the problems men are having, the loneliness epidemic, is because men don't know how to treat the body neutral and they're always treating it like inherently sexual. The body is just not inherently sexual. It's not. It's inherently neutral. It can be sexual or not, but it's not inherently anything. It's just a vessel we exist in to move through the world. It's why people don't understand. Like, one time my sister-in-law was really sick and my brother called me and said, bro, I don't know how to help her. I feel like you'll know. Can you please come help her? And I said, what's wrong? And she was really, she was having like a lot of problems and she needed to be cleaned up. And I said, I can do it. Are you comfortable with me cleaning you up? She goes, yeah, just do it. And I did. I cleaned her up. I saw her naked. I cleaned out everything that needed to be cleaned out. And I helped her because she was just like, she was really going through it. And of course, in that moment, I'm not sexualizing my sister-in-law, you fucking weirdos. Because in that moment, she might be naked and I might be all up in her bits, but she's literally ill. And the fact that you can understand in the context of taking care of somebody sick, you can't understand the context of seeing somebody on the beach. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're being cute on the beach, it doesn't mean it's sexual. Being pretty on the beach doesn't mean it's sexual. The fact that you in your mind can't deconstruct it and you only see the context of a beautiful, attractive person as in relation to your objectification or your interest in their objectification is you. You need to deconstruct. So yes, in chat says this goes back to the diaper changing conversations. Yes, it does. I just put out that podcast. Go check it out on the Brittany Simon podcast channel. The fact that we can't, like, we don't understand that it's us that needs to deconstruct the human body instead of the human body needing to be covered up. We need to talk about it. We need to realize, like, there's a whole other life you're missing out on, you know? I mean, I remember like sometimes I'll, FaceTime my parents and my mom will be like, put on a sweater, your dad's home. And honestly, I've made the conscientious decision from now on not to do it. Not forever, and I'm not telling you this like, oh, but you said, I've made the decision for the next few times it happens to say, I'm not going to do that. And I feel like I'm appropriately dressed, even without a sweater. Okay. It's a little low cut, but I think it's appropriate. And if my mom goes, well, it's not appropriate, you can't talk to your dad right now, I'd say, okay, well, I think that's inappropriate because I'm his daughter. And I'm 36 years old, and I think it's about time my dad's able to be in the same room as his daughter if she has a little bit of a low-cut dress. Like, when I wore my wedding dress as an example, I was really happy to show it to my parents. My dad's like, it's too revealing. And I was like, I know what you're saying. I need you to be able to look at me in this dress without you worrying that it's too revealing. And same thing with my mom. My mom's like, you got to wear a sweater. You can't just show up like that. My parents are conservative, guys. This is the problem with conservatism, is it breeds a bad relationship with your body, a bad relationship with other people's bodies, this is why this blonde girl is missing the point. She is contributing to the culture that's going to make it dangerous for us to exist together. Now, okay, thank you guys for putting up with this very long live stream. I just think it's all very important. Let's go over it again. Let's get a visual again, okay? Which visual do I want to use? Is this helping? Is this helping? Is this the same as a woman wearing a bikini? Is this helping? Because to be honest, I wouldn't mind if my parent saw me in a bikini or at a burlesque show, because I don't think that's inherently sexual. I gotta say, this is feeling pretty sexual. This is feeling pretty sexual. My man's best friend, puppy paw emoji. You know what I mean? Yeah. Chet says, you think this is more sexual than burlesque? Burlesque is not sexual to me. I've been to a burlesque national competition. It is not sexual. It is fucking art. It is skill. It is acrobatics. It is sport. It's not sexual. It's sensual, but it's not sexual. Burlesque is sensual, not sexual. Again, deconstruct the bubbles. I was at a burlesque event and a band behind me said, I can't wait to see these whores perform. And I said, excuse me, this is fucking art. If you see burlesque, okay, if you see drag is inherently sexual, you need to deconstruct. It is sensual. It is not sexual. It is not sexual. Unless you make a certain type of burlesque. But in the national competitions I went to, it was not sexual. It was sensual. And it's dependent. And I say deconstruct it because you will have a better relationship with it. You will have a better relationship with it. Okay? You will. Because, guys, if you say it's sexual, and I'm telling you, I fundamentally disagree because I'm not having a sexual relationship with it. That's what I'm telling you. Not all of us are having a sexual relationship with it, and you don't have to either. Sexual means turning on. I'm not turned on when I watch burlesque. I'm not sexually aroused when I watch burlesque. Sexual is sexual arousal. Sensual is a vibe. Masculine, feminine, sensual. I am not coming when I watch burlesque, girls. I am snapping my fingers at how fucking good it is. Are you guys getting wet and hard when you're watching burlesque? Because I can't take you out in public if you are. Because I can't take you out in public if you are, girl. And that's what I'm saying. Deconstruct it. Okay? I'm not getting turned on. Okay? Chet says, are you having a sexual relationship with the Sabrina pic? A little bit. Like, a little bit. But also I'm getting an ick response. I'm getting partially sexual because I am into, first of all, I never said I wasn't on my knees sucking dick. I want to make that clear. I love being on my knees sucking dick. But I'm also getting an ick response because it's a man. Okay, so like just to be honest, like I'm not saying I don't give a blowjob, bros. Like nobody, okay, I'm taking it down the pipe, girls. But that doesn't mean that when I see a photo like this, I don't get an initial ick because it's the degradation part. I'm like not a big fan. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, so I just want to make it abundantly clear. Like, yeah, when I see the photo, I'm like, oh, that's sexy. Oh, that reminds me of sex I've had. Oh, this reminds me of all these memories I have. And then I'm like, oh, but I get an ick when I notice the man. I'm like, I don't like it. I don't really like it. Chet says, Discord says, you know why that pic gives me the ick? He's not pulling the hair right. Well, obviously, that's just like, that's why it's a photo thing. You know? Yeah, I don't like it. Like, listen, I used to perform blowjobs in a more... in a role play way. There's role play blowjobs, which is fiction. Suck that cock, bitch. You know, that's misogynistic. It's objectification. It's a fantasy. It's not real. And then there's the real blowjob you're giving to somebody you love. Yeah, that language is not there. Like, I need you to know when I'm making love, there's no bitch talk. There's no hit talk. When I'm making love to somebody, there is no negative. It's only beautiful. It's soft and it's special and it's unique. So if I'm doing the fantasy stuff, sure, the fantasy stuff is like, you know, whatever. Or maybe you're topping from the bottom, right? I do a lot of topping from the bottom, sure, right? Okay. But that's the fantasy. That's not real. That's the problem, is like when I see this imagery, none of my real life lovemaking looks like this. This is the fantasy, right? Okay. a little TMI for the girls and the gays, you know? So, yeah, there's like, I think there's a difference here where I'm like, oh, I'm not really into this energy right now. You know, I'm really in love right now. You know, I'm really married, my soulmate. So I'm not really into anything right now that makes my relationship abusive, toxic, objectifying. Like, I'm really in love right now. You know what I mean? So I'm just like, I found my soulmate. I've had so many sexual partners. I've had so much kind of sex in my life, but I'm just like, I'm in my like soft girl top era where I just want to make love. And, I'll be honest, this is very vulnerable. So it might not be your lived experience, and I don't mean to project my lived experience on you, but I've never been in love before like this. I've never made love like this before. When I had a lot of kinky sex, when I was doing a lot of BDSM sex in the way that I was doing it, not that that stuff doesn't happen now, it's just the kind I was having, the more objectifying stuff. I mean, I couldn't even look my partners in the eyes. I couldn't even be vulnerable with them. I couldn't make love to them. I didn't make love to them. We fucked, and we fucked good, but I wasn't making love to anybody. And so now in this marriage, it feels like our intimacy is intimate, like really intimate. And it doesn't mean that we don't incorporate things that could look like this. It means that the why or how is different. So I'm okay with kink. I love kink. I'm okay with BDSM. I love BDSM. I love top and bottom. I love switch dynamics. I love DS. I love all that stuff. But, you know, it doesn't always have to show up this way. You know, it doesn't always have to be this way. It can be different. It can be different. Yeah, so I hope that makes sense. And again, it's okay if you're not there, and it's okay you don't have to be there. It's just that's where I am in my life. So when I look at this album cover, I just get like this ick feeling. You know, I just get this ick feeling. Yes, lover girl era. I'm in my lover girl era. It's just so different, you know? Yeah. Chet says I just got engaged after being together for 6 years. I feel you, Britt. Amen, girl. Amen. So again, she's 26. I would have found, if I was in my 20s, I would have eaten this shit up. I'm 36 now. I'm 10 years older than Sabrina Carpenter. I found my person. So I'm also coming from that perspective. Like, it's different art for me. It's different art for me. You know what I mean? And that's okay if it speaks to you. I think in my 20s, her work would have spoken to me a lot more. Okay, guys, maybe a few more videos. Hold on. I definitely want to watch this video. Hold on. Let me double check. Okay. This video too, and this video too, and this video too. Okay, almost done. But I think it's important. Okay.
Online are arguing right now about whether
Whoa, sorry. Blew out your ears. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Okay.
Since women online are arguing right now about whether this commercial or this album cover are empowering or not, I wanted to share some women and their contributions to society that I, as a woman, am personally empowered by. Number one is Bozoma St. John and her role as a founder and C-suite executive at companies like Apple, Uber, and Netflix.
Pause. What's the problem with that? Anybody tell me? What's her problem? What's the problem with that video already? What's the problem with the video already? Should I replay it? What's the problem with this video already? Chat already got it. Yes, girl boss feminism, capitalism, not the capitalist queen feminism. This was the feminism I snorted up my nose 27 to 30 years old. I was like, I'm going to be a girl boss. I'm going to be CEO. I'm going to be just like the boys. Oh, skirt, skirt. Skirt, 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 skirt. Ooh. Skirt, skirt. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Amal Alamuddin and her work as an international human rights lawyer. Dr. Jane Goodall and her groundbreaking scientific research on chimpanzees, as well as her decades of activism. Huda Kattan and her role as a founder, billion-dollar business CEO, and her human rights activism. Maria Grazia Chiori and her work as creative director of Dior. Greta Thunberg and her nonstop climate and human rights activism, Emma Grade and her work as a businesswoman, founder, entrepreneur, and CEO, Sanna Marin, the former Prime Minister of Finland and the youngest person in the world to ever be elected to that role at the age of just 34, Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her work as a lawyer and Supreme Court Justice, Bada Mohammed and her work in the fashion industry as a hijabi supermodel, and my mom for her inspiring work as an activist. Young girls getting on social media for the first time need to have good examples of real empowerment to look to. And as women, we're not a monolith. We can absolutely find different things empowering. So if you're a woman watching this video, I'd love if you could comment a woman that's been influential or empowering to you.
Okay, there's something really good about that. Something a little raising eyebrow-ish. But another way to think about the whole conversation, right? So I think this coincides with this next TikTok. So this one can feel questionable to me, where I'm like, are you saying sex work can't be empowering? I don't think all forms of sex work are empowering. I don't think all forms of child star, modeling, CO, all of it, it's like dependent. It's very contextual. But then check out this TikTok. Okay, I'm not going to play it because it's a song. Propaganda I'm not falling for. Being okay with men watching porn. Hating Bonnie Blue, but not the men that pay her. Knowing what my color season is. Thinking having a bush is unhygienic. And thinking plastic surgery is empowering. Okay, let's go through these. Being okay with men watching porn. Okay, so right away I'm like, what's wrong with porn? I have never had an issue with my partners watching porn. I don't even think about it. Regardless of their gender, I don't care. I don't think about it. It's never been a problem in my relationships. I do not want a relationship where someone tells me what I can watch. Like, I do on occasion watch porn. Not usually, to be honest, but that's because I fell off of it, mostly because I don't like porn industries, and I have a great imagination. So, but my vibrator lives on my side table, girl, and that battery is always dying. Let me tell you, girl. Okay. Love me a vibrator. So I am not about to have that conversation where like, oh, no one should watch porn. I think if you watch porn though, you better be deconstructing. Where's the porn coming from? Who are you watching? What's your relationship with it? And how's it going to impact your real life? Okay. So I got no problem with porn. Hating Bonnie Blue, but not the men that pay her. Okay. I agree. Bonnie Blue, hating her, but not the men. Crazy. Okay. She still needs to be held accountable. I think she's doing a disservice to her and other people, but I think that, Bonnie Blue isn't the problem. I think it's the fact that Bonnie Blue is playing to capitalism. Guys, her last stunt was so bad. OF banned her. The one where she was going to be held down and let men touch her however they want while she fights back. Like, OF banned her. She cockblocked her own bag by playing that hard into the patriarchy. See how playing into the patriarchy comes at the expense of you and everybody fucking else? You could have kept making that bag from OF, girl, but you had to play so hard into the patriarchy, so hard into misogyny that OF even banned you. My sister in Christ. What are you doing? My sister in Christ. Okay. Thinking having a bush is unhygienic. I think this is so dangerous. I do. I think it's really dangerous to not understand that with 8 billion people on the planet, some people are not having the same relationship to hygiene that you are. I don't know if a bush is inherently hygienic, but I'm not about to say it isn't. I don't know. I know some men have a real struggle learning how to clean their foreskin and have to get surgery later in life because of it. Like, I just think like whether you have a bush or not have a bush, I don't know. I don't care. I hate this conversation. Have pubic hair, don't have pubic hair. It is none of my goddamn fucking business what you have. But you should deconstruct why you're shaving it or not shaving it. Because I think if you're not shaving your bush just to stick it to men, talk about centering men. Chet says, girl, of course, bushes aren't inherently hygienic. What do you mean? I don't know that. Like, I don't know that. Like, I need to tell you that. I don't actually know what it is. I don't know if having armpit hair is better for you. I know face hair. I know nostril hair is really important. And us plucking and shaving our nostril hair is actually harming us. But like, I only know that because I saw a video. I don't know the science behind a bush. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm telling you right now, I actually don't capital KNOW know that. You know what I'm saying? Chad says, would you consider yourself demi now? No, I'm still aloe as fuck, girl. No, I'm still aloe as fuck. So I don't know. But I caution people from assuming, because I just think like medical information is private between you and your doctor. And judging people for it is also like, it just feels very much like you don't know people's medical history, and judging people for how they keep their pubic hair is not helpful. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Okay. Thinking plastic surgery is empowering. I think plastic surgery is neutral, but to say it's not empowering is so dehumanizing. Breast reductions, cancer surgery, surgery because of disability. Just saying plastic surgery is not empowering is just not being nuanced enough. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? I don't like it. Okay. Next video. This video is just literally telling us Sabrina Carpenter is breaking her silence on the backlash to her new Man's Best Friend album. The user wrote, does she have a personality outside of sex? Carpenter responded, yes, girl, and it's so good. So somebody said, like, does she have a personality outside of sex? Like, obviously she does, but her brand doesn't. But obviously she does, but her brand doesn't. And that's okay, right? And then she, hold on, let me see. So critics complained she only sings about sex. And then she added, those are the songs you've made popular. Clearly you love sex. You're obsessed with it. I think that's the point. Is like she's selling you summer bops. So she only cares about selling you that summer bop, which is fine. Okay? Okay. Now, at this point in the conversation, we have one more video and then I want to talk about it, right? This is why I say to even my audience, like, even when, not to you guys directly, but, you know, people will say, like, I don't care if you wear makeup. I don't care if you do your hair. I don't care. But you do care because the people that are the most popular are the people who put in the most effort. Even women who say, I don't care, women shouldn't feel obligated under the patriarchy to do X, Y, Z, then why are all my queer podcasts getting no fucking views? Then why is every marginalized community I'm watching doing the worst? Why the fuck are we not more popular? People care, and the numbers show it. Why is Sabrina Carpenter famous and other feminist singers aren't? Why is Taylor Swift famous? Why are these the people we made famous? Make it make sense. I think it's somewhat of an autistic, like, part of my brain that hates when people are like, no, people want you authentic. Then why is Taylor Swift the biggest? Why is Sabrina the biggest? If you guys want authenticity, why are these people who are putting on the most performance the most famous? Okay, why? Chat says not always. FKA Twigs. FKA Twigs is so fucking pretty. If you looked at her, you would die in real life. FKA Twigs is so fucking pretty. She is literally one of the most beautiful people. She can pull off the worst haircuts. You think any ugly bitch can pull off this haircut? Please do not come. Please do not make me come for you. Do you know how pretty you have to be to pull off this haircut? Do you know how fucking pretty you have to be? Please do not. You know how beautiful you have to be as a person to make this look good? You girls, come on. She is literally using her pretty privilege to the fucking max. She is so fucking gorgeous. Like, this is Nara Smith level. Like, this is model level fucking gorgeous. You think I could pull off this look, girl? And be, you know what I'm saying? She literally is so fucking beautiful. She's a fucking fairy. She's literally a fucking fairy. Discord says, I don't think she can pull it off. That's my opinion. Damn, you never been so wrong in your life, Discord. Opinions are opinions. That's okay. But I think she is literally so beautiful. Chat says, I didn't hear about FKA Twigs until Britney. She's a very niche artist. She's niche famous, but she's niche. She's definitely niche. Most normies would never know who she is, even though she dated Robert Pattinson at one point, but who the fuck cares who she dated? You know what I'm saying? She, you know, she is so specific. Like, look, like she's, is this an edit? Who edited this? She's just like, she's got crazy alien lore, like alien energy. She's just an alien girl. And I love her. I love everything about her. I've been an FKA Twigs fan for like a really long time though, because like, she's so fucking weird. She's just so, you know what she is? She's what Grimes wished she could be. No offense to Grimes. I said what I said. I don't like Grimes. I'm not a Grimes fan, but she is the Black Grimes, but superior and better in every way. Grimes wishes. Okay. I don't like Grimes, but like that's what she wants to be. I'm sorry. She's so good. She's just the superior in everything she does. She's the better. She is, nobody could ever do it like her. I refuse to believe you could be better than her. Her dance moves, her aesthetic, her music, her voice, her etherealness, her skill, her muscle. She uses pole like she's fucking breathing. She's so good at it. She's so strong. She's so strong. She's so powerful. Like everything she does, she's so serious about. This is a girl. You know who FK Twigs is? She's a girl who actually does what she says she does. She actually does it. She actually is good at her craft. She actually said, you know what? I'm going to be better than you. She is physically so talented. She is a literal athlete. She is a literal athlete. That's why she's so impressive to me. Like, I know how, guys, I will watch an FK Twigs video and I'm like, I could do that. How hard is that? I am literally like, how hard could that be? She's so talented. She's so fucking talented. Okay. Chad says this is an FK Twigs fan account now. It is. It is officially. Chad says Brit has a girl crush. Girl. You don't even understand how much I just love a person who you could just tell like they're really in it. Like they're really about it. And I'm just so impressed with how much she's about it. I think it is too, because I actually attempt to do stuff and I realize how hard it is. Like, do you guys ever, even Sabrina, I'll give Sabrina Carpenter all her flowers. I could never do what she does. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could never do what she does. Like, just being in a stage performance, just showing up, just singing vocally. Billie Eilish, like, there's something like so powerful. Discord says my vibe is more Willow Smith. Love Willow Smith. Never really got into her music very hardcore, but fell in love with a few tracks for sure. Right? But I love the aesthetic. Love Willow's aesthetic for sure. I just like try to do what they do for a second just to humble myself and remember like, okay, girl, this is why you talk at a computer. This is why you talk at a computer, girl. Because, okay. One more video. It's a longish video, but I think it's important. I want to watch it. Okay, kind of longish.
24 hours to wrap up the Sabrina Carpenter discourse. I am actually...
Hold on.
You have 24 hours to wrap up the Sabrina Carpenter discourse. I am actually so serious because it has spun out to the point where it is just utterly ridiculous and the plot is completely and utterly lost. Now, without outing myself too much for personal sins, let me just say this. That album cover is entirely too vanilla to have elicited this level of response from people.
Pause. Very hard disagree. I think we're very disconnected. I think we are dangerously disconnected from the world if we thought that album cover was vanilla. Like, who are you talking about? Who are the normies in everybody's head? Like, I don't think people understand this. If you're on TikTok as a creator, you are probably not as normal as you think you are. And even if you are a normie, it's going to show in the way you show up. Like, I'm going to be real. I rarely meet couples who talk about pulling each other's hair. And I want this to be something that we recognize in this community. If most of my community says my partner pulls my hair, of course they do. You're watching an autistic BDSMer. Of course they do. But most people are probably not having hair pulling sex. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, just remember the niche communities we're in to even be having these conversations and why Sabrina's getting the backlash, because you're realizing like, oh, like who, you know what I'm saying? Like, in my lived experience, most of my friends that are not BDSM or autistic or minorities, they're not pulling each other's hair. You know what I mean? But so when we talk about who's the normie, I'm not sure who we're talking about. Like, who are we talking about? Like, of course, you're going to be more comfortable because, listen, if you're comfortable with hair pulling, you're probably in spaces where those things are more prevalent. If you're if you're uncomfortable with it, you're probably not in those bubbles. Like, vanilla people have kinky sex, but that still makes you vanilla. Chat says, is vanilla like conservative? No. lots of conservatives are actually quite kinky. Vanilla it depends. And I mean BDSM. A lot of conservatives are BDSMers. Kinky and being a part of the kink community are not the same things. Vanillas can have kinky sex, but that doesn't mean they're kink and it doesn't mean they're BDSM. The dilemma is we're equating all of these things together. Vanillas who engage in kinky sex, like, okay, one of the reasons I can't sensationalize my life is because of vanilla people get to sensationalize their kinky weekends because for them, it's like, whoa, I pulled my partner's hair. It was crazy. And it's like, whoa. I can't get up here and be like, yeah, we pulled each other's hair. Like, that's like saying like, oh, I woke up this morning. Like the reason vanillas get on talk show hosts at night, Stephen Colbert at night, is because they're like, oh my God, this week, crazy shit, I spanked my girl's butt. You spanked your girl's butt? That's crazy. You spanked her? It's like, yeah, I spanked her butt. Whoa. Because normie ass people aren't out here like, boom. That's why when it shows up in music, everyone's like, oh, like, are you actually doing it though? Like, I don't know how many normie people you guys talk to for real, but they're not doing these things. Liberal or conservative, they're not doing it. Now, they might do it more if they're young and raised in that way, but even young people I'm meeting, they're not doing it. Discourse that people aren't getting spanked. Ask your friends. Ask your friends how many of them regularly spank ass during sex or even in real life. Yeah. Ask them how many of them are actually, and to see if they'll even answer you, right? Like younger people are more likely to utilize that, but even so, right? Chad said, can queer sex be considered vanilla? Silly question. Well, pegging is quite not vanilla, I suppose. If you peg your partner, you're probably not BDSM, but you could be more kinky than not. Chad says, so vanilla is just like missionary? Yeah, like guys, literally, vanilla sex is like Sex in the City sex. Most of the sex you saw in Sex in the City was pretty vanilla. It's just sex, guys. Regular ass sex. You ever have just regular? I have a lot of vanilla sex. You guys just have, like, I have a lot of sex that's vanilla because it's not engaging in kink or kink behavior and it's not in BDSM. It's just like vanilla. It's just regular ass sex. Guys, in some people's bubbles, anal sex is kinky. Vanilla people aren't even having anal. You know how many people do not have anal sex? And that's okay. All of it's okay. But like, if you watch a regular show when they're having sex, you notice how there's just like sex? They're just literally having sex. There's nothing to it. There's no slapping, hair pulling, spitting, spanking. It's just sex, vanilla sex. When you add elements to the vanilla sex to kinkify it, you're now engaging in kinky sex. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, most people are just having vanilla sex. I have a lot of vanilla sex myself. It's great. Vanilla sex is great. But of course, if you're only ever having vanilla sex, if you've never engaged in kink, never seen kink, of course, the cover of the album is like, oh. And so, of course, for this girl to get up here and be like, that cover was all too vanilla, I think that's kind of like our bubble speaking. Like, I really do think our bubbles are so used to kink and so used to sex, we have forgotten that regular people are not doing that. And that you might not even realize you might not be doing that. Like, I knew a girl in the BDSM community who was like, I never have vanilla sex. Ugh, boring. I think that's a cope. Vanilla sex is great. It's literally so great. It doesn't always have to be kinky to be good sex, guys. Okay? Say it to yourself. It doesn't have to be kinky to be good. Vanilla sex is great too. And the people who shame it in the kink community, like, ugh, vanilla sex, gross. You're the problem. You're the problem. Nothing wrong with some regular ass vanilla sex. Okay? Yes, Chad said, I love me some missionary, not gonna lie. I love me. Missionary is so good. Missionary is so good. Missionary is so good, guys. Okay?
Here's the thing. People are talking about how racy and sexy and all of this and, oh, it's just so freaky. It's so this. And I remember having seen the thing thinking, oh yeah, Sabrina's doing her Sabrina thing, whatever. Didn't she like do positions like this on stage? Okay, fine, whatever. That's her thing, right? That's her thing. I'm just thinking, I'm reacting to it in the same way I reacted to that film with Nicole Kidman about that woman who likes being talked to like a dog. What is it? Baby girl. Baby girl. I remember feeling the same way about that image as I did about the film Baby Girl. And I think on Letterboxd, I called it the worst kind of vanilla. It's vanilla that's posing as something spicy. I feel like it's entirely too vanilla to be so subversive of the patriarchy, and it is also too vanilla to be responsible for the downfall of all of feminism. And I'm so sorry, but like...
I mean, that's true. Like, Sabrina Carpenter isn't putting women back 30 years. She's just going to lose some viewers, or it's not going to appeal to all people. But like, you know what's really holding women back? Republican policy. You know what's really holding women back? This administration. You know what's really holding women back? People voting for a rapist. Sabrina better not have voted for Trump. You know? I'm just saying, you know what's really holding women back?
If feminism can be destroyed by one artist's album covering Big 2025, then I'm sorry, but your form of feminism was never worth a damn. It was never worth a damn if all it takes is Sabrina Carpenter on her knees with somebody.
But you see how I can disagree that cover wasn't vanilla? And then she can say it is vanilla, but then we can both agree that, like, yeah, if Sabrina Carpenter is bringing down your feminism, damn, girl. Talk about a weak foundation. I agree with this. I think at the end of the day, it's not Sabrina, but at the end of the day, I think it's perfectly okay for people to be upset with the album cover and not like it. You know? Chat says, oh my gosh, Sabrina, secret Trumper. They both look like they go to the same tanning salon. Look, I would not be surprised. I'm not even going to play with you. I would not be surprised if that woman was connected to Republicans. But you know what? Taylor Swift's whole family is Republican. She's the only liberal. So it's not that, you know what I mean?
Somebody's hand like this in her hair to destroy all of feminism. I got news for you, babes. We were already in an anti-feminist backlash. We were already, depending on who you follow and how active you are online. And
same with Taylor Swift, where people are like, I don't get why you don't like Taylor Swift. She's so feminist. I don't dislike Taylor Swift. Her form of feminism, though, to me, just isn't intersectional or progressive enough. And again, I know this is like, oh, wait, fighting on the left. And I'm telling you my personal opinion, bitch. I'm literally telling you my personal opinion. I'm not a part of your goddamn fucking group. Listen to me when I talk. Are you asking my opinion? Are you asking me what group I'm a part of? Fuck your groups. For Britney, personally, I have nothing against Taylor as a consciousness. It's just her politics are not my politics. I am a more progressive. Okay? Are you asking me my goddamn opinion or not? Like, I'm not saying don't listen to Taylor. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm saying for Britney, I'm not feeling seen by her music and I'm not feeling excited by her politics. But I appreciate that she's come out and encouraged her viewers to vote Democrat. That's cool, bro. Also, fuck the Democrats. Also, vote Democrat. Also, fuck the Democrats. Also, vote Democrat.
Platforms you're on, I would argue we've been in one for the better part of a decade now, at least. We've been in an anti-feminist backlash for the...
And thank you, Discord. She's literally a billionaire. Taylor Swift is capitalism. She like literally snorted capitalism right into her fucking bank account. That's what I'm saying. All these feminists are not here to dismantle capitalism. So yeah, it's just like not my favorite. Why are you a billionaire?
For the last decade odd and some change. It's only just now you've noticed. That is too great. That is too great a socio-political shift across multitudes of nations the world over to be laying at the feet of just one artist. Did you know something? Let me even compare her to all of the pop chicks that have come before. Let's talk about Madonna, because I've been seeing.
But what did Madonna do? Right? Like, I don't know why people keep comparing Sabrina to all these other women who at the time were liberating, but now aren't. Like, Madonna got regressive. Like, I think the only person who didn't get that regressive was Cher, but I have some comments about Cher's actions. But like, ultimately, like, well, let's see what she says. But I'm confused why people keep bringing up Dolly Parton and Madonna. Like, what did they matter? This is 2025. That was like 40 years ago. What did they matter?
Seeing people all up and down my FYP talking about Rachel Ziegler as Evita Peron. She's currently here on the West End doing Evita Peron, and everyone's talking about the commentary aspect of the fact that she performs the signature song "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina" on the balcony outside.
Did you guys see that video? It was so good. I loved that. I did love that. I love that she, on the balcony, as if to, I guess it's a correlation between how, like the inside rich people have the privilege of seeing her, but she's singing it to the people on the street. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Facing the street, right? With a camera pointed at her, projecting it on the stage. Now, here's the thing. You know, Madonna played Evita in the film adaptation of that musical. Here's the thing. Madonna was so sexually explicit, was so explicit in a lot of her images and a lot of her music at the time when they first announced that they were going to cast her for the cinematic turn of that musical, that people were protesting in Argentina. The idea that they could basically like link Madonna, somebody who is so hypersexual in their views, with somebody that they are still salty, with somebody that they were salty that the Pope did not canonize. They were like, how dare you even mention these people in the same bloody sentence? How dare you? People were
I mean, my mother was so angry at Madonna because she disrespected Catholic imagery and stuff. Maiden says Madonna's more reactionary, which to me speaks of internal work needing to be done. I mean, there's so many things about Madonna that it can be deconstructed, right? She also gets accused of having white savior complex, adopting all these black kids. She has like a lot about her that like we could have a conversation about. Even like her and Britney Spears having the collaboration, which was like iconic at the time. And listen, like you can think something is iconic and still see the issues with it. I can't tell you how many things I love in life that are problematic. The issue is, does it need to be recreated again? This is the conversation about, would you sacrifice all the art in the world that came at the expense of marginalized communities or somebody else? Yes. If it meant not having that art, but the people wouldn't be at the expense of, like, yeah. And then someone's like, would you be willing to forego any tech, anything that's been built in the world, like technology wise? If, would you be able to like live without it if it came at the expense of somebody else? Sure. And the people are like, yeah, but then we wouldn't even exist. Yeah. Okay. Like it's a hypothetical, so it's not going to happen. But like, think about what you're asking. You're making the argument that it's worth everything we've built, even though it came at the expense of other people, like what's happening right now in front of us. We're watching men fight it out right now over territory of land and resources. And they're saying they're doing it for our future. And I'm saying, yeah, is it worth it though? And they're saying it's going to be worth it when you're comfortable in the future. Yeah, like I'm using this computer, I'm talking to you with technology. I could live in a world without it, but we live in a world with it. So that's why it's not supposed to be black and white and perfect. I'm still, listen, my sister came over to visit. It was great. And we went to a lot of like Croatian restaurants where everything is seafood or everything is meat or everything is animal product. And I primarily always order something vegan or vegetarian. I sometimes would have to forego with vegetarian because there's only so many options. Most of the time, I ended up just getting grilled vegetables and fries. That was like the joke, like, oh, here's Brittany with her fries and grilled vegetables. But hey, they were really good. But that was mostly what I could eat. I could eat potatoes and vegetables. That was the only thing I could find that wasn't, that was edible for me. And it was really good, but it was a good moment of like, why am I doing this? And I did try some of my friends and family's like food. Like I did take bites of it. So I'm not like vegan, but I sat there and they're like, why don't you just like, do you feel okay with what you're eating? I was like, I feel fine with what I'm eating. And they were very encouraging and they were very excited to see me find food on the menu that I could eat. But what it gave me was another opportunity to say, do I still want to do this? Do I still want to do this? Do I still want to stop eating animal? And I'm still doing it. I don't know what's going on. I'm changing as a person, but I'm still doing it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to go back to eating animals, but I'm still doing it. I'm still eating vegan, vegetarian. Like I'm still no dairy, no animal product. I don't know. But what am I doing it for? I think I'm just doing it for my values. And it still feels really good. It doesn't feel bad, but it feels so interesting because I can't go back to eating them. Guys, I can't explain it to you. My brain, no one's stopping me. No one's stopping me. And I'm not doing it. I'm not eating animals. What the fuck is wrong with me? Like, I'm like, why aren't I going and buying this fish? Why aren't I buying the chicken? Like, what is stopping me? And I think it's me. And I'm like, oh. And then I'm wondering like, wow, is this like what a significant change feels like? Like no one's holding me to the fire. It's not even it's a construct I created. But yeah, like I'm not doing it. Now, again, I'm not vegan, but I'm plant-based and I'm doing okay at it. But it's what I'm trying to explain is like, this isn't a prescription I could make for people. I don't make prescriptions, but I'm telling you that I'm having like a really significant relationship with self. And that's what this is really this is what it's about. You know what I mean? Like it's about asking yourself, why am I doing it and how does it impact society? I do fundamentally believe this diet would be better, this belief would be better for the world, but I don't think the world should necessarily do it. Does that make sense? Chet says, is this what the vegan person you collabed with was saying? Maybe, Ellie, maybe that's what she was saying. I don't know. I don't have an ick towards meat. I'm not grossed out by it, but it doesn't taste the same. Like when I eat it, I've had it, like my in-laws buy my partner sausages and stuff, which they used to buy for me, but I don't eat it anymore. And pancetta and prosciutto. And I used to eat this, oh my God, all the time. I tasted it. It doesn't taste the same. I'm like, oh, like I'm not enjoying it the way I used to enjoy it. I imagine it though. I'm like, oh, I really want to eat that. And then I eat it. And then I'm like, oh, yeah. Chet says it doesn't release as much dopamine anymore. I think that's what it is. I'm not getting an ick, but I'm not getting a high either. Like I used to love it. And now I'm just like, oh, it kind of tastes not good. What is happening? Yeah, I think that's something that's happening there. I don't know. And Chet says, glad you had people to encourage you. When I wasn't eating meat or dairy, my family in the South was quite rude and offended about it. I don't tell any of my rude family. I only tell my encouraging family because it would piss me off. But yeah, my sister ate my food with me. She said it was bomb. I made her chickpea tacos, smoked tofu tacos. We had so much good food and they loved it. We were having so much fun with it and she really enjoyed the food I got. And it was a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm definitely like having a different relationship with myself. So again, when we're talking about Sabrina, we're talking about veganism, when we're talking about anything we're doing, there's the relationship with ourselves, and there's a relationship with how it impacts the world and what is for the world. I am not doing this for the world first and foremost. I'm doing it for myself. But secondary, I do think it is beneficial for the world. I do try when I make OnlyFans content to make content that I think is good for me and I think is good for the world. So I'm really careful about what I create. I'm really careful about what I do, how I interact with my viewers. Like there's a reason I don't take customs. There's a reason when I get DMs, the people are like, hey, Brit, I know you mostly make arty OnlyFans, but is there any way I could get a custom? And I say, hey, thank you so much for asking. I don't do customs, but thanks for being here and supporting the work. I'm setting a tone for the people to know that there's a way to do nude art. There's a way to be erotic. There's a way to do masturbatory work that doesn't, or things you masturbate to that doesn't come at the objectification of the creator, but it can come with the relationship you have as an audience member. I am trying to create work that allows me to say, if you found a way to objectify me to the point where you think I'm just an object to you by viewing this work, that's on you. Like, I feel like I'm doing the work. And that's something that I hold my standard to. I'm not saying Sabrina has to do that, but I am trying to set a standard that forces even the customer to have a different relationship with how they consume sex work. And again, you don't have to do it this way. It definitely makes less money. It's just something I've decided to do. And I do, when people feel entitled or they get rude about it, I block them. Right? Yeah. Chet says, from what I've seen of your work, you can tell it's for you, not to get the audience off. I appreciate that. I work really hard at that. Yeah, Chet says you're setting an example of a different form of engagement with whatever you do. I try. I really do try. Okay, that was a really long rant to just talk about the relationship of when we do it for us and when we do it for others. But then I do acknowledge and I do agree that I don't live in a vacuum, and that ultimately even having a brand of OF makes people put me into a specific category of content creator, right? Discord said ethical work, ethical eating, ethical self, not to be religiously worded, but what came from you becomes you too. Yeah, I try my best, but it's hard. Chet says, did you also go plant-based for health reasons first? Not first. I was doing it as a challenge. At first, this all started as like a challenge. And then it benefited me health-wise. And now I'm incorporating it into my philosophy of life. But it was just that 30-day challenge. It was like a challenge and people started challenging me from the philosophical perspective. You know what they say? Philosophy girlies, we're really having crises about our own self all the time, you know? All right, back to this.
Protesting. Hated it. Hated the very idea. That's how explicit Madonna was. A lot of you have not really fully deeped the lyrics of Like a Prayer, but you swear this is the freakiest, dickiest thing you've ever heard, etc., etc. And again, not to out myself too much, this is entirely vanilla. It is very safe. It is incredibly well trod.
Yeah, I feel like that's such a weird take from her. Like, girl, who are you hanging out with, girl? We have people who can't even see people in bikinis. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have to deconstruct for sure. But I think like calling it absolutely vanilla is like, I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I would rather kids see people in bikinis and burlesque than I would see them this album cover. Oh, that's a good, okay. Is that a good metric? I think burlesque is safe for kids. Most burlesque I've seen is very family friendly. Even the sensual burlesque. I think it's very fun and costumey. I don't think Sabrina Carpenter's album is kid safe. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys agree or no? Because I think most of the burlesque I've consumed feels very putting on a play. And I don't think kids should be shielded from human bodies unless it's sexual. But burlesque doesn't come off sexual to me. It comes off very like cutesy. But I think like her album cover feels very inappropriate for kids. Like, I probably wouldn't have that art in the house if I had a child. But there's different kinds of art that's nude I would have in the house with a child, but not something mimicking fellatio or something. Yeah. Oh, chat says I went to an event last October that had a PG burlesque show and an R-rated burlesque show. There you go. And I know there's family burlesque shows, right? Like, I've seen a lot of I know a lot of burlesque dancers who perform for families. Like, it's a family level burlesque, you know? Chet sells the album cover. Are you saying the album cover is violent? I don't agree. Some people said that. They said her album cover was violent. I think if he had been dragging her, it would have been violent, but it doesn't seem violent. You said he's grabbing her by the hair. Grabbing someone by their hair isn't violence. He's mainly hand grabbing her hair. Yeah. Show his hand. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay. Oops, hold on. There's so many different cuts of this picture. Hold on, I gotta find one that's not fucking blurred over here. Hello? Can we get one? Hello? Can you get one that's not blurred, please? I can see how you're seeing it from the bundled up hand. I feel like it's not inherently violent because he's not dragging her. But it's definitely a show of ownership. Like, I definitely think it's a show of ownership. Wait. Chad said, I don't know if you're making a joke. You said maybe he's trying to hold her hair because she's sick. I saw a man say that. I saw a man say, holding people's hair isn't inherently sexual. Yeah, I agree. Holding people's hair isn't inherently sexual, but being on your knees in front of a man's crotch is. Being on your knees in front of a man's penis, mimicking what we know as a typical blowjob scene, is sexual. So the hair pulling in context to her being on her knees, to her being in front of his dick, is sexual, yes? Yeah, if she was vomiting into a toilet and he was holding her hair, then I would say this is not sexual. But she's, you know what I'm saying, girl? Come on, like we all grown-ups here. We know how to suck dick. You know what I mean? We know how to suck dick. Like, I don't know what we're talking about here. You know what I mean? I don't need to do like mental gymnastics. Like, I know what sucking dick looks like. You know, thank you. Chat says, wait, are there people denying the cover is sexual? No, I don't know. Are they debating if the cover is sexual? I think they're saying it's satire. I'm not saying the satire. But I will say that I don't think it's inherently violent, but I could see why you might read it as violent because of the way the hair is being grasped. But I would see it as more violent if the hair was being pulled and she was being dragged. Then I'd be like, oh, absolutely not. Domestic violence. Domestic violence? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's finish out this video.
Ground. We have seen many a pop princess and pop diva, an elder stateswoman of pop, tread this exact ground. You are giving it too much power. You have given it too much power. That being said, also, for that very reason, it's not as subversive as a lot of people swear it is. It's okay to like Sabrina Carpenter's music. I like Sabrina Carpenter's music. But you don't need to act as if, oh, it's bringing down the patriarchy. It's all of this. It's so subversive. It's so that. It's so this. And I'm like, again, all of this just smacks of things I have seen and experienced and felt before. I don't like having long-term memory when it comes to media and discourse around media. Because I remember back in 2016,
but we need to have this forever, right? Like we're going to need to have this discourse for another 1,000 years. Yes. Like it's not going away, girls. We're not even close to there. We're not done. We're not done deconstructing as a community. Like we cannot be tired of the journey because it just started. It's new. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if people understand this. Maybe young people feel burnt out already, but girl, we just started. Get ready. This is the beginning. I'm sorry. If you're tired already, the war is lost. Don't get tired now, girl, because the men aren't tired. They're going to be bitching for another 1,000 years. Get ready. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you're already tired already, oh, girl, we've lost. We've lost the liberation for our little girls. You know what I'm saying? We haven't even started to incorporate trans people into the conversation, like women of color into the conversation, really. Like, we're just starting, you know?
Hell, even pre-2016, when they first announced that reboot of Ghostbusters, you know, the one directed by Paul Feig with the all-female cast. Yeah. I remember all of the media discourse around that. And again, that was a piece of media that was a firm middle of the road piece of media. It wasn't nearly good enough to be the feminist piece of cinema everybody tried to make it out that loved the film. And it wasn't nearly bad enough to...
Yes, I agree. It's like the Epstein Clinton photos vibe, which is gross. See, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Trump... Any work of art that appeals to that demographic of man or uplifts their lifestyles, boo! Boo! That's the worst category of man. That is the worst category of man. And that's the concern Sabrina Carpenter is giving us, where I'm like, feels like Bill Clinton would really like this photo. You know what I mean? Epstein, Bill Clinton, Trump. Huge red flag. Anything that makes them feel like their aesthetic is, I'm not into it. No, thank you.
Warrant all of the culture war discourse. I watched it and I was like, what the hell is everybody screaming for? This thing is just average. That's very much how I feel with the Sabrina Carpenter discourse. And I'm just going to reiterate here.
That Ghostbusters discourse was crazy.
Again, I'm so sorry. But if your feminism is so weak that one album cover from one artist can completely wipe it all away, then it wasn't worth shit, babes. I'm so sorry. It wasn't worth shit. And here's the thing. And here's the thing.
Hold on, let me tell you a story. I was talking to a man once, always a mistake. And I was talking to a white man, always a mistake. A white man in an age gap relationship, even more of a mistake. I was talking to a white man once. And this is the problem with saying you're sex positive, because liberals, man, liberals are the fucking worst. Okay, they'll be like, oh, I thought you were sex positive. Why are you shaming me for what I'm into? Sex positive does not mean I'm pro anything sex. And it means that sex positive to Brittany means that I do not see you as less of a person because you're engaging in anything sex related. It does not mean I'm without criticism of how you engage with sex. And they go, I can't believe you're shaming me. This is the story he tells me. He has a story. This guy, why do men talk to me? Stop talking to me. So this man is talking to me and he's like, you're sex positive, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, you do like nude shoots. I was like, sure. And he was like, I have a girl. And I was like, okay. He's like, I have a girl and she's like kind of a model. And I was like, cool. And he was like, yeah, she like just did this photo shoot and she looks so pretty in the photo shoot. I was like, oh, that's nice. Like, that's nice that your girl did a photo shoot and she looks pretty. He goes, oh, it was great. Like all these photographers were looking at her and they were loving her. And like, oh, it was so fun. Like she was with a bunch of other girls and they were having so much fun. And like, it's just like, it looked beautiful. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. Like, I'm glad that the photo shoot went well. And he goes, yeah, like their tits just look so good in the sun, like all bouncing and everything. It was like, it was perfect. Like it was so great. And I was like, wait. I was like, why did you say that? And they're like, well, because it was true. And I was like, but why did you say that? You're telling me about a photo shoot of a girls that are young. You're all men in your 50s and 40s and whatever. And all these girls are in their 20s. And then you're like, oh, this is empowering and you're feminist and you're sex positive. And then like their tits look really good in the photos. And they're like, what are you doing? Like, aren't you sex positive? Why are you like shaming me? And I was like, because you're talking about them in a really gross way. And they're like, no, I'm talking about them in an empowering way. I was like, that is not empowerment. Empowerment is not talking about how beautiful the tits looked as they bounced. That is not sex positivity. Sex positivity is me not thinking less of these women for engaging in anything that they want to engage with, as long as like it has certain requirements, right? Like they are not inherently bad women for doing nude art. That's sex positivity. But there is something inherently wrong when a man double their age is talking about how perky their tits look. Yeah, I have a problem with that. It's like, why do you have to ruin the moment? And then they'll sit there and be like, I don't get it. You guys are just never happy with anything. It's like, even if he had said like, oh, her toes were looking so good in the sand, like suckable. I'd be like, listen, I love making sucking toe jokes as like a joke. Like, love me some toes, suckable. Like, that's funny. But if you're being serious and you're like, I love her toes, suckable, I'd be like, oh, see how it's not fun anymore? See how you're ruining the vibe? Do you see how we're ruining the vibe now? Not a fan. Okay. Chat says, why does viewing someone sexually automatically make them less? I agree that the guy is gross though. Okay, so let's deconstruct that. Viewing someone sexually is not gross. Voicing it openly in conversation with another person to share in your sexual objectification of that person, now it's gross. Having a biological or a human attraction to somebody else and thinking, man, they're so pretty, I'm like attracted to them, is not gross. Moving to, Epstein to your left and be like, don't you love her tits? Trump, look at her tits. Bill Clinton, her mouth fuckable. Am I right? See, now we fucked it. Now it's gross. Now you're sharing in the objectification of this person and talking to them like there's something to consume, like a piece of meat. Now it's gross. Hope that makes sense. Yeah? Okay. Yes, you agree. Okay. Yes. Now we're gross. But no, finding someone sexual, having attraction to somebody, you know what I mean? Like, vibing with somebody, even imagining like, oh, do I want to kiss this person? I'm autistic, so I have to kind of imagine being engaged with someone to know if I kind of like them sometimes. Like, I do this with food too. Like, I can't decide what I'm going to eat until I imagine eating it. And then when I see a person, I'm like, can I imagine kissing them? Yeah, I think I could be with them maybe. Like, that's different than So yeah. Yeah, I hope that made sense. Okay. Back to the video.
I know a lot of you are feeling somewhat scandalized and annoyed that people are calling it vanilla, because I remember commenting, I literally commented a couple of days ago on a video by Jordan Simone, who seems to be of similar mind to me, saying this is all well-trod ground. This ain't anything we haven't seen before in previous iterations. And I said, yeah, it's vanilla. And somebody was like, don't call it vanilla. It's kink. It's kink. And I'm like, hon. That's not kink. That's incredibly standard. If it is standard.
See, in my bubble, it's kink, but it's not BDSM kink. It's not kink, San Francisco leather daddy kink. It's just kinky. How about that? Because capital K kink is different than like kinky. Let's get a little kinky. Ooh, he pulled your hair. Kinky. Like, you ever see a bunch of girls who are like, oh my God, kinky. He bit my lip. Kinky. Like, cool. Even biting lips. Like, for some people, that's their kink. I'm not here to kink shame. If that's kinky to you, that's valid. If you're so vanilla that like biting people's lips is kinky, based. I'm not going to tell you it's not kinky. That's the other thing. I want to tell you it's not kinky. Because that's kind of fucked up. To be like, actually, that's not kinky. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you do you, girl, okay?
By definition, it cannot be kink. So again, you need to get some perspective. I knew the plot was lost when I literally saw somebody else liking that video to DV depictions. And I'm just like, you lot are incredibly sheltered, and are lacking in perspective. I am so sorry to tell you. Like, Mind you, we are currently in the midst.
Well, to be fair, they are lacking in perspective, but also their perspective could be valid. Do you know what I mean? Like, it in some ways, we're all lacking in perspective because we're ignoring these people's perspectives. Like, we should acknowledge that, yeah, for some people, this is kinky. And you gotta understand that. Which is why for some people, Sabrina Carpenter is lacking perspective because she's not thinking about how this impacts a lot of people. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's just like, it's all a part of the perspective, the bubble where you're coming from. So I think this person is really advocating for their specific bubble and their specific mindset, and that's okay, right? But I think it's not a universal perspective, nor do I think they have the most updated perspective. And that's why I'm trying to add nuance to the conversation, or at least like, well, actually, I feel like this is it. But also, I feel like what they're saying for their bubble must make a lot of sense.
Of a global anti-feminist backlash. They're vying for the right to take away women's bodily autonomy and reproductive justice and reproductive rights. Do you get? Even here in the UK, the anti-abortion movement is like gaining ground. They are maneuvering politically. They've got political figures already on side here. They're gearing us up to try and push us in the same direction that the US is. Like, the UK is trying to follow the US's example on that. That's what's actually currently happening. Like, or let's talk about the multitudes of atrocities being committed against girls and women in countries where, you know, a lot of eliminationist violence is happening, you know, like in Palestine, like in Congo, like in Sudan. Yes. Hell, even just in civilian life, the amount of violence that women and girls are undergoing, right? The very noted uptick. Like, I'm so sorry to tell you, but a lot of people are...
Okay, so apparently, according to Billboard, during her show in Seattle's Climate Pledge Arena, Carpenter did not refer to Trump by name, but in a fan video of the show, she tried to offer some peace and security to any fans who might be disheartened or disappointed and who came to her show to escape the news cycle. I hope we can have a moment of peace for you, a moment of safety, she said while kneeling on stage. Sorry about our country. And to the women in here, I love you so much, and I really hope for the rest of the night that you can enjoy yourselves because you absolutely deserve it. It says Carpenter did not name Trump specifically at her Nashville show on Wednesday. Harris supporter Billie Eilish did not mince words about the victory by Trump. So it sounds like Carpenter is saying she's liberal, but she's not very outspoken about it. Like, she's somewhat outspoken, but she's maybe not as aggressive, which is also like, okay, it's so interesting because it might be a brand thing. But how many conservatives are really listening to Sabrina? Maybe liberals. I definitely think liberals are listening to her. But is she not being as aggressive for a reason? And I get it. Like, they have companies, they work for people, they have albums. So I don't know. But I thought that was a little interesting.
I don't know. I don't want to say victim blaming. Well, it's not victim blaming. It's actually, no, the correct term is respectability politicking. A lot of you are respectability politicking too hard. Swearing that, oh no, men won't respect.
Chat said liberals are becoming conservatives, ? Definitely. As the world becomes more progressive, liberals will become the new conservatives. Yeah, that's how it goes. Absolutely. And the world will become more progressive. It just might take 500 years for us to get there in a real way. But yeah, as the world becomes more progressive, liberals will become more conservative. I mean, they're already too conservative now, you know? I mean, I can't tell you how many liberals have said things to me like, why are white men dating Asians? my daughter's pretty and she's white. And I'm like, why would you say that? Well, that's not racist. I'm just saying, I don't know why they're dating all these Asian girls. Well, why are you saying that? Or I've had liberals say things like, they vote Democrat their whole life. They'll say things like, what was one that happened this election time? I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good one. I think we should support Israel because Israel is our ally and Palestine's just too different from us. Okay, girl. Okay, like girl. Or like liberal, liberals who are like, it's okay if your kid is trans, but not my kid, but I support trans rights. It's like, yeah.
Respect us or take us seriously. Babe, I got news for you. They never did that. They didn't do it when women were in 12 layers of clothing with marriage contract and anything. They didn't respect you then. They don't respect you now. They didn't value your safety then. They don't value it now. A pop star.
Ooh, Discord says Sabrina is also sharing links for supporting victims of ICE. Okay, shout out Sabrina.
I'm going to change that. I know, like a lot of people, when they are faced with these great socio-political and geopolitical goings on, it can feel so much bigger than you. So now you start pointing at inconsequential shit and say, this is what did it. This is what did it. It's very much like in the case of one cult. This leader of this cult kept swearing that the rapture was coming and would have everybody stand on their roofs. And every time it didn't happen and they had to come down off their ladders, it was always something inconsequential to point at. Oh, you had metal on you. Because of metal, it couldn't work. Oh, you ate the wrong fruit before in your last meal. That's why. The wind blew in the wrong direction. Isn't
it amazing? There are so many people on the planet who think the rapture is coming. The literal rapture. Amazing.
Always something else and never the bigger picture. I need you to focus.
Yeah, I don't agree with everything, but I kind of agree with enough of it where I'm like, yeah, there's like, she had a lot of nuance actually. She was like pretty, but I think what's kind of lacking is just an understanding that the only real part of this video I have a problem with is the idea that it's not kinky. Because I do as a person on the internet, I am always trying to remind myself that like, I live in a bubble. And my bubble is so pro-sex, pro-kink, pro-BDSM, pro-consensual sex, pro-like all of these things that I have to remember that a majority of the world, like they might not be doing it the way we're doing it now. Like we're still so regressive throughout the planet that it's getting better, but we have to remember that we are sort of unique for deconstructing these things in the first place. That I don't want to disregard. Like, okay, I'll give you an example. One of my friends, I bought her a vibrator as a gift because I'm a good friend. And she was saying that she needed to like be one with her body. And I was like, oh, here's a vibrator. I bought it for you. It's like my favorite vibrator. Like, this is a great way to get in tune with your body. And her boyfriend, who was a liberal, a college graduate liberal, they're both college graduate liberals, was so threatened by her having a vibrator, he asked her to keep it at his house so she couldn't use it when he wasn't there because he felt like he was being replaced. And I said, excuse me, what is happening? What are you doing? Chess had dropped the vibrator link. That was years ago, girl. I'm not even sure they make them anymore. I'm onto a new vibrator now. But I was, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? And they're liberals. And I said, girl, do not let him do this. And now they're broken up, thank goodness. But I said, do not let him do this. I said, this is bullshit. Sit this man down and say, you need to get over it and go to therapy. And of course she didn't because white women. There is a real struggle for women to advocate for themselves. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, God, I'm so, you want to talk about liberals and deconstruction and progressives. Yeah, like I'm exhausted, bro. I'm tired now. Can you believe it? Like, can you believe it? This is what I say, like, I can't be with somebody this insecure. I can't be with somebody so insecure. I had a white man. I love white men, man. I had a white man say to me, I really don't like the way you say white men all the time. Like white men this, white men that. And I was like, okay, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? And they were like, no, I think you're being racist. I was like, oh, what are you doing? And I said, what are you doing? Like, why are you accusing me of being racist? And they're like, I just think you're being really racist. Like, I think you're saying things that like don't make sense. I was like, do I have to explain to you what white men means? Like, do I have to explain to you what that means? And then I was like really annoyed at them. And I was like, and they're like, how would your partner feel about it? I was like, first of all, don't bring her into this. And second of all, I married somebody who, when I say these white men, they go, oh, white men. I go, I know white men. Okay. The audacity of trying to bring my wife into the conversation. Like, how does your wife feel about this? She feels fine about it. She feels fine about it. Thank you. But it's like that kind of audacity from people where I'm like, oh, I cannot be with these insecure, sensitive people. Go to therapy. Girl. Okay. So when we say anything critical about Sabrina Carpenter's album, just know the white men I'm talking about would have loved that album cover. Because they would have felt like I could take care of her. I can save her. I'll be her best friend. She can be my best friend. And that's a choice. And that's a choice. No, I'm not going to tell a woman what to do, but it's a choice. You know, I try as hard as possible to make work that I think white men will hate. Not literally. That's a joke. I'm making a joke. It's a joke. Okay. I'm making a joke, but I do feel very validated when men are like, ugh, this person's so gross. She's so masculine. I'm like, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we did it, girls. That's what I had for you today. Now, closing arguments. Give them to me. Tell me your closing arguments. Where are we at? How do we feel? How did we do? What are our closing thoughts? Tell me. Tell me, what are your closing thoughts? Chad says, wait, do we like the album cover or no? I'm just coming in. Oh, girl, you missed 4.5 hours of it. Did we like it? Did we not like it? What do we think, guys? Last thoughts. Deconstructed. Do we feel like we did it? Did I leave anything out? Chad says, my closing thought is that feminism needs a better focus than pop stars. Hey, we love some pop stars. We love pop media. We got to do better than internet feminists. It's hard, you know, it's hard because I think Maiden might have said it earlier in chat. Tell me if I'm misquoting you, but basically there are a lot of people doing this work. Listen, I follow a lot of podcasts and stuff from people that are trying to have real conversations. And guys, the views just aren't there. It's boring. Not to me. It's not to me boring, but it's boring for a lot of people. They just can't. They don't have the attention span. They don't care. They want to have these like pop-offs and these are like, it's so niche to do the work. That's why I think philosophy is so neurodivergent. I really do think philosophy and politics is so neurodivergent. And look, I think people, they're trying to make it cool. They're trying to make it cool, but it's going to be hard for it to pop off because the conversations are like, Chad says not going to drop the podcast names. Guys, you know I don't pay attention to who I watch, but I'll put together some podcasts. I share them in the Discord. I'll share more. Every time I come across a podcast, though, I'm like, who's this queer person? Click. And I watch it and I think, man, I wish this conversation was happening, but it can't happen. It's so boring for people. But I will aggressively share more. And actually, I want to start sharing video recommendations on my YouTube channel as well. I stopped doing it after a while because, you know, you'd share a content creator and then that content creator would be canceled and then I'd feel bad. But I might just start sharing more videos because I do see some of these videos that I don't show on stream where I'm like, this is so good. And I feel like I'll do it more. Thank you for asking for it because, you know, yeah. Discord said me when I start a podcast eventually, who is this queer and what does she have to say? Exactly. Who is this person and what do they have to say? You know what I think is also difficult is everyone is so young and living their life that, guys, we're going to be wrong about some things and right about others. I tell you this right now, I've probably said at least 3 or 4 things wrong in this stream. And I will accept that. I might not see it now, but maybe I'll see it later. Right? I'll see it later and I'll try to understand it and I'll try to deconstruct it. But I think that's really hard because we want to think, you know what it is? I got this narrative when I was younger. I don't know if you were told it. Like, you're young. You should be rich and secure and know exactly what you're talking about. You're so smart for your age. Wow, Brittany, you're like 15 and so smart. You're 12 and so smart. You're 10 and so smart. I can't believe you know so much and you're just a kid. And then when you grow up and you realize, like, I don't know anything, bro. Like, I thought I knew and I thought the people around me knew. And I thought that because the adults were telling me I know stuff, I must know stuff. But I'm realizing these adults don't know stuff either. You know, like everybody knows stuff, but we're learning and we're gaining wisdom. And like, I was not smarter at 12 than I am at now. And even though people think that, I'm not. I was not a smart kid because I liked politics. I was just inquisitive and curious. But I wasn't smarter at 12 than I am now. I wasn't smarter at 12 than the adults around me. I was just more curious, which feels like smartness. It feels like intelligence. Maybe this week I'll show you. I found this really fascinating video by this disabled person who was talking about how he felt so smart when he decided to become a eugenics person, because he thought he was so intelligent, being validated by the internet, explaining why people like him shouldn't exist, disabled. And then as he's grown up and realized, like, I was just angry at my illness. And I allowed the internet and I allowed myself to feel so vindicated by people who are saying, you're so smart. Like, thank you for wanting to cut yourself off from being procreated. Like, it validated himself. And I think that's what happens is when we're wounded, when we're traumatized, when we're young, we feel so validated by the wrong people that we think we're smart, but we're just wounded. We're just like deeply wounded. And when you heal that wound, I think that's really when wisdom starts to be possible. I think when you're just surviving and you're marginalized and you're beat down, you might be street smart, but like we need to be healed. We need to be healed. And that's when wisdom maybe has a chance to start, you know? I think I just like, I look back at my edgy humor. Man, I really thought I was so smart because I was so edgy. And now I look back and I just think like, man, what a cope. What a cope to feel like I know what I'm saying. And I can't fault people either because you got to say it. I had a brother. I don't have the greatest relationship with this brother, but he was like, do you think you should be making content if you're borderline and you're sick? Like, don't you think sick people should make content? And I was like, what? And I was like, no, I think I should make content because I think it helps people know that you can have a good life even if you have borderline. But to be honest, he was wrong. But to be honest, I think when I look back at my old content, I see in which ways I did it wrong, but it wasn't because I had borderline. It was because I was uneducated. It wasn't because I had borderline. It was because I was uneducated. And I will forever look back at my work and think, okay, I could have done it better. I really hope in 20 years, you guys ask me a question and I give you a better answer than I'm giving you now. I really hope that in 20 years, I look back at my work and say, here are all the ways I got it wrong. Here are all the ways I'm updating to get it right. I think sometimes people really do think like, well, I had it right in the 80s and I'm right now. You're wrong now. You might have been right for the 80s, but you're wrong for now. And this is what I see with Richard Dawkins. Interviewed once again, present tense, arguing that yes, trans people exist, but like they're not this gender just because they identify as this gender. Man won't update. The man cannot update to save his life. These white men. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep thinking about that show where Schmidt's like, white men? No. Anyways, they can't update. Jordan Peterson, all these people are so J.K. Rowling. Jesus Christ, you were someone at some point, and now you're just somebody who was. Even Judith Butler has talked about how some of their work had to be updated, and I think that's really important to pay attention to. Pay attention to the people that are aging and updating versus the ones who are staying stagnant, All right, girls, we did it. Thank you for being here. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow's going to be a crazy live show. I believe the second nuke is dropping. I believe the second nuke is dropping. My Discord told me it's coming. So that might be tomorrow's live stream. I'm so sorry in advance, but also gonna pay my rent this month. Let's be so for real. All right. I'll talk to you guys then. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Good convo. We can always continue on another day as well, or you can continue over on the Discord. And just a reminder, the Discord does have events every Sunday. We have the Discord 101 professionally taught yoga happening this Sunday. We also are watching Straw for our movie night. If you guys haven't seen it, I haven't. Tyler Perry is also in the news because he not only directed that movie, but he is being accused of sexual assault, which we'll cover as well. Very interesting stuff. He is being accused. We have lots to talk about this week. And if not, next week, because girls, there's so much to cover. All right, let's listen to some Elvin on our way out. See you tomorrow.